Buckingham Palace was not open to tourists all year round, but it just so happened to be open today. It was a hot spot for visitors, and although only 3 sections of it were opened for visitation, they were enough to satisfy curious tourists. So when the local London forces drove armored cars and even a few tanks to the streets near the palace grounds, it immediately caused a stir among tourists. Countless cameras and cell phones were aimed at the British forces, and people posted pictures on social media. Some even opened a live broadcast to show what was happening. In history, the last time armored cars drove through the streets of London was during World War II. The tourists collectively wondered what the cause of all the fuss was. The more astute observers among them noticed that the military seemed to be fortifying the palace grounds and wondered if there was news of a terrorist attack. Of course, not everyone bought this theory. Some people guessed that it was related to the recent supernatural events happening all over the world. The torch dragon that descended on Tokyo was like a small wave, but Christ's descent had caused a worldwide sensation. The only thing that could probably make the British forces move would be supernatural beings. Humans were creatures that would not listen unless death was staring at them in the face. Even if they had guessed that danger could occur at any moment, no one tried to escape and everyone tried to capture the moment with their devices. Even if the British soldiers wanted to send them away, it would be very difficult. Moreover, the tourists were primarily from other countries. Using too strong of a force could easily escalate into an international dispute. Fortunately or unfortunately, the soldiers no longer had to rack their brains over how to move the citizens. An object smashed into the center of the palace like a cannonball, and the air was temporarily filled with dust and smoke. Once this cleared, a human figure was revealed to be standing in the center. In the midst of smoke and dust, women screamed and the crowd coughed. When the smoke and dust gradually settled, the crowd was horrified to see a towering man wearing animal skin standing at the center. He was almost 2 meters tall and sported thick, powerful muscles. At his back hung a spear. He was a god of war. Just seeing the back of this powerful man reminded people of this term. The man seemed to be dissatisfied with the screams of people behind him. He fiercely turned around, releasing a warlike aura, causing the people within the vicinity of Buckingham Palace to instantly become quiet. One could even hear a pin drop. The terrifying aura he released assured everyone that he was a man among men, and his steely gaze radiated confidence. Ancient war songs and the sound of the battlefield seemed to echo in the air. The smell of blood poured out from somewhere, and several people began to gag. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. TCH. What a group of cowards. The people of the present world have been weakened to such a point. When I think about those warriors who fought against me, they at the very least dared to raise their blades against me. Although I crushed them like chickens, they were honored with death. How disappointing. What qualifications do these people have to possess this land? With just me, this land shall return to my Celtic name. Connacht Rhys laughed loudly. His voice was like a thunderstorm that shook the crowd. Even the nearby soldiers went pale and backed up a bit. They trembled as they raised their guns towards him. Are you going to beat me with those sticks? Ha 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 ha. Don't make me laugh. In front of the gun barrel, the Celtic god who seemed ignorant of modern technology was even more humorous. Connacht Rhys. This is the human's modern-day weapon. The fairy sitting on Connacht Rhys spoke up. From her soft and beautiful voice, it seemed that this fairy had more understanding of modern civilization than the Celt. Weapons? HMPH. Even if these weak people held divine weapons, they would still just be a bunch of monkeys, the Celtic god said with disdain. At that moment, the nearby crowd was able to notice the peculiar fairy. The man's appearance had been too strong and temporarily overshadowed her, but now they were peeking to look at her beauty. Some tourists screamed and ran far away, but there were also bold and excited people who hid at the sides. They took out their phones and cameras as they rapidly took photos. There were even streamers shouting at the top of their lungs. The military did not care about these tourists. They were completely taken away at the sight of the Celtic gods spitting on the ground. Their legs trembled as they barely stood by, relying on their loyalty. Celtic god, in front of you is Buckingham Palace, the symbol of Britain's royal family. Please leave immediately or we will attack. I repeat. At the main entrance of Buckingham Palace, The country's army had already set up basic fortifications. The officer stood with a megaphone and shouted. Although his tone was a bit shaky, he was also full of energy. At the back of the fortifications, a battalion of soldiers had already set up machine guns. Although they were afraid, their duty as soldiers made them stand bravely in the face of immense danger. If they did nothing and let the Celtic god kill people in Buckingham Palace, it would be an insult to Britain, turning the country into a laughingstock. Connacht Rhys listened to the warning and said impatiently, "What a racket! Since you want to attack, just attack. Stop talking nonsense. We, Celts, aren't afraid of war. If you want to fight, then I will fight." His roar caused a terrifying sound wave that blew back the fortifications, barbed wires, and other objects. The officer who had been holding onto the megaphone was blown back 10 meters and hit a car. Seeing this Celtic god's roar blowing away their fortifications, the commander gave his orders, "Fire!" A tank muscle turned and aimed towards the Celtic god who stood in the middle of the road. This time, I didn't care about collateral damage, and every soldier pulled the trigger without restraint. Boo-oo! The Challenger tank's 120mm armor-piercing shell roared. This was its first shelling after World War II. Connacht Rhys did not appear to have expected such a big lump of iron to spew out such a powerful attack. He did not react at all as the armor-piercing shell hit him. His entire person was blown away by the tank towards a small 3-story building behind him. For a time, the soldiers were happy, thinking that the situation had ended with that. The old man who punched the thermobaric bomb turned out to be a lot stronger than the Celtic god. But this happiness disappeared the moment they saw him walk out from the ruins of smoke and dust, unharmed. No, he wasn't completely unharmed, but only a layer of skin was destroyed. It did not even cause blood to flow out. The soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air. How could they not be shocked after seeing someone come out unscathed after being hit by a tank's armor-piercing shell? Is this a Tuatha De Danann? Is this the power of supernatural beings? Britain finally knew what kind of despair Japan felt when they were attacked by supernatural beings. Despair enveloped the crowd as they watched the Celt casually walk out from the epicenter of the explosion. Although everyone present had seen videos recorded during the incident in Japan, they still found it difficult to parse what was happening before them. Real life, after all, was a completely different kind of experience from viewing things behind a screen. It was no different from how depictions of poverty in documentaries, while heart-wrenching to an extent, always fail to truly convey the misery of the position. Today, these people got to see, with their own eyes, a human being that could block tank shells with their flesh. Their minds were ringing in shock. This was a tank. It was a human invention of war. It was a ferocious weapon of war that could destroy all in its path. But this weapon that could blow up an entire building, couldn't even pierce through the skin of a humanoid being. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Although it's not your own strength, you have still roused my interest. You were even able to injure me, so you should be proud of yourselves. Connacht Rhys laughed fiercely. A terrifying bloodthirst spread through the air. His smiling expression gradually turned fierce. Injure? Your skin wasn't even broken and you tell me this was injured? Whether it was the tourist lying on the ground in fear or those stunned Englishmen, they all subconsciously groaned the same thing in their minds. Connacht Rhys did not give them any more opportunities to think. He roared and pulled out the spear on his back in an elegant but tyrannical manner. A month for the rod, a year for the sword, and a lifetime for the spear. This saying meant that the spear was extremely difficult to learn. After learning that this person was a Celtic god, people familiar with Celtic mythology would immediately associate his spear with one of the 4 treasures of the Tuatha De Danann Brionach. The god King Nuada was said to have gifted it to the last god king, the god of light Lugh. In Celtic mythology, the weapons of the gods symbolize their power. For example, Brionach symbolizes Lugh's power of the sun and lightning. We can probably guess the power of this god from the weapon he wields. In MI13 base, the professors who had been watching stood up in excitement. Within Celtic mythology that they know, there were records of many gods but there was no one named Connacht Rhys. Although they had guessed that he was the patron god of Connacht, they still did not know what kind of power he wielded. Some officers at the front line have reported that they felt like they were on a bloody battlefield when facing this god. They could even smell the blood in the air, which caused them to vomit. Mr. A said with a pale face, "God of War." One of the professors shouted, "The most famous gods of war in Celtic mythology are Morrigan, Nemain, and Micah." However, these three are not the only gods of conflict. Another example is Neat, the husband of Nemain. He was also a god of war. The professor almost hissed in the underground base. His almost crazy words told everyone around that the Celt likely had a very high status and was very powerful. It's no wonder why he could be together with one of the 9 rulers of Avalon. It's no wonder why Maeve would dare kill the illegitimate son of the god of light Lug. It's also no wonder why he seemed to have something to do with Scathach and her sister. It would all make sense if he was a god of war. The professor muttered. The stories in Celtic mythology were related to people, but the main protagonists were the gods. The stories of Cuchulainn, Fiann Mac Comhail, or even of King Arthur, although magnificent, paled in front of the status of their gods. The Land of Shadows Scathach seemed to have high status as she taught many heroes. But in Celtic mythology, there was only one real ruler. That was the Tuatha De Danann. The so-called Land of Shadows was nothing more than another secret realm. The professor entered a deep daze for a while. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the British army was absolutely defeated. This is war. The war that we Celts love the most. It is the war where you die and I live. Mortals, come and kill me. If you can kill me, then you will be heroes. Connacht Rhys fiercely smiled. His love and fervor for war stirred up lust for battle even in the common people. He worshipped war and longed for war. He seemed to have no qualms about perishing on the battlefield. But that only made him more terrifying. As though a pure embodiment of the battlefield, his presence forced the non-military crowd to hold its breath. Sitting on his shoulder silently was a fairy and a watch. She was a part of the Celts who venerated warriors and heroes. If you cannot kill me, then die on the battlefield. Connacht Rhys threw his spear, which blurred in the air. It directly hit the muzzle of a tank, and the entire vehicle exploded. Although there wasn't much divine power in the puppet, it could still display the power of a demigod for a short amount of time. This means that the conventional weapons of Earth were useless against it. Fire, rat-tat-tat-ta. Guns blazed and rockets roared. The heavy firepower was enough to tear a tall building apart, but these weapons ricocheted off with sparks and explosions when they hit the body of the Celt. The only proof of them even touching him was their sooty remains on his skin. No pain, no gain. Have you not eaten yet? Connacht Rhys shouted in anger. The spear returned to his hand, and he swung it forward. The armored vehicle that was firing at him was instantly split into 2. Under the shock of the sword, the swing had also bisected the 3-story building behind smoothly. When a hand grenade was thrown at him, he caught it with his hand and did not even take a second look as he pinched it in his hands. The grenade exploded with a bang like fireworks, but the Celt's skin remained unblemished. I can feel your fear. You lot are not worthy to be called heroes. You aren't even worthy of being enemies of my people, you cowardly invaders. It is time to return the land under your feet. The god of war threw his spear again into the improvised fortification. In an instant, a loud explosion erupted. The light of flames illuminated the streets and blew them into ruins. Then this Celtic god of war continued into Buckingham Palace with his spear. Human conventional weapons did not cause him any harm, and no one could be his enemy. The surging air of blood and steel filled the entire palace. Buckingham Palace was in a state of panic. The sound of the British army running and the terrified screams of soldiers and officers could be heard. In the distance rang constant explosions and ear-splitting gunfire, sounds not heard in the UK since World War II. Now, however, the British were in even more desperate straits. When Germans blitzed the cities of Liverpool, Swansea, and Cardiff, they had done so at a significant cost. But the rampaging Celt had barely taken on any damage before decimating their forces. Now, the royal family and its retainers were collectively crouched on the floor, shivering in panic and desperation. In truth, several members of the family felt their current situation to be quite unfair. They weren't, after all, even the true rulers of Britain. Rather, they simply served ceremonial and traditional functions. Aside from a social status that granted them no constitutional advantages, they simply had more money than most. They certainly weren't even billionaires. Some venomous members even thought to scapegoat members of the core family. No one wanted to die inexplicably. In contrast to the majority of the cowering adults, however, Your Majesty, the palace should have a secret passage, right? Why don't you hurry up and leave now? Our army will hold the place. A colonel came to Elizabeth too, saluted, and spoke tersely. As a soldier of Britain, the success of the Celts' assault marked him and his subordinates with great shame. It wouldn't be strange if the whole world laughed at them. At this point, they were no longer fighting to protect the royal family, but the honor of entire Great Britain. Even if they knew of the outcome of the battle, they still needed to come forward. Hearing these words, the other members of the royal family looked toward the Queen in hope. It was highly unlikely that there were no secret passages in the palace, and if anyone knew anything about them, it would be the Queen. Her Majesty, who had always given a graceful and luxurious appearance, sighed. She braced her tired body and reluctantly squatted down and picked up a painting while uttering desperate words. There is indeed a secret passage, but it has fallen into disrepair and cannot be used. The royal family is short on funds, so the money is first used on other palaces rather than the secret passage. Her Majesty's words made the entire royal family and the nearby soldiers feel embarrassed. But thinking about it, this was normal. It was simply not easy to repair the royal palace with its current status. Even if they had more money, they would never have thought of repairing the secret passage. For Britain, they never thought that Buckingham Palace would lose so single-handedly in this era. Buckingham Palace had existed for more than 300 years. With the current remodeling of the palace, it would be hard to enter it. At this moment, the crowd could hear the sounds of helicopters. The colonel covered his ears to listen to orders. A few seconds later, he said, Your Majesty, the helicopter has arrived. You and other members of the royal family should first take the helicopter and leave. As his words fell, many members of the royal family beamed with happiness. They could just take the helicopter and leave here. However, their happiness was short-lived. Boo-oo-oo. In front of the crowd's gaze, the Celt leapt high in the air and used his hands to grab the helicopter's propeller. The blades screeched to a halt right before the Celt kicked the helicopter down to the earth. The chopper crashed into the earth, turning into burning wreckage. Then the Celt swung his spear a few more times, slicing other nearby choppers into exploding fireworks. At the sight of this, the inhabitants of Buckingham Palace went silent. Their last means of escape had been killed off. I don't want to die. Mom, I don't want to die, the children cried, trying to seek comfort from their mother, but their mothers were even more distraught. Why is that bastard of a god looking for us? We've been separated from the Anglo-Saxons for so many generations already. He should be going to the Prime Minister instead of us. There were cries and sobs of dismay. Buckingham Palace was now like a sieged fort where they were only awaiting their deaths. The colonel did not despise these people. If possible, he would also like to cry out and resented the general who sent him out there. If the other side was human, he would have been able to hold his ground and defend until reinforcements arrived. However, their enemy was no human, but a god of war. Even if reinforcements arrived, what use were they? Modern human weapons simply could not injure them, and if they resorted to using weapons of mass destruction, they would also kill their own people. Baby, Daddy doesn't know if he can still go back. The colonel pulled out a necklace from his pocket with a photo of his wife and daughter. He held back his tears and kissed it. Seeing this, the Queen sighed softly and said, all branch families should wait in the palace, and the direct line members should go out with me together. We have no escape. As the royal family of Great Britain, even if we have to die, we should maintain our dignity to the very end. The Queen named the people one by one. All of them were her direct descendants and everyone she named had a pale face, while those from the branch families were relieved to hear that they didn't have to face the Celt. Your Majesty, please let Charlotte stay here. The son pleaded. His daughter was only 5 years old, and although she was a member of the direct line and even the fourth in line of succession, How could he bear to let his child die? The queen looked at her granddaughter. She could not endure and wiped a tear from the corner of her eyes and agreed. The prince sighed with relief and hurriedly handed his daughter to a member of the Branch family. Princess Charlotte cried, but the prince and the crown princess steeled their hearts and followed the queen outside. The colonel also followed the queen and whispered, "Your Majesty, my duty is to keep you safe. Let me go with you." The queen looked at him and saw the soldier's resolute face. The queen had seen him kiss the photo of his family, but after a bit of hesitation, she allowed him to follow. This was his pride as a soldier. "Mother, what else can we do now?" the crown prince asked in a low voice as his palms trembled. "Pray, pray to the Lord." "That is the only thing we could do." Unfortunately, no matter how much they struggled, mortals could never truly stand up against the gods when they chose to be serious. Even in the heat of Wei, when Great Britain had to face the Nazis' air raids, they had not been entirely helpless. Indeed, it was through their dogged efforts and help from their allies that they managed to turn the situation around and eventually win the war. Buckingham Palace was now aflame. The constant din of firing machine guns, loaded shells, explosions, and screams poured out from the palace grounds and into the surrounding streets. Though the British infantry did their best at restraining him, the Celt, unfortunately, could not be stopped. Step by step he neared the grounds. Even if he turned around and left at that very moment, the carnage and desecration he had created so far meant that the palace's walls were almost all riddled with holes of various sizes, and the costs of repairing the grounds would be astronomical. But more pressingly, it wasn't clear that the royal family even had a future. With such a huge event, it was impossible for the world to not know what was happening. A few reckless newscasters had even approached Buckingham Palace or hidden in buildings close by. They used various methods to transmit information to their respective stations. Support Us had hosted novel after France, America, Russia, and various superpowers watched this. They did not ridicule England at all and instead watched on with a heavy heart, worrying for the future. Today a god broke into Buckingham Palace. If one of these days supernatural beings broke into the White House, into the Kremlin, into the Élysée Palace, what would they do? England was unlucky to be the first, but it looked like the country, at least, would survive. But that was only because the Celt only seemed interested in the royal family. Other countries still had no ideas of how to counter this kind of threat. These supernatural beings were troublesomely strong. Normal weapons could not damage them at all. If the government were to use weapons of mass destruction, then extreme collateral damage would be unavoidable. Gradually, the military's resistance became weaker and weaker. It was not that they had no will to fight, but the enemy they were facing was beyond common sense. These land forces were elites. Even in difficult situations they would push through and accomplish their missions, but nothing they did at the current moment helped. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided slaughter. And since their efforts were meaningless, many wondered as to the utility of the battle at all. Some of the soldiers broke down and cried. Some threw down their guns and raised their hands in prayer. Gradually, the soldiers found that as long as they did not resist, the Celtic god would only look at them in disdain and not attack them. As a result, the soldiers began to surrender and only the sounds of crying and wailing echoed. "I beg you, please don't kill me. I surrender. We surrender. We won't resist, so please don't kill us. Please. Oh God, please forgive us. For the love of God, no, for the sake of our nation now, please let us go." A broken bar. A broken bar. Connaught looked at the surrendered soldiers and loudly roared, "Group up, cowards!" Although he cursed, he did not bother to strike these soldiers and instead walked straight into the palace building. "Kill!" At this moment, there was a cry filled with bloodlust. From the corner of his eye, Connaught saw someone slash at him with an army knife. He casually pinched at the incoming blade with his fingers, stopping it dead in its tracks. He locked eyes with the assailant. To his surprise, the individual wasn't of European descent but of Asian descent. The attacker was a member of the legendary English Foreign Legion hailing from the mountains of Nepal. The Gurkha. These warriors were often called the shadow vanguard of the modern British Army and had been in the government's employ for several hundred years. In the soldier's struggling grip was his unit's trademark weapon, the Kauri. Despite seeing the uselessness of modern weaponry, the soldier had not given up and chose to attack directly with his melee weapon. He chose to challenge a god in the ancient way of war. You might be brave and commendable, but you are too weak. Ha ha ha. Connacht Rhys beamed as if he was happy to meet the soldier. His mouth praised, but his hands did not slow down as he cut the soldier in half and proceeded to eliminate the rest of his approaching unit. As warriors, the battlefield is the best grave. The Celt roared with a hearty vigor. At that moment, he seemed like a matchless hero who commanded the respect of thousands. An exemplary individual who inspired admiration in both friends and enemies. He turned his eyes to the next batch of Gurkhas and raised his spear once more. Stop! At that moment, an old but graceful voice echoed. Hearing this, the Gurkha soldiers hesitated for a moment. They put down their weapons and stood down. The queen walked forwards slowly and appeared with the rest of the core royal family. Stop this senseless killing, Sir Connacht Rhys. We are only a group of mortals who do not wish to contend with deities. The queen's voice was filled with passion despite her age. This was the most critical moment in her life as well as Great Britain's existence. Even the Führer was not able to force England to such a point. Powerful heroes are even able to cut down the gods. As mortals, you should not underestimate yourselves. The Celt had a fierce gleam in his eyes. Like a beast, he looked at the elderly lady. But now, there are no more heroes that you speak of, Sir Connacht. The queen felt his powerful gaze rake across her being. Despite feeling a deep fear, she pulled herself together and met his eyes. You are the king of this country? Connacht asked. I'm Elizabeth II, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the head of the Commonwealth, and the defender of the faith and supreme governor of the Church of England. The queen felt that she could not let the momentum weaken. She directly recited the long title she had never used before. Since she knew it was useless to beg for mercy, she tried to maintain an aura of majesty that befitted someone who ruled Great Britain for more than 60 years. Since there was no way back, it was necessary to make a stand. However, the queen grieved endlessly in her heart. She decided to be fearless because she was already old and did not have long to live. After knowing that Christ was real, she believed that she could go to heaven after death. However, she had a son and grandchildren. If possible, she would not want her families and relatives to be slaughtered here by a barbaric god. But there was no way out. She knew that the world was watching her at this time. For the glory of the British Empire, she could not retreat. We don't discriminate against women, we only discriminate against cowards. As a Tuatha De Danann, I will acknowledge that you are the queen. The Celtic god of war laughed out loud. His voice was fierce and loud. His laughter sent waves in the air that could be heard in the distance. It contained a wildness and ferocity that incited other people's bloodlust. What was even more moving was that the god of war had recognized Queen Elizabeth as a ruler under the title of Tuatha De Danann. Although it was not Christ, it was still enough to make people feel shocked. This was the ancient divine right of kings. I have faith in the Lord alone. Queen Elizabeth II of Great Britain spoke confidently. Despite facing the blood-drenched warrior, she held firm in her beliefs. Her confidence surprised the rest of the royal family, and they looked at her with widened eyes. But soon they understood why the queen spoke in that manner. England was a Christian nation, although it wasn't Catholic. The queen had lived a pious life since her childhood. Even if she was not extremely religious, she was still definitely a true believer. If it was in the past, people would have her questions about faith and would even joke around with it. But as the world changed and the gods reappeared, the hearts of the people were shaken. The queen had believed in Christ all her life and was now old enough to return to the Lord's embrace at any time. If she were to turn back on her faith at the last moment, she might not be able to go to heaven. In the past, people only considered faith as spiritual consolation and doubted whether heaven and hell existed, but now that a bona fide God stood in front of them, wouldn't that mean that there was also a world after death? If so, who would be willing to go to hell? This was the difference between a world with gods and one without. Because humans believe in the existence of a world after death, they would be more well-behaved while they were alive in order to have a happier life in the world after death. At that moment, the members of the royal family understood what the queen meant. One by one, they gained the courage to face the god whose body was covered with the smell of blood. Even if their legs trembled, They began to pray with their eyes closed. Seeing the members of the royal family act stubbornly and even dared to pray to Christ in front of his face, the Celtic god did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Good. It's good to remain firm in your faith, but you invaders have occupied our land for 1,000 years. It's time you give it back. This is Great Britain. We are mortals who cannot resist the will of the gods, but the Lord will not abandon his people. He will be our witness." The queen knew that it was useless to beg for mercy. The only thing she could hope for now was for the Christ who was in Kenya to intervene somehow. After all, the Celtic religion had ultimately lost out to Christianity. Elizabeth II and many members of the royal family had never been so devout in their lives as they were at that moment. If they could survive this time, they would probably become devout Christians. Ha 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 ha. You don't need to take out the name Yahweh to scare me. I don't know where you learned that the two other Adana lost to Yahweh, but how can Yahweh suppress us forever? The only thing he obtained was the right to spread faith in this world. Many divine systems have long been dissatisfied with him. With your Lord unable to take care of himself, how could he afford to bless you? Seeing the English royals remain faithful to Christ, Louis, who was using the puppet, said out loud. Louis had returned to Earth in order to gain more faith. With Christianity having a large number of believers, he used the concept of the Trinity to get a cut of this religion and steal its faith. However, Louis did not need an Earth where only Christianity existed. That would unify the religion of Earth into one. It would likely cause problems with his absorption of faith, as it would raise the chances of his own godhood receiving roadblocks. If he really became Yahweh under this powerful faith, he would lose his sense of self and his own nature. At that time, Louis might become Yahweh, or Yahweh might even replace Louis. Moreover, Earth was ultimately a desert where all supernatural events were made by himself. If one day he met the demands of faith, then Louis would probably pat his butt and walk away. He simply did not care about the future development of Earth. He was now a god of the world of San Soliel, so he did not care about this desert. If it wasn't because he could gather faith in this world, then he would probably not have come back to Earth. Louis's way of thinking was now no different from that of the gods of San Soliel. What he valued the most was faith. He doesn't even care about the material resources from Earth anymore because his territory was on the right track. Being able to gain enough support from Earth wouldn't be bad, but it did not matter if he couldn't. But since Earth still had its uses, Louis still did things properly. With his words, he had reduced the prestige of Orthodox Christianity. This was to convince the people on Earth that Christ only won on Earth but not necessarily on other worlds. These words were spoken by the God himself, so the man had no place to refute them and believe them as true. If one wanted to believe in Christ, then one could do so. If you want to believe in Satan, then they could do so. It did not matter to him at all. In any case, the power of faith would all go to Louis. On Earth faith needed to be diverse. As a god, he wanted to give all mortals the right to choose. Sure enough, as the words of the Celtic god fell upon their ears, the royal family of England understood the meaning and collectively paled. They weren't sure if the words of the god were true or not, but it gave birth to fear within them. I should be able to make the last step here. If I consume any more divine power, this might all become a large joke. The real Louis was still in Kenya, Africa. The body in this country was only a puppet in which the divine power was almost exhausted. This was why Louis did not have the puppet fight too much with the military as a show of force. If he went to a military base, there was a chance of the Celtic god being taken out by human weapons once it ran out of divine power. That would be too embarrassing. Buckingham Palace, on the other hand, was a good choice. Its status was important enough to cause a sensation all over the world. Moreover, the location was London, so Louis did not need to make the puppet overly resistant to weapons to play as a god. Picking the right person, time, and place was important. Just when Louis was ready to reveal his final hand, the cries of a little girl came from within Buckingham Palace. "Daddy, Mommy!" A broken bar. A 5-year-old little girl suddenly ran out. She wore a beautiful lovely dress, and her face was full of tears. She took small steps to run toward her parents, but because of the fear, she accidentally tripped. However, The little girl endured the pain and continued to look for her parents. "Charlotte, how did you get here? Hurry back to your aunt." The prince and princess saw their daughter running out, and their expressions immediately soured. The branch members of the royal family also panicked and ran out to look for the lost Princess Charlotte, but after seeing how dilapidated the gardens were, they hesitated and ran back. Compared to the princess, their own lives were more important. A large hand stretched out and grabbed the back of the princess' collar and lifted her up. The royal family members' faces changed into a panic. They didn't know what the Celtic god was going to do, but Princess Charlotte was barely 5 years old. When the Celt god grabbed the princess, beautiful flower petals suddenly floated down from the sky. At the same time, the plants that had been burned to ashes came back to life. It turned into a plant that wrapped its vines tightly around the Celt. A druid. Connachtry was puzzled. He acted as if these petals and vine were familiar, but immediately coldly snorted, "No, this is Merlin's lineage." The sudden turn of events left the many witnesses present stunned. Aside from the core royals, even the intelligence operatives of other countries shuddered at the implications of the Celts' words. It was surprising that someone stopped the Celtic god of war, and from their methods, they seemed like they had gained supernatural powers. Present-day Earth was a global village. The development of science had advanced the transmission of information. As a result, the whole world was already aware of what was happening in Buckingham Palace. Some people were even brave enough to fly drones and live-stream the events from safe vantage points. Countless eyes were already watching the events of Buckingham Palace. This was also the reason why the British royal family members chose to bravely face forward, because they could not shame themselves when the rest of the world was watching. No one knew who initially gave out the information that the man invading Buckingham Palace was a Celtic god of war, but in an instant, Celtic mythology became a hot topic on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and other sites. Many celebrities and informed people also began streaming and talking about Celtic mythology. In the northern part of the British Isles, countries such as Wales were having an emergency meeting on whether they should take advantage of the current situation to become independent from the United Kingdom. Celtic mythology is a bloody, tyrannical, and lustful myth. They are war-loving people who lived a life of waging wars. The battles between the Tuatha De Danann and the Fomorians marked the beginning of Celtic mythology. It is very similar to the war between the Olympian gods and the Titans, or the battle between the Norse gods and the giants. I wonder if there is a specific connection between these myths. Aren't King Arthur and Merlin also part of Celtic mythology? In fact, the existence of druids, witches, and wizards that we all know today are all from Celtic mythology. Cuchulainn. Scathach. I will go find Scathach to learn the spear. Long live the king. A broken bar. A broken bar. Christianity was a well-known religion that hardly needed any specific introduction, but Celtic mythology was much more niche, especially compared to Greek and Norse mythology. With the emergence of the Celtic god of war, a lot of scholars began to try to rapidly popularize it. Although there were some gamers that seemed to be enthusiastic about Celtic mythology, they were ultimately following a niche of the niche. In games, the story of Celtic mythology was very pleasant mythology, but after learning the truth about it, they felt a heavy heart. The gods and people of this mythology were simply brutal and tyrannical. They loved war and other barbaric acts. In most accounts, there was also a lot of sex between men and women. It could be said that in addition to those equally tyrannical warlike people, the Celtic gods were definitely not the kind of gods you would want to encounter. Even the great heroes such as Cuchulainn, who was recorded in mythology, were simply men who killed indiscriminately. Back in Buckingham Palace, countless petals floated in the air as the Celtic god had been tied up by thick vines. These vines glowed with brilliant colors. Even ordinary people could tell that these were not ordinary plants, but crafts woven from magic. Princess Charlotte, who was in the hands of the god of war, was no longer crying. The little girl looked in awe at the petals falling from the sky and gave childish praise. "It's beautiful." "Beautiful?" "Little girl, these flowers are not only beautiful, but they are murderous weapons as well." Support us at Hosted Novel. Connacht Rhys heard the princess' childish words and laughed out loud. Although the Celtic people were murderous, They could be called fearless and brave. You wizards left in this world by Merlin, since you dare stop me, don't tell me you don't dare come out to meet your god. The god of war bellowed. The walls of Buckingham Palace were shaken and cracked under the eyes of the whole world. Illusory doorways appeared around Connacht Rees, and people who appear to be wizards and witches stepped out from it. Wizard? Even the royal family of Britain subconsciously shouted. Some scholars who saw the live video began to take notes with their pens, and some art students began to copy the strange symbols on the doorways that had just appeared. These were things that researchers, historians, and occultists would go crazy for. The wizards and witches that appeared were dressed modernly. They wore long-body trench coats and held onto oak wands. Anyone with knowledge of Celtic mythology knew that oaks were the symbol of druids. From Connacht Rees' words, anyone could guess their identity. They were wizards and also druids that originated from the great wizard of Arthurian legends, Merlin. Although Merlin was the world's most well-known wizard, professionals were aware that he was actually a druid, while the wizard was a variant name that came after the disappearance of Celtic mythology. Wizards, sorcerers, witches, etc. that were being hunted by Christianity in the Middle Ages were actually from Celtic mythology, and were originally sourced from the Druids. Now, there seemed to be enmity between the Celtic gods and Christianity. It seems that the mysteries of history were being unwoven. Why did the church do so many dark things? Maybe they were truly attacking the people who had mastered alchemy and spells. This was a chance of a lifetime for scholars of history to learn about the lost history. Only the Catholic upper clergy felt puzzled, as they had been able to access secret records of the church. From those records, they learned that those witches and wizards were fools. But in the next moment, the reality seemed to be otherwise. Why didn't the church learn of their existence? With the spells that these wizards and witches grasped, what did the church use to fight them? But now that Christ had come to earth and the gods have appeared, the Catholic upper clergy could only eat their words and try to shift the blame on the records of their predecessors. Perhaps they did not want their successors to know of the existence of supernatural powers. The government officials of various countries began pressuring the Vatican to release those church texts because the church possessed many secrets that might be related to the present situation. Fortunately, Christ's descent had temporarily decreased the pressure on the Vatican. Faced with more than a dozen wizards, the Celtic god was not afraid and snickered. Merlin, that old thing, is still imprisoned in Avalon. But I never expected him to have such a hand and passed down the heritage of druids. Following the changes happening to the world, your powers must have also been restored to their might. However, the source of your power is the druids who sacrifice to the gods. Your powers all come from the Tuatha De Danann. How dare you make a move against the gods that you should be sacrificing to? Connacht Rees shouted in anger, releasing a shockwave filled with killing intent. The petals and vines under his feet were torn apart and blown away by his battle spirit. The ground beneath the god cracked and sunk. The wizards who had gathered around him were also blown back by the god's overwhelming aura. As the god of war said, the source of the power of these wizards came from the Celtic gods. When one of the wizards pulled out a cross, the god of war temporarily stopped his killing intent. Merlin, that old thing, once betrayed the Tuatha De Danann with Pendragon. Don't tell me he plans to repeat that. Those wizards look so handsome. The country owes me a letter of admission to Hogwarts. I'm going to Slytherin. Coach, I want to learn magic. I want to be a wizard. I'm 23 years old. Can I still attend Hogwarts? Is it possible to become a wizard just by believing in the Celtic gods? Hogwarts. Hogwarts. A broken bar. With the emergence of this group of wizards along with their identities as Merlin's disciples, countless young people began to get excited. Harry Potter was one of the most well-known literary works in the world. The magnificent world of witches and wizards had been deeply rooted in the hearts of people. Although people also know that Harry Potter was just a children's fantasy, its story still attracted many young people. The world of magic within was simply that fascinating. Now people found out that there were truly witches and wizards. They were even modernly dressed and could be called cool. Although the ones they held were much thicker than those wizards in novels and movies, they still resonated with fans and young people. This was especially after knowing that original wizards had their own faith, which was the faith in Celtic deities. Many impulsive young people began to have thoughts of changing their faith to the Celtic religion. Young people were always simple-minded. They did not pay much attention to heaven and hell. Compared to believing in mainstream religions like Christianity, they would rather become wizards and believe in a cool god. Subculture was a large market for young people. Seeing the wizard take out a cross, the Celtic god angrily denounced him as a traitor and even scolded Merlin and King Arthur. Traitor? Not only the royal family, everyone who heard these words. King Arthur was simply too famous. He was almost equivalent to the symbol of England. Hearing that the legendary king was actually a traitor was very surprising. However, some scholars also comprehended the Celt's meaning. King Arthur was a Celt, so his faith should be with the Celtic gods, but what was the actual truth? In truth, King Arthur exists primarily in Christian mythology, and many aspects of his legend point in that direction. From the Celtic perspective, it's understandable to view him as a traitor. The world's most famous wizard in Arthurian legend, Merlin, was also a Celtic druid, but to help the Christian-believing Arthur, he had also been branded a traitor. In Arthurian legend, Morgan was working against King Arthur, but the person who protected the seriously injured King Arthur and brought him to Avalon was also Morgan. This might look illogical, but if King Arthur was a Celtic traitor, it could be explained. It was very likely that this was a plot created by the Tuatha De Danann and the fairy queens of Avalon to overthrow his traitorous regime. At the Battle of Camlan, Mordred seriously wounded King Arthur, ending his regime. While he was at death's door, Morgan brought him to Avalon to recuperate. Merlin had also been imprisoned in Avalon by the Lady of the Lake, Vivian. In truth, King Arthur might not have been there to recuperate, but he and Merlin were imprisoned as prisoners. Avalon might actually be their prison. A scholar fanatically scanned through the information he knew and put together what he thought was a coherent narrative. As for whether this was true or not, there was no argument to be made. The Celtic god had said it himself, so there was no need to doubt. King Arthur was a fabricated character and did not truly exist. If that was the case, how could those wizards be explained? What about the magic that they used? Since Merlin existed, then the Arthurian legend must be true. Historians said that King Arthur never existed. Then they must have been fooled by supernatural beings. How could mortals know what happened among the gods? The sudden appearance of all kinds of gods with their supernatural powers that were beyond modern ken was already something that could overthrow all known history on Earth. In front of the miraculous powers of gods, those scholars who thought that they were liars could only decadently admit the truth of their existence. Every sentence of the gods was being overinterpreted by countless scholars and professors, just like those ancient poets. In time, King Arthur was once again on the hot seat, but the story was a bit more unpleasant this time. He went from a hero of Britain to a Celtic traitor. But regardless of the outside world, the Celt only gazed at the cross in the hands of the wizard and fiercely smiled. Was this cross given to you by the Christ who descended onto the world? The cross shone with a faint light that emitted a peaceful and serene aura. This was a magic ornament made by Louis using his divine authority of life. It did not really have a powerful ability and was only good as a decoration in the world of Sans Soleil. However, the aura it let out could be perceived by ordinary people and made people on earth feel the mighty aura of holiness. The nervous royal members in Buckingham Palace calmed down with the appearance of this cross and they quietly prayed, "My God, we are not disobeying you. It's just that our ancestor Merlin gave us a dream yesterday, asking us to come here today to have an audience with you. This cross was given to us today and passed us the message that it could calm the anger in your heart." The leader of the group spoke in a respectful tone. It was clear from his performance that these were only a group of mortals with supernatural powers and did not dare compete with the gods. It was also clear from his way of addressing the god what his faith was. HMPH. He is indeed an offspring of the Tuatha De Danann and an incubus. That old man is imprisoned in Avalon yet capable of sending his dreams out. His power seems like it hasn't weakened over the years and instead became stronger. The Celtic god of war truly calmed down in front of the cross. In the legend, Merlin was said to be an offspring of a human and an incubus. but from the words of the Celtic god, it seemed as if Merlin was actually an offspring of Ituatha De Danann and an incubus. Those professors and scholars who studied mythology were dumbfounded. If Merlin was truly an offspring of Ituatha De Danann, then it was no wonder why he had such prestige and power. Connacht Rhys, let's call it quits. Since we have an agreement with the other gods, we have to go and keep it. Don't let the other gods see us as a joke. The fairy that had been sitting on the Celtic god of war's shoulder flew up. Previously she looked at the god of war with worship and let him do as he pleased, to the point that her expression also became bloodthirsty, but now it seemed that she also regained reason and began to persuade him. It is an honor to meet you, Fairy Queen of Avalon, Murano. The wizard also bowed respectfully upon seeing the fairy. It could be called a complete show. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Murano, I know what to do. Connacht glanced at the fairy and looked at the royal family one more time. Although the cross let out a tranquil aura, the gaze of the beastly god still frightened them to their core. Since Christ has interceded, then I want you to agree to my conditions, then I will spare you. Connacht Rhys' eyes shone brightly and he grinned, as if his plan had been accomplished and that he did not have to continue acting. That smile stunned everyone, and they all began to wonder if they were dancing in the palms of his hands. Despite the Celt's mockery, Elizabeth did not lose her initiative. I don't know what you want, but if we can do it, we will, the aged monarch responded. Although their own deity was said to now walk the earth, it was likely a better idea to comply with the Celt's wishes at the moment. Life was, after all, preferable to martyrdom. As such, she responded with humility but made sure to retain her lineage's dignity. She added after a moment's pause, nevertheless, I am only a ruler in name. I wield very little actual political power. A powerless monarch? How is that possible? Connacht frowned. His questioning made the queen feel slightly nervous, but she could understand how modern political arrangements wouldn't come intuitively to the Celt. She considered explaining the British political system but realized that doing so would be difficult. Thus she elected to keep her mouth shut. The Celt stared at her for a moment before laughing. No matter, just remember what I said. If you can't make a decision, then talk to someone who can. Is this a threat? It's definitely a threat. At this rate, the Prime Minister will be in the hot seat since he's the one with actual authority. The Prime Minister also definitely did not want to meet such a savage and irascible god alone. First of all, I need this land once more to make offerings to us to Ituatha De Danann, to restore the faith of the people. Connacht's tone was calm, nothing like the rage and fury he had before. It was like he was a different person. The queen was hesitant. She had complicated thoughts on this matter. This was a religion-related matter which was not in her hands to govern. Of course, the most important point here was that she did not have the right to agree to this demand on behalf of the Prime Minister. This was a matter of urgency, and the British government would never say anything because the use of political tactics might backfire. Another reason why the Queen did not agree was that the United Kingdom was, nominally at least, a Christian country. And though it espoused freedom of religious expression, it was unclear how the Christian majority would take the new developments. Furthermore, she was unsure as to how Christ would take it. While the members of the royal family looked anxious and hesitant, Connacht laughed. If you're worried about Yahweh, you can relax. We, the Ituatha De Danann, have long been in agreement with him. There is no problem with doing as we request. He should not have any complaints. In the north of this continent, there are still Celtic descendants. Since you are the ruler, you should use the power of the country to make the culture of our people grow in this land once more. Let the druidic culture of my people flourish anew. Louis used this method to break Christianity's monopoly on the world. The world was a desert of mysteries to begin with, and the faith of more than 2 billion people did not cause the gods to appear. But Louis could use their faith in the world of Sans Soleil. He only worried that the strong Christian wills would affect his being as a god. In the world of Sans Soleil, it was not uncommon for a fallen god to occupy the body of their offspring and be reborn once more. This was how the ancient gods did things. Although Louis did not feel that these beliefs could affect him, the possibility was not absent. Treading carefully was still better than taking one wrong step and falling into the abyss. That's why Louis had to do these things to confuse the world's faith. Since the Lord has agreed, I have no reason to refuse. Elizabeth too breathed a sigh of relief. After knowing that the church would not blame her for this, she did not hesitate and agreed to the Celtic god's request on the Prime Minister's behalf. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. Although the power of the state could re-establish the Celtic Druid faith, it could make the regime unstable. Nonetheless, Ireland and other regions had recently been agitating for independence, so it was an opportunity to calm them down as well. Very well, this is your agreement with a god. As for the second point, this is more related to you people. There is a group of evil gods that are eyeing this world. Although we have no interest in what this world would become, we have found out that our enemies, the Fomorians, might be behind them. When the rules of this world initially changed, they arrived one step faster than we did. You should have already encountered their vanguard. The Celtic god's words made all those who were eavesdropping pale. The first thing that came to their minds was the incident in Tokyo not long ago. The deep ones who believe in Cthulhu sacrificed themselves to make Cthulhu descend onto this world. If they weren't stopped, then the whole of Japan might have collapsed and shocks would have reverberated around the world. With the collapse of the Japanese economy, the world would probably enter into a huge economic crisis. A lot of people who were concerned about these supernatural powers thought that they were about to grasp why these supernatural beings appeared in this world. These gods probably appeared to fight evil gods, just like how the torch dragon destroyed Cthulhu's deep ones. Perhaps one of these evil gods was Cthulhu. Since the Celtic god said that the Fomorians might be included in these evil gods, then perhaps their composition might be complex. The reason for Christ's descent would be understandable. In view of the Christian doctrine, Christ was a good God who persuades people to do good. In order to save the world from the evil gods, he came down to save all beings. All kinds of speculation and reports flew to different countries. They were concerned about what effects the appearance of these gods would have on their power. People would remain fearful if they could not clarify the purpose of these gods. And as long as this reason was known, it would stabilize the hearts and minds of the people, so that there was no chaos among the human race. Countless scholars and experts began to use the known information to deduce a magnificent epic of war between the gods. Their pens and keyboards wove together complex relationships between the various divine systems that existed. The words of the Celtic gods sound deceptive, but the testimony from other gods would make people believe in it. But the humans of Earth did not know that the so-called war between the gods did not really exist. It was only a self-directed play by Louis using their lack of information to deceive the world. In this way, they assumed that there were many gods in the world. Louis used a simple way to build up a rivalry between the present gods and the evil gods represented by Cthulhu. With an opposition, there would be conflicts. This conflict would allow Louis to develop his made-up story and obtain more faith, thereby pulling more people to his camp. He would use this belief to establish his faith as an outer god and stand in a solid position. Since you're already aware, I'll leave it to them to tell you what to do. At this point, the divine power within Louis's puppet was nearly depleted. He prepared to make a quick exit after dropping his instructions. Conactrice looked at the wizards who appeared humbled before the fearsome god. He turned to leave before realizing that some of the royals seemed to want to stop him, most notably the crown prince and his wife. Conactrice felt their hesitation. He looked down and noticed that his left hand still held onto the royal Princess Charlotte. This little girl had not cried ever since he grabbed her, and her almost weightless body had nearly skipped his mind. Little girl, you are quite brave, but still too young. It's not yet your time to go to war, he laughed as he put her down. The royal family members secretly sighed. The little girl had hardly known what she was doing when she ran out of the palace. It was with childish ignorance that she had stepped up to the Celt. Nonetheless, things had turned out okay in the end. Moreno seemed to be interested in the little princess, and she flew 2 circles around her. Princess Charlotte also looked at the diminutive person with childlike excitement. She curiously reached out to grab her, causing her parents to be startled. Hee, what a cute little girl. I'll give this to you. The fairy queen Murano laughed and took out a golden apple with a flip of her wrist and handed it over. Princess Charlotte was hesitant. She cautiously looked at her parents with her eyes as if asking if she could take it. The prince and princess were moved. When they saw the envy in the eyes of the wizards, they warmly nodded their heads to Princess Charlotte, indicating that she could take it. Charlotte smiled sweetly. She thanked Murano and took the apple with a face full of innocence. Then she took a bite out of it. Seeing this, the royal family members stiffened. They understood that this golden apple was not a normal object and the government hadn't even studied it yet, but the princess had promptly taken a bite out of it. Although they were inwardly embarrassed, no one dared to make a sound and they could only watch as the princess finished off the fruit in front of them. Seeing her happy expression, it was clear that the fruit was delicious at least. Murano flew up again and landed on Conactrice's shoulder. She laughed cheerfully. This little girl is more knowledgeable than adults and knows that apples are meant for eating. Her voice was cheerful and had a slightly mocking edge to it. It was as though she had sensed the royal family and government's desire to study the gift apple, and they blushed in embarrassment. Being mocked by a powerful being was not something to rejoice in, but something to fear. This business trip is done. I'm not good with words, so I'll leave the explanation to you people. Conactrice looked at the group of wizards and nodded to Murano. The Queen of Avalon waved her small hand and they both shone in golden light as they disappeared, leaving behind golden dust. The heavy atmosphere that permeated Buckingham Palace dissipated. All the royals felt their hearts fall back and some even felt relieved that they sat down on their buttocks, not caring where they were anymore. In front of the savage and irascible god, the pressure was really too much. Aside from the royals, even the wizards let out sighs in relief. Elizabeth too did not place much importance on her life since it had been long and fruitful, and so she looked at the wizards at the side. Her old, wise eyes flickered slightly. She knew that these people had mysterious powers, but they were real people and not gods. Seeing the youthful dress of these wizards, the Queen guessed that they must be modern citizens of the country. There really are superhumans in modern society, but these people have hidden very deeply. It wasn't until the gods appeared that they started to show themselves. These wizards had different demeanors and different movements. Somehow each seemed to hold a different personality. Earth's mortals did not know that for the gods of San Soliel, controlling multiple people and making them seem different was not a difficult task. Even the best micro-expressionists or psychologists could not tell that these people were all just one person. The Queen pondered. Without feeling the oppression from the god, her mind became clearer as she regained her standing. Among the countries of the world, only China and Japan had positive contact with these superhumans. Although the United States also had contact, this was more of a negative kind. Although this group of wizards was not as powerful as actual deities, they likely had command over various mysterious powers and were easier to speak with than gods. Thinking this, she approached them with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your help. Great Britain will also remember your help. Tuatha De Danann has asked us to discuss this with you. Why don't we change places and discuss it over afternoon tea? At the moment she had put on her most affable voice and displayed all her regal charisma. The remainder of the royals were stunned at this but soon revealed eager gazes at the prospects that could await all of them. Did they also have the talent to become a wizard? What was the world of wizards like? How was it different from Harry Potter? Could they learn magic? The teenage royals were especially excited. The adults on the other hand thought about the benefits of this encounter and secretly admired their queen's wisdom. Being able to communicate with these people was simple enough to cause other countries to feel envious. With the Prime Minister on his way to France, the Queen was the most qualified person to receive these people. There were too many benefits for the royal family. Under the expectations of the royal family, the old man who was the leader of the group did not refuse. If the people of San Soliel were here, they would feel that the old man's appearance looked like marches. The wizards behind him also looked like members of Dragon City's mage corps. Louis had actually borrowed the appearance of the people he knew well so that he did not have to spend effort in recreating human faces. Your Majesty has kindly invited us, and we have been instructed by the gods, so we would never refuse. Fake Marches bowed slightly. The tone of his voice was polite and respectful, yet faintly detached and proud. He maintained his status as a wizard who, although mortal, wielded extraordinary power. Find the original at hosted novel. But it seems that your palace is not suitable for hosting guests at the moment. Fake Marches looked at Buckingham Palace, which was a far cry from its usual pristine appearance. The Queen felt embarrassed, but since she still invited him, the side halls of Buckingham Palace should be untouched. If you don't mind, we can move there for a short discussion. Fake Marches looked around, and shook his head. It's fine. This is also caused by our god. Let us wizards handle everything here. Under the curious gazes of the royal family and other spectators, Fake Marches and the wizards behind him held up their wands and collectively uttered cryptic incantations. Then the scenery of Buckingham Palace began to shift as though it was in a movie on rewind. The palaces that had been burnt down and the tiles that had shattered and scattered everywhere seemed to regain their initial forms. The churned earth regained its original, verdant appearance. Pieces of ceramic and glass shards reformed into windows and tiles. In an instant, Buckingham Place had been restored to its pre-war days. It was as if it was brand new. At the same time, the gardens of Buckingham Palace seemed to be alive. Grass and flowers grew out of the soil. The flowers went from buds and bloomed in an instant. These wizards not only restored Buckingham Palace to its original state, they even made the plants grow again. All the people who saw this drew in a cold breath in shock. With these wizards being so powerful, just how powerful would the god that they respected be? Moreover, what incredible greatness did the Christ who descended on Kenya possess? For a moment, the crowd had complicated thoughts. It seemed that the Celtic god was merciful. If he really began to rage, then the entire country might be flipped upside down. Unless Christ took action himself, perhaps mankind would not be able to stop the Celtic maniac. Sir, this is a report on the Celtic god's actions at Buckingham Palace. In the middle of the White House, the President of the United States of America and the country's upper echelon were watching recorded footage of the events that took place in London. According to Harvard University, Stanford University, and several other psychological and micro-expression experts, the Celtic god who appeared and invaded Buckingham Palace this time did not act spontaneously. Rather, his actions were likely premeditated. The POTUS opened the report and displayed it on a screen. After quickly reading it, he raised an eyebrow. A broken bar. What's the main point? The experts have made some conclusions from the words of the Celtic god. They have also found details of the expression of satisfaction on the god's face when Queen Elizabeth agreed to his requests. They have all agreed that the Celtic gods are different from the traditional accounts of them being unthinking. At the very least they have enough intelligence and possess an internal political climate. I'm afraid that this god deliberately invaded Buckingham Palace to force the Queen to agree to his demands. This was probably his goal from the beginning. He did not want to completely retake the Celtic territories and was just acting things out. Hearing the words, the President and the people inside the room looked at each other with serious expressions. This report simply meant that Celtic gods were not only reckless, but they would also recklessly use their brains, which increased their danger level. None of these gods are easy. A broken bar. The President sighed. Your Excellency, we have obtained a lot of information from the Celtic god. There is still some time before the specific analysis. Do you have any instructions about Christ? Let the Jews go bother Christ. We'll just wait and see what happens. We'll also join forces with the European Union, Russia, China, Japan, and other countries to pressure Britain. We need to know what Elizabeth II and those wizards talked about. At the same time, we need to pressure the Vatican to share as much information as possible. At the same time, other countries were also doing the same thing. They united together to put pressure on Britain and the Vatican at the same time. This was human politics. It only contained everlasting interest, and in face of it, even hostile forces would temporarily unite together. In Buckingham Palace, Queen Elizabeth II entertained Fake Marches as a state guest. The other wizards left immediately after they repaired the palace. While she was slightly disappointed at this, she didn't let it cloud her objectives. In the Victorian-style banquet, Warm black tea and delicate pastries were placed on the table. Outside the window was the view of the garden of Buckingham Palace. In the room, apart from the Queen, only a few members of the immediate royal family were present. With the Queen's rich experience and skillful tongue, anybody would feel right at home. In most cases, it wouldn't be hard for her to tease out secrets from her interlocutors, either directly or by implication. But Louis also had significant political experience in Saint-Solil. He rebuffed her efforts at sounding him out fairly easily. After an hour of friendly conversation, Queen Elizabeth sighed. The wizard named Marches spoke to her without revealing much, showing that he was also quite experienced. After trying for a long time, she still couldn't tell what to make of him. However, she was still able to extract some information from him over the course of their conversation. For example, the group of wizards that came with him was all part of the Order of Merlin. They believed in Celtic Druid culture and their headquarters was located in London. She also found out that Marches was also an Englishman who was 140 years old, born when Queen Victoria ruled the country. After hearing that the wizard was born during Queen Victoria's era, Queen Elizabeth knew that she would not be able to find out his life history. 100 years was something capable of rubbing away information from the past, especially with the events of the Second World War. However, she was still surprised that the headquarters of the wizards was located in London. She did not expect such an incredible group to be hiding right under their noses. After learning of his age, she was also a bit enthusiastic. He was almost 150, yet his body was still spirited and healthy. Perhaps the wizard had a way to live a longer life. If possible, Queen Elizabeth would not mind living for 40 to 50 more years. Your Majesty, we have probed each other too much, but I must first tell you of the important things that I have to report on behalf of our God. The Queen's smile faded. She sat up straight and gestured for the person at the side to record the contents of their conversation. Then she nodded her head, indicating for the wizard to continue. My God, Connacht Reese, had informed you about the evil gods. Those evil gods who appeared in Tokyo were just vanguards. We know that their main forces have significant plans and will likely act on them soon. If we let up a little, then humanity would be wiped out. We wizards are also mortals and can suffer from disasters. Since the environmental changes in this world are not yet complete, only a few gods can descend onto the world. If we want to survive this crisis, we would need human effort. To put it bluntly, there are other beings in the universe besides us, and we humans are not particularly important to the gods. Speaking so, Marches sighed as if he felt sorrow for humanity. Although Queen Elizabeth's face remained unchanged, her inner thoughts were shaken. The staff recording the words and other members of the royal family were equally shocked. Scholars had put forward a hypothesis that Earth was not the only place with life. This was because many locations in mythology simply could not have happened on a small planet like Earth. Those experts believed that other than Earth, there should be other worlds and planets. However, these were only speculations in the past. Now that they had learned the truth from the wizard's mouth, how could they not be shocked? If they spread these words to the world, then human history would change significantly. This was not a complete lie. After all, there were indeed other civilizations out there. For example, the Terran civilization aimed to wipe out other civilizations. With the infinite expanse of space, how could there not be other planets and cultures? Then what should we do? Human weapons are ineffective against them. We couldn't even do anything against the Celt, so how are we supposed to face off against the evil god? Her implicit meaning was for the wizards to teach them magic. Under everyone's eager eyes, the wizard pulled out a roll of parchment from his sleeve and spread it out, revealing an exquisite graph with words and designs that none of them could decipher. Marches said, I hope that your Majesty would also provide this formation to other governments. Let them use their manpower to build these magic formations in these places. Saying so, Marches pulled out a world map in which the world was drawn in detail. This magic formation does not require a lot of materials, but it requires manpower to carefully prepare. Only the construction of these magic circles would give us a chance against the gods. Earth was void of mysteries, but magic did exist. In other words, it was possible to release spells, but Earth could never create mages itself. which formed a contradiction. Why did magic even exist? Louis, who had the help of the Terran civilization, was able to break this contradiction. Since the souls of Earth's believers could not return to his divine kingdom on their own, he simply had to establish a spell that could send them there. The problem was that the 7 billion people were spread throughout the planet, giving Louis a headache. Doing it manually would be tedious and inefficient, and so he decided to play upon their fears with a made-up deity. If successful, he could scare all the world governments into doing the bulk of the work for him, and he would only have to start the formation up. When they finished, the formation would then remain active and use Earth's magic power instead of his to remain active permanently. For the entire afternoon, the Queen chatted happily with the wizard. The British royal family obtained what they wanted. Although they had to share the magic formation with other governments, the Queen also received information that MI5, with the cooperation of MI3, had seized the other golden apple and had now placed it in a laboratory. With the magic formation, they were also able to obtain drawings that contained mysterious runes and symbols. The Queen felt that they were now ahead of other countries in terms of research of the mysteries. If they had more luck, then they might be able to regain their past glory. At the very least, they would not be in their current awkward position. The words of fake marches especially made the Queen's heart excited. "Your Majesty, I still have a minor request." Princess Charlotte ate the golden apple given by Fairy Queen Marino, and her physique changed. "If possible, I wish to take her as my apprentice. With her talents, she would definitely be able to become an excellent witch." Fake Marches showed a bit of hesitation when he asked. Unbeknownst to him, both the Queen and Princess Charlotte's parents were happy when they heard March's words. Faith in Christ. This was a small thing in Britain that held freedom of religion to be a paramount right. Even the royal daughter of England could choose to believe in other gods. This was an opportunity to come in contact with the unknown. If this powerful wizard chose to teach Charlotte, then she would become a superhuman that was different from mortals. At that moment, the Queen thought of having Princess Charlotte inherit the throne. The Queen nodded her head in agreement and wanted to have Princess Charlotte go under this wizard as her teacher, but in the end, Fake Marches shook his hand in refusal. He said that he had to complete the task given by the gods first. Afterward, they could talk about accepting apprentices, so this matter was temporarily shelved. However, the royal family became more enthusiastic, completely treating the old wizard as one of their own. Fake Marches was held up a lot before he could leave Buckingham Palace, and he eventually disappeared through a portal. At this point, Louis had finished the preliminary preparations for his grand plan. Because he had promised to take the princess as his disciple, the royal country would strive to deploy these magic formations. Although the British Queen did not have any rights to enforce people, she had enough prestige to convince people to do so. Now that she had a connection with the wizards, her voice would have some more weight. As to whether other countries would believe the arrival of the evil gods and create the magic array, Louis was not worried about it. With the proof of evil gods, the governments would do it out of fear. However, casting magic that could cast an illusion over the entire world was currently outside of Louis's capabilities due to his lack of power. He needed to become a true god to be able to do so, which was why he was not worried. The time for that would come very soon. At that time, he would be a true god and not an enemy that Earth's civilization could deal with. Now that his first plan for establishing his kingdom had been completed, he was now at the final step of consolidating the faith of the world. A broken bar. The Somali Republic was in the easternmost part of the African continent. The Somali Peninsula had the longest coastline in Africa, and anyone would first associate Somalia with pirates. Although Somalia was said to be a republic, its government was extremely corrupt and the people of Somalia could be said to resort to piracy due to extreme poverty. Although the government tried to combat piracy, it was not particularly effective. The fundamental reason for this was that some government agencies had in fact been secretly supporting the pirates. The current president of Somalia, President Abdullahi, was sitting behind a desk smoking a cigar. His face was sad but contained a hint of fanaticism while looking at the email displayed on his computer. Abdullahi, who was a devout believer of Islam, felt hatred from the bottom of his heart at the Christ who was on his way to Somalia from Kenya. Ironically, because of this Christ, his faith in his own God only grew. On one hand, he wanted to move against the so-called Son of God, but on the other, he recognized that as a mortal, he was limited in his ability to do so. That was until he received an email from the United States of America. The Jewish Consortium of the United States of America had sent him a large sum of money and American military equipment, hoping that he would help them stop Christ. If he agreed, these plutocrats would also give him more financial support so that he could wipe out all of his domestic opposition. Abdullahi was not stupid. How could he have become the president if he was? He knew that the plutocrats were trying to take advantage of him. Under normal circumstances, he would have chosen to refuse, but this was a rare chance for him to exercise his faith to the utmost. As a result, Abdullahi finally agreed to their request. He convinced himself that he was not bewitched by the money they offered him, but that he was doing this for his own faith. Allahu Akbar, I am willing to make this sacrifice. He closed his eyes, and he could clearly imagine the lascivious scenes that would await him in paradise if he died. The scripture said that the righteous would live in a safe place, live in paradise. They would be able to wear silken clothes and obtain beautiful women to be their companions. Having reaffirmed his faith, he began to issue orders to his men. These loyal individuals were also fanatical believers like him. At the same time, they were also suicidal daredevils. Support us at hosted novel. Somalia was about to become the next Rome where Christ was bound and executed. A broken bar. On the Kenya-Somalia border, what was once a procession of only a few hundred had expanded to nearly tens of thousands of people. These devotees had followed Christ through the country of Kenya to the new land of Canaan. As Christ, Louis remained serene and calm as he walked barefoot on the earth. In fact, this Christ was not Louis himself anymore, but an intelligent puppet that he had created with magic and substituted for himself midway. He had swapped places because he had received a sudden realization regarding the divine authority of time. The temporal differentials between Earth and San Solil had spurred this, and now he felt that he had a solid understanding of the entire domain. The East African coast, Somalia. A militia of dark-skinned soldiers busied themselves with transporting various kinds of weapons and ammunition along the coastline. Tough and fierce-looking men lifted up crates filled with automatic rifles, ammunition and rockets into a convoy of rickety trucks. In contrast to the shoddy vehicles, however, the contents of the crates were state-of-the-art and highly valuable. After all, these had been given to the Somalis by the Jewish Consortium of the United States of America. Hurry up, move faster, pay attention and don't drop it. After you deliver the items to the northern barracks you can leave. The sudden influx of high-quality arms left many of the soldiers confused and curious as to their origins. A few had some suspicions, but most honestly, they couldn't be too bothered about where they came from. Far more relevant was the income they'd earn for transporting them to their employers. Opportunities for a safe and good wage were hard to come by in these times. Soon the last truck drove off, fully laden with the tools of conflict, and the bustling coastline quickly returned to being a scenic beach. Only two men remained standing and staring at the waves. The first was President Abdullahi, and the second was of military origins. His uniform sported numerous medals and a beret fit snugly onto his head. Turning to the president he saluted. Mr. President, all the goods have been received. As you requested, we prioritized loading and did not bother counting them. Very good. Next, place our best troops at the border south of Kenya. I will be joining you at the command center soon, so until then, make sure there are no setbacks. Yes, sir. This buff Somali general saluted once more to no one. A broken bar. In the presidential palace of Mogadishu, Somalia, Abdullahi placed down his communicator. His hands trembled as he picked up the cigar next to him, lit it up, and took a drag. Then he gently exhaled the smoke. The trembling did not come from fear, but a kind of religious fervor. With the arrival of the weapons, Abdullahi felt more and more sure that this was a test from his deity, and it wasn't just him alone. Many others under his employ felt this to be a moment of true reckoning. The next day, Abdullahi directly took a plane from Mogadishu to the border. The situation would require his personal oversight in order to avoid any mistakes. South of Somalia was a series of planes that crossed over into neighboring Kenya. One of these was encamped by a troop of 10,000 active duty soldiers. These were the creme de la creme of the country's forces and wholeheartedly executed all orders given to them without any qualms of personal morality. Abdullahi and the military elite had not informed them about the goals of the current military exercise. Rather, they were told that they would be drilled. Given the true implications of the intended actions, Abdullahi could not guarantee that the army would comply. It was completely possible for part of, or even the majority of the army to mutiny if they learned that they were to fire at Christ. Mr. President, the troops have been prepared and the weapons have been loaded. We await your command. The general who checked the goods earlier accompanied Abdullahi on his tour of the camp. There were hundreds of vehicles and dozens of old tanks. There were even thousands of rocket launchers aiming at the distance. According to their information, Chest was leading nearly 500,000 disciples as he advanced. The total number of these weapons was not more than 10,000. But this kind of saturation attack was especially powerful in the plains. There was almost nothing to hide behind and each shell of artillery could do devastating damage. Abdullahi knew that these weapons would not be able to do any damage to Christ, but he aimed for the 100,000 disciples behind him. So what if Christ could not be harmed by these shells? As long as the disciples who followed him were killed, then his prestige would decrease. Allah will surely reward me. The Islamic creed held that while Jesus was a prophet, he absolutely wasn't the Son of God or even God himself. This was one of the major differences between Islam and Christianity, and if it was proven to be untrue, then Islam and Judaism would be relegated to being false religions. But neither Abdullahi nor his men were aware that their hearts had been completely distorted. They were becoming obsessed and fanatical. This was a reckless choice that he should not have made as a president, but that he did anyway. Even the Jewish plutocrats did not expect this president to be so crazy. The president, whose mind had been distorted, gazed at his troops with reddened eyes. With a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Fire as soon as the targets are within range." "No need to ask for my orders." "Understood, sir." Such a massive troop movement in Somalia had long been discovered by other countries. Just when the countries were still discussing what Abdullahi's troops were going to do, they found out that they were gathering at the border. Every country was worried that he would do something crazy, but he moved too fast and no one could stop him. The heads of the major countries had only one thought at this time: these bastards are seriously crazy. Louis had already taken over the puppet he had made and was once again leading his disciples as Christ forward. He seemed ignorant of what was happening in front of him, but also seemed to know all that awaited him. At this time, Louis was immersed in his own godhood. He watched as the divine authority of time was lit. As the 5 branches lit up, it surged up and finally converged into Dragon, which was the only one left unlit by Louis. This was also his most important divine authority. At this time, Louis began to think of a question, namely, why was much of Earth's mythological history similar to Sansolil's? For example, there were elves, dragons, druids, dwarves, angels, demons, and many fantasy species in Earth's mythology, and they were actual creatures in Sansolil. This seemed too coincidental to be shrugged off. Perhaps there was a connection. Pondering on this for a while, he asked the intelligent brain. Its response, however, was that Sansolil and Earth were completely different worlds with no relationship. Thus, Louis concluded that it wasn't that the mythical fantasy of Earth created Sansolil, but that the world of Sansolil had influenced the ancient myths and legends of Earth. This could be inferred from the history of both sides. The real history of Earth was probably only a few thousand years old, while the history of Sansolil was more than 100,000 years. Therefore, from a historical point of view, it could only be that the world of Sansolil had influenced the development of Earth. As to how this happened, the culprit might be the Terran civilization. It was only this civilization that created the channel between the two worlds. It had invaded Sansolil and left a part of its heritage on Earth, so it was very likely that the Terran civilization brought some information from Sansolil to Earth, which was the beginning of human civilization at that time. In a way, Louis performing acts like the gods of San Soliel was a kind of return to origin. Just as Louis understood the relationship, he and his disciples also stepped into the border between Somalia and Kenya and arrived in Somalia. 10,000 meters away, after learning that Christ had entered range, President Abdullahi and his generals looked at each other and simply gave an order. Fire! The line of rocket launchers fired their deadly shells toward the incoming crowd. The hunks of metal left trails of smoke in the air as they arced. Boom boom boom. Old model tanks shot out brand new shells. Chunks of grass were flung into the air. The earth hummed under the barrage of steel and the deafening din of exploding firearms roared into everyone's ears. The only voices any could hear were those of the instruments of war. It was a textbook example of saturated bombardment, in many ways reminiscent of the WEI battlefield. Given the developments in modern logistics and tactics, it would hardly ever have been used on contemporary battlefields, but now it had reared its head once more in Somalia. President Abdullahi felt his heart stir and he cheered and applauded. The accuracy of the saturation shell was not high, but it did not matter. With 100,000 people around 10,000 meters away, it would definitely not miss its mark. As for who to blow up, they didn't even need to consider them. In this plane, facing the saturated shelling, the 100,000 people also gathered up and thought about the terrible massacre in Auschwitz. Crazy. President Abdullahi of Somalia is crazy. God, what are they doing? They are blasphemers. This is a slaughter, an obvious slaughter. Everyone in Somalia should go to hell. A broken bar. Reporters who were on the scene broadcasted the desperate scene live of the artillery barrage. Christ descended onto the world and was leading his disciples to Canaan. How could this momentous event not receive worldwide attention? The media from all countries sent people to Somalia for round-the-clock broadcasting to record the modern miracle. There were journalists who followed the disciples on foot, and there were cameramen in cars with cameras following a short distance away from the procession. There were even helicopters in the sky filming the long line of people. The people in the air filmed the organized procession. Just this scene alone was not something modern films could replicate, especially when the 100,000 people were all devout believers. The solemn and holy atmosphere would make anyone feel as if they were in the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, everyone around the world also witnessed the moment the Somali army fired shells toward the procession. They might have been distanced from the army by about 10 kilometers, but it only took modern weapons a few seconds to traverse that kind of distance. How could they not feel fear when they saw the iron harbingers of death descend? What kind of scene would play out when the shells landed in the thick of the crowd? It was too horrible to consider. The first barrage had reached its zenith and begun its true descent. Accompanying them was a high-pitched whistle and cries of consternation from the crowd. The disciples fell into panic and the huge queue fell into chaos, but soon, their confusion dissolved. Looking up towards the sky, each person faced the growing black dots with a zealous resolve. They were already true believers on pilgrimage with Christ. Even in the world of San Soliel, they were comparable to the most devout believers, therefore they were not too afraid of death. After all, fewer circumstances would be so guaranteed for them to go to heaven. Sire Broken Bar. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Suddenly, Christ, who had been walking in front without saying a word, sighed softly. He faced the approaching shells and spoke in a voice that was full of mercy, "You who have lost your heart to the devil." Broken Bar. Then the Savior recited the book of Ecclesiastes. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up, a time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance. A broken bar. The voice was holy and loud. In front of the preaching, time seemed to have stopped. No, it didn't just seem to stop, but it truly stopped. The people were in disbelief. Under their dumbfounded gazes, a magnificent cross stood in the middle of the plain that was tens of thousands of meters high. It towered above all else to the extent that no one could make out the end of it. The cross shone with soft light, not blinding, but enough to make people feel as if their bodies and mind were being cleansed. There was justice, order, mercy, gentleness, salvation, etc. all seemed to emanate from it. The air stopped flowing, the swaying grass became still, and the animals on the plains also froze. This was a painting painted by God using the world as the canvas. Legendary spell, Advanced Time Stop. The 9-ringed spell, Time Stop, was actually a spell that sped up one's own time, allowing a person to finish any action in less than a second. To others, it would appear to be fast, but it wasn't truly stopping time. On the other hand, the legendary spell, Advanced Time Stop, acted on the enemy as well as the self, thus extending the length of the time stop. But this still wasn't stopping time, because time was a domain that even the gods had difficulty reaching. Only a few gods had studied it. The one who probably had the deepest understanding of this divine authority would be the goddess of magic, who once owned a part of the divine authority. The one who had truly comprehended the meaning of time now was Louis. As a result, this spell constructed with his divine power was a true spell of God, which could affect all matter. Even he would be affected by it. It was no longer a spell that affects the human mind, but a divine miracle that truly kept time from flowing. Time has stopped. How is this possible? O God, is this your greatness? Praise the Lord, who created all things. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. O Lord, we small mortals have finally witnessed your miracles. I will follow after you to heaven. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. A broken bar, a broken bar. Countless believers cried out at the miracle that they witnessed. They wept, kneeled with joy, praised the Lord, and fervently prayed. The journalists, photographers, ordinary people in front of computers and TVs, and even top government officials who saw the scene were left in shock as if they had lost the ability to think. Not long ago, the torch dragon had opened its eyes to bring forth the day, and now in a territory of the African continent, the Lord Christ had made time stand still. This was a scene that only people could only see and read in fantasy literature, but now it happened in reality. Time, a broken bar stopped. Why, you kidding me? Quick, let's explore what's happening in that space. A broken bar, a broken bar. At the sight of the miraculous spectacle, the top brass of various governmental agencies was gassed. This was, after all, the power to stop time, something that was rarely found even in science fiction. At that moment, the governments of the world were terrified. When the torch dragon opened its eyes to bring daylight, they had only been shocked, but when Christ displayed his power to silence all things, their psyche had been attacked far beyond what their minds could handle. How small was man compared to a miracle in which time stood still? As the world's largest superpower, the United States acted faster than anyone else. Naturally, there were agents of the United States following the procession. These top agents carried the latest technology with them, so they quickly moved to test the area where time had stopped and immediately sent results back to the United States of America. Molecular motion has stopped. It has truly stopped. The properties of physics have disappeared. This is a real standstill. It isn't a slowdown in molecular movement nor a slowdown of human perception at all. The compact experimental equipment of the frontline personnel is only advanced enough to test molecular movement, but from what is known, I'm afraid that matter from the most basic structure has stopped moving. An agent threw a bomb into the area where time stood still, but it did not explode, nor could the signal to remotely blow it up work. Someone detonated a grenade outside the area, but when the fragments and shockwave from the explosion reached the area of stillness, they also stopped. I am afraid that in this area, radiation, magnetic fields, and heat transfer are no longer in motion. The laws of thermodynamics have been invalidated. Here, even entropy has stopped. How is this possible? If such an act is carried out in just one region of Earth, it should also cause other physical changes. Is this region where time has stopped still following the rotation of Earth? What is the depth of its range and what is the range of matter that can be affected? Why is there no change in the rest of the environment outside the time-stopping range? This is simply impossible. There were scientists who were tearing at their hair like crazy. They could not comprehend this phenomenon at all. Physics and mathematics were precise and rigorous sciences. Any single variable could change the entire formula, but with the situation in Somalia, The importance of these mathematical formulas had been taken away. The formulae might still hold in most cases, but this clear violation of them called them into serious question. To illustrate with an example, everyone understood that the planets in the solar system revolved around the sun, but if someday a great being took away the sun, then the entire solar system could be expected to collapse. In this case, however, the unthinkable happened. Even without the sun, the planets still continued to revolve in place. It was as if the sun was still there and nothing had changed. This was the power of gods. Logic simply could not explain it. It was like chaos made form. Even the advanced Terran civilization was beaten into a mess under it. Earth's modern civilization was simply powerless in the face of divine power. In Africa, China had made many investments, so they had also tested the incomprehensibility of the area afterward. The Chinese scientists were like their counterparts in the United States of America. They completely collapsed and had even begun to doubt the world they were living in. On the Somalia-Kenya border, many journalists broadcasted this miracle live to the world, causing countless Earthlings shocked. Evgeny, what are you doing? Among the frontline reporters, a bear-like Russian man took off his coat and bared his upper body. He began doing warm-up exercises outside of the miraculous area. When his German reporter friend saw him, he couldn't help but ask what he was doing. My friend, I'm going to show the viewers an experiment on this miraculous region and let Christ inspire them. The Russian's words caused journalists from other countries to gather and point their cameras at him. They inwardly exclaimed that the Russian was quite bold to use his own body for an experiment. The Russian held a pocket watch in his hand. He turned his body sideways and let the left half of his body move closer to the still area. Countless cameras were aimed at him as if he was a world-class artist at the moment. Then, under the eyes of the reporters and viewers, Evgeny reached out with his left hand and the watch. In the next moment, the second hand of the pocket watch stopped. Evgeny, what do you feel? Oh my lord. This is amazing. I can't exactly explain what it feels like. My left hand seems to be missing as if I have been born without it. It seems that the signal from my brain can't be transmitted to my left hand at all. I also can't retract it. Yes, you heard that right. I can't retract my left hand anymore. I have a hunch that unless my whole body enters this area, the rest of me will be unable to move from this spot. My lord, what the hell is this principle? Evgeny let out a cry of amazement and exclamation, but no one could answer his question. Everyone gathered around him to take pictures and videos. Lamb who has been bewitched by the devil, you have sinned unforgivably. Suddenly, Christ, who was still able to move, and the mysterious area let out a loud and holy voice. Without knowing how his voice was transmitted in this area where the air did not flow, it had reached everyone's ears. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. With his words, a fire shot up into the sky 10,000 meters away. A sickening roar echoed and the distant plains had been turned into a hellish landscape covered in magma. A huge monster wrapped in flames with wings on its back and demonic horns looked at Christ with hostility. Demon. It's a demon. Oh God, it's a living demon. Abdullahi has been corrupted by the devil. No wonder he dared to treacherously block the way of Christ. He has become a demon. Hurry up and record it. No, we should run away right now. A broken bar. When the Bala demon from the abyss appeared, some people screamed in terror and ran backward. Others simply stood excitedly and filmed the demon with the camera in their hands. This was a demon that was only recorded in myths and never seen by anyone. It was a precious specimen, more valuable than a panda. But in the next moment, the people became silent because the demon displayed what true cruelty was. It let them, who were at the top of the food chain, witness that they were just the demon's prey. Somalia's generals looked in horror at the leader they were loyal to. Abdullahi's body turned twisted. His skin split open, but what flowed from those openings was not blood but burning hot magma. The magma flowed down the surface of Abdullahi's body, burning his skin into charcoal, but he seemed to be unable to feel it. His pupils gradually disappeared, and he let out a twisted smile that emitted a crackling sound. No matter how you look at it, this wasn't normal. Mr. President, although the general called out to Abdullahi, his whole body backed up and pointed his pistol at the president. He hear broken bar. A broken bar. Abdullahi showed an evil smile at the general. He opened his mouth, but what splattered out was not saliva but hot lava. The general choked at the smell of sulfur, but he did not turn his head away and shouted, "Soldiers, soldiers, everyone come!" The general let out a terrified shout, but in the next second, Abdullahi's body burst into flames and transformed into a terrifying demon. The demon looked up at the sky and let out a vicious roar. From it, huge waves of flame emanated in all directions. This was a racial spell that belonged to the Bala demons. As the most powerful demon of the abyss, second only to the demon lords, any normal being was certain to die to his attack. Boom! The world round the demon gradually turned into a hellscape of magma that poured out endlessly. Nearby tanks, armored vehicles, and cannons melted under this scorching hot magma. Those people who had been close to the demons had already been turned to ashes. Save me, run. It's a monster. A monster. The president has turned into a demon. Wait, let us get in the car too. A broken bar. Some Somali soldiers had fired at the demon, but as the bullets hit the body, they had instantly melted and dripped onto the earth, hissing as they landed. Resistance was futile, and they immediately understood this. In the end, they all ran away in fear. There were armored vehicles not caught in the magma, so the drivers directly stepped on the pedal to escape the area. Ha 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 ha. Countless whips of flames appeared from the demon's body. These whips were able to easily cut humans apart. Then it pulled out a giant flaming sword and spread the flames from it everywhere. The demon chased those fleeing people like a lion in a herd of sheep, killing everyone. The journalists and disciples who had followed behind Christ in the distance heard the cries for help from ahead. The fleeing soldiers drove armored cars as they screamed for help, and the demon pursued them. The smell of sulfur filled their noses and the sky turned black and the ground beneath them slowly turned into lava. The Bala demon that Louis manipulated poured out its spells to create a hellscape. Momia, don't eat me. Don't eat me. The demon grabbed people directly, tore them apart, and chewed on their bodies. The smell of sulfur had masked the scent of blood, but the disgusting scene of humans being turned into food gave people the chills. Those who were eating and watching this scene had probably stopped eating already. Human bones cracked as the demon bit into the humans. Intestines and viscera spilled out of their bodies, but it continued to gnaw on them as it killed the Somali army. In just a few moments, the Somali army had been wiped out. Take a look at those illusory lights. The demon is not only eating these people, but it is also eating their souls. Some people had discovered that for every person the demon killed, their souls seemed to remain before being absorbed by the demon. Seeing this, everyone could not help but tremble. This meant that the souls of those killed by it did not dissipate. Perhaps the demon even tortured them after death. Thinking about this, even the bravest of people would retreat. No one wanted to be abused by a demon after death. The Somalis' suffering was really self-inflicted as they were compelled by the devil to block Christ's path. Their souls would ultimately go to hell and receive punishment. At Idiaresis 1/4 a broken bar hash a broken bar Idiaresis 1/4 Idiaresis 1/4 Idiaresis 1/4 Idiaresis 1/4. The demon was even more seething when it saw Christ. Its anger almost seemed to take a physical, hazy form as it roared out, but since the demon was speaking the language of the abyss, no human could understand it. However, they could feel depravity and corruption just from hearing its words. Their hearts sank and their breathing became disordered. Although the language of the abyss was not as terrifying as the gods, it could still make ordinary people go crazy. I shall be numbered among the criminals, and shall bear the sins of many, even your sins. Christ spoke again with a compassionate voice as if he forgave all those who turned their backs on him. He was even willing to bear the sins that these Somali soldiers had committed. Then, the field where time stood still disappeared, causing the shells in the air to reverse and pour onto the demon. Idiaresis yen hash Idiaresis yen hash % a broken bar. The demon roared when it saw the shells flying towards it. A flame storm rose up, enveloping the thousands of shells accompanied by endless explosions. The remaining Somali soldiers were caught up in this firestorm and turned into ashes, with only a few managing to escape. I am one with the Father, I am the light of the world, and I shall light your way." Christ once again shouted, causing light to appear in this burning hellscape. The light turned into a bolt of lightning that cracked from the sky into the earth. Divine electricity struck down the demon, causing its skin to crack even more. It let out a soul-shaking scream as if the will of evil was gradually dissipating. With the appearance of this lighting, the smell of sulfur had become lighter. The hellscape also seemed to become somewhat sanctified. This was an imitation spell that Louis copied from the Paladin's Thunder Prayer. Although this Bala demon was controlled by Louis, it was still a Bala demon. General spells were not very effective on it, so Louis had imitated a Paladin's spell with his divine power. Being the strongest counter to the demon, it had been destroyed in one fell swoop. When the demon died, its body inflated like a huge balloon before bursting violently. Every creature within hundreds of meters of it died as its blood spilled all over heaven and earth. Its blood turned into flames, with human souls as the fuel. This was something that the Bala demon would produce at its death. It was akin to a corpse explosion where it killed everything around it. It could also be called its final move. As a result, many in the world of San Solil were unwilling to fight a Bala demon. They were not only strong and tenacious, but they would pull you along even in death. It was simply an annoying enemy. However, in front of a god, even demon lords of the abyss would die, let alone Bala demons. Its self-immolation trick wouldn't do any harm. Seeing this extremely horrible demon die, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Even if they were just watching, they felt as if they experienced a great battle. The appearance of the demon was too much on their psyches as they remained paralyzed on the ground. But people could finally believe that this person was Christ, the Savior who was hated and feared by the demons, the God of all creation. After killing the demon, Louis expressed his satisfaction. With the appearance and death of the demon by Christ's hand, no one would ever question his identity. It must be known that this demon was a genuine article and not a counterfeit. Louis also deliberately left some demon flesh and blood for the people of Earth to study. This way, they could see that the demons had a completely different flesh composition from any known creature on the planet. Although Louis could not tell how much faith he was gathering while he was on Earth, he thought that the results would delight him once he returned to San Solil. Just as he was imagining the future, an alert came from the intelligent brain. Warning, there are powerful creatures of the world of San Solil trying to approach the space-time wormhole. I can buy 12 hours of time on Earth for the host. Please make sure the host returns to San Solil within 12 hours. Someone has come to Dragon City and is approaching my palace. Who is it? No one actually noticed that person, and they even went past Roselia and Nola's perceptions. 12 hours should be enough. Louis was aghast. He didn't expect such an event to occur. He knew that his show on Earth had to end in a hurry. His space-time wormhole must never be discovered by anyone as it would be his future foundation. A demon has appeared to stop Christ. It looks even more horrible than in classical paintings. To think they actually eat people alive, as well as their souls. I'm going to be a vegetarian for the next 2 days. Demons being represented as friendly creatures in modern media is a huge lie. I don't know if there might be succubi among demons. I might be afraid of being eaten by demons, but I wouldn't mind being drained by a succubus. They would definitely like virgins like me. What is the demon saying? My scalp is tingling even if I'm behind the screen. Could this be the language of demons? What a horrible thing. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. The internet was on fire. The appearance of the demon made it impossible for people to question Christ, especially when it displayed enough strength to eliminate a small modern army. It was clearly stronger than imagined as tanks and armored vehicles were reduced to molten metal under the heat of its flames. Moreover, many people thought that there might be an endless number of demons in hell and billions of angels in heaven. In the past, even the most religious doubted that Earth could accommodate so many creatures, but if the world was larger than they imagined, then everything seemed logical. If there were truly legions of demons, then perhaps they could instantly flood the entire Earth. Not long ago, the Celtic god alerted their world of the existence of evil gods. This instantly caught the attention of many countries and top government officials. At this point, the government felt that his words might not be lies. However, The people of Earth did not know that although there were many demons in the abyss, there were only a small number of parademons. Relatively weaker demons could be killed by modern firearms, but it would take some time due to their innate physical resistance. A broken bar. The intelligent brain's warning had cut short Louis's plan. The space-time wormhole in Dragon City could never be exposed. As Earth was now finally bearing fruits for Louis, he couldn't accept any interruptions to his plans. And so, although the intelligent brain gave him a buffer of 12 hours, Louis still decided to wrap things up quickly, in 6 hours at most. Fortunately, his plan was almost completed. Somalia had the longest coastline in Africa and shared an adjacent coastline with Kenya. Louis had originally intended to go deep inside Somalia and convert the citizens into his believers, but now because of time constraints, he could only choose the second best option, which was to establish a holy land at the intersecting borders. Plans can't catch up with change after all. Louis sighed. Picking up his pace, he led his 100,000 disciples and crossed the land ravaged by the demon. He reached the edge of the African coastline. When Christ and the disciples had left, the intelligence officers of various countries who had been lingering nearby began to rush out and impatiently collected the remains of the demons that had been scattered on this plain. This was a demon, a creature that did not belong to any of Earth's current known creatures. It was also a creature of myths, so its flesh and blood must have hidden many secrets. If they could crack these, they might make huge developments in bioengineering. It might even be possible to turn it into a source of power. Researchers from all countries were waiting eagerly for the flesh and blood to be sent to their domestic research institutes, ready to study them with great enthusiasm. However, their research would end up futile. The human genetic map hadn't even been completely understood yet, so how was it possible for them to easily study demons, an extraordinary species that was far beyond humans? It must also be known that demon genes did not have a double helix structure, making them completely different from any known living creature. Even with technology on the level of the Terran civilization, they wouldn't be able to unlock all its secrets. That said, it was still inevitable that they would gain a wide range of insights that could progress the field of human biology. As for studying the power of the demon, they wouldn't be able to even touch upon it, because a demon's power was given by the bottomless abyss, and Earth did not have such an existence. Along the coastline, Christ stopped in his tracks, for there was a 10,000-foot cliff in front of him, and there was no more way ahead. "Here, this is your new home, the sacred Canaan." Christ pointed with his hand distantly to the land and the sea and said in a particularly peaceful voice. The disciples were puzzled and wondered what was so special about this place, but now, people had long ceased to have any doubt of Christ's words. Their faith was even more firm. Since Christ said that this was the holy land of Canaan, then this was the holy land of Canaan. As for the fact that there was nothing now but wilderness, it did not matter. Originally, Israel was also a barren wilderness that was built up by human hands. Among the disciples were the patriarchs of the 3 Christian denominations, as well as many rich people, who were already thinking of spending their money to build a human city here. The Pope also believed that they could collect a lot of money in donations to develop the holy city of Christ. The Israelites had always called themselves God's chosen people who had been led by the prophet Moses out of Egypt to the land of Canaan. But in the eyes of the people today, Christianity was orthodox while Judaism was a heretical sect. The very personal descent of Christ proved that the Lord and the Messiah were equal beings. If this place became the new Israel, wouldn't they be the newly chosen people of God? Perhaps the Lord had abandoned Israel and was looking for new people to proclaim his ways. The most depressing and painful thing now for the Jews of Israel was that they were surrounded by many countries with the Islamic faith. But by relying on the unity of the Jews and support from the West, they resolutely occupied the sacred land with great military and technological strength. But the coming of Christ had almost denied their fundamental traditions and doctrines. This would naturally encourage their enemies to move against them. Even Western support would go down because most Western countries were at least nominally Christian. How could they support Israel and take the risks of being called pagans? The Chinese old man and the Japanese Onmyuji had implied that the mystical realm was a confrontation of cultures. Their words were proven like a prophecy. And now the relationship between the nations of Earth had become more complicated. It wasn't only a battleground of ideologies anymore. Countries that once had an excellent relationships were likely to become tense because of the differences in culture and faith. Countries that once had a bad relationship might also become close brothers due to similarities in culture and faith. The various gods and mysterious forces plated by Louis had finally caused a great impact on Earth, and that was to create a battlefield of culture and faith. Under the watchful eyes of the people located all over the world, Christ suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the Indian Ocean. At the point of his finger, the seas began to boil and the earth trembled. "This place shall be Canaan." With these words, the clouds in the sky began to spin. Off the Somali coastline, an undersea volcano erupted and the whole ocean trembled. The seawater rolled to form big waves, but these waves did not lap at the shore and instead moved back and forth in a bizarre range. The shaking under the sea caused an earthquake, causing the disciples to trip and shriek. Then, right under the eyes of 100,000 people as well as the countless others watching this from their homes, a geological change was happening under the seas. The whole seafloor actually began to rumble and rise. God was changing the terrain. A large amount of sand and mud from all directions tumbled and gathered together. Layers upon layers began to pile up. The movement under the sea began to increase in intensity, and the surrounding mud and sand began to pile up more ferociously. A piece of land began to rise and appear in the eyes of the crowd. It was an incomparably huge island. God, what a broken bar! What kind of miracle is this? The Lord had changed the topography of the planet. He was filled the sea to make land. Countless people let out cries of amazement. An American carrier fleet had long since arrived in the vicinity of Somali waters. After seeing this miraculous spectacle, the carrier fleet also sent down an underwater probe to observe the occurrence of this miracle, recording precious data of this land reclamation. Japan, which had a small amount of habitable land and a large population, had always been performing land reclamation, but that amount of work was a bottomless pit that would require countless funds and time. It took the whole of Japan many years to build a habitable land, and the subsequent maintenance was also a sinkhole of money, but Christ made an island appear and the seas receded with just one word. According to research, Japan even found that the island made by Christ was no different from islands that were formed naturally. It did not require any subsequent maintenance at all. From its appearance, Christ had made time advance by hundreds of millions of years to form the island. God created the world. Although it sounds like a joke, if the miracle that Christ performed today was expanded on a global scale, it was not impossible for God to create the world. This was no other than the legendary spell Create Island. As the name suggested, it was a spell used to create an island above the seas. Normally, mages would only have enough power to create a small island. The largest man-made island in the records of San Soliel took hundreds of mages just to form. Although Louis was only one person, he had used divine power to cast the spell. He alone was comparable to hundreds of mages. Away from the far coast of Somalia, he had directly created an artificial island, causing the Earth's oceans to recede and land to rise. It's quite costly in terms of divine power. Louis sensed that his accumulated divine power was almost completely exhausted with this magic. This made him somewhat regretful that his divine authority on Earth was ultimately incomplete. It's a pity that he had not become a true god and obtained truly godlike powers. Otherwise, he would have used his power to directly change the terrain, which would have saved a lot more energy than casting a legendary spell. Although creating an island had consumed an unexpected amount of divine power, Louis could only continuously channel his divine power to perfect the island and create one last big show. This couldn't be helped. If the island he created was too small, it would be too humiliating. The power of the spell looked like a natural disaster, but due to divine power, its catastrophic effects were limited to a certain range. Watching the island rise up as if billions of years had passed, the people's shock was indescribable. In the past, Moses parted the seas, but Louis reclaimed them. When the island was completely formed, a natural bridge of earth rose between it and the cliff. After seeing the bridge float up, a certain Chinese architect pounded his chest and shouted, How much money could we save if he let God help us build a bridge? In Shenzhen, China had spent more than a decade and tens of billions of dollars just to build the world's highest cross-sea bridge. This was close to a miracle to create, but God had taken only a few minutes to build it. And at what cost, you ask? Only a few words. Moreover, human bridges were constructed with steel and concrete, leaving human traces. The expected life expectancy was only 120 years at most. However, the bridge built by God was like a work of art created by nature. Most likely, it would not have the slightest change even after tens of millions of years. Mountains would never collapse even for billions of years, but human creations would be erased after 10,000 years. This was the difference between man and nature, the difference between man and God. With the completion of the bridge, Louis looked at his almost bottomed-out divine power. With a single thought, he activated the ability of the divine authority of life and poured it onto the island. Divine power was omnipotent energy. It held an incredibly high status. As long as there was enough of it, the gods were able to perform things that normal humans could not do. Divine power, godhood, and divine authority were the most valuable things that a god possessed. With the sprinkle of the divine power of life, trees, flowers, and plants of various colors began to grow in this barren land. Many insects and small animals began to populate the island as if they were created from nothing. As Genesis said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. Then at some point, God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind." Wasn't what Christ was doing at the moment a recreation of the miracle of Genesis? Although the creation of living creatures out of nothingness seemed closer to an absolute miracle to mankind, for Louis, it was much easier than creating an island. It must be known that the last holder of the divine authority of life was a powerful god that had turned into the ancient tree of life. It had even given the elves thousands of years of lifespan. Compared to doing other complicated acts, creating insects and animals was really a simple matter. In less than 10 minutes, a prosperous and beautiful island was created on Earth. It had beautiful mountains and flowers that made it look like paradise. In the future, the island became a new Christian sanctuary on par with the Vatican. It became a place of pilgrimage for Christians and a tourist sanctuary open to the public called Canaan Island. Since the island was created by Christ, tourism, taxes and so on belonged to the church. According to Christ's instructions, all income was to be used as charity to save those who were suffering. The only thing that depressed Louis was that Christ's doctrine was too good, causing him to lean towards the side of good. Just when Canaan was created, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. There were thunder flashes and demonic energy spread. In the crowd's alarm, people found that another demon appeared in front of Christ. This time it was not an ordinary demon. It cast a huge shadow on the ground as its body parted the skies. Its body was hidden among dark clouds, and it seemed to be a crimson dark gold dragon. Attached to the body were 7 heads with 10 crowns. Its teeth and claws radiated a powerful will of arrogance, envy, rage, sloth, laziness, sloth, and gluttony. It was as if mankind would fall into the depths of hell by just looking at it. Enemy of the Lord, Satan. Oh God, Satan has appeared. Could it be that the apocalypse has come? A broken bar. Seeing the iconic 7 heads and 10 crowns, how could Christ's believers not recognize it? This was the serpent that tempted Adam and Eve, the incarnation of Satan. Mature religions would often craft sophisticated theories concerning the ultimate fate of mankind and the path to salvation. This was especially true with Christianity. In the Book of Revelations, the Apostle John painted a graphic picture of an apocalyptic landscape. According to it, on the day of the Last Judgment, a great dragon with 7 heads and 10 crowns would appear in front of a woman clothed with the sun and moon and bearing a crown of 12 stars. This would be the incarnation of Satan, the snake who had been beaten into the bottomless pits of hell where he was once bound in chains. The vicious dragon would seek to devour the woman's unborn child. In the biblical metaphor, The baby was Christ. This dragon a broken bar. This dragon seems to have appeared somewhere before. The sudden appearance of the incarnation of Satan surprised the world. The American government was especially surprised and felt that it was very familiar. Isn't this a broken bar? Isn't this the dragon that we found in the Amazon jungle? The first ever supernatural event that occurred in the world? Some sharp-eyed people exclaimed. Their hearts and souls trembled when they recognized it. The video of the encounter could be found everywhere online. Just a Google search would show many images of the scaly beast. When people pulled up images of the dragon on their phones, they were shocked to find that the two dragons looked exactly the same. There were only some slight differences. The one that appeared in the Amazon jungle was pure gold in color, but the incarnation of Satan that appeared was dark gold and red. The dragon in the Amazon jungle also only had one head, while this one had 7. Look at the crown on the head of this evil dragon. It is exactly the same as the one that appeared in the Amazon. Remember what the demon king of Thanksgiving said? It said that the scales we got were from the incarnation of Satan. Is this the complete manifestation of Satan in the world? Oh Lord! Could it be that the last judgment is coming? Are these the visions that were recorded in the book of Revelation? A broken bar. In an instant, many governments launched emergency orders and sent out a large number of police forces to patrol the streets, and had the army on standby. They knew that human beings would do crazy things in the face of disaster, especially one as big as the apocalypse of the world, which could make them abandon human morality. If the situation was not handled carefully and people thought the end of the world was nigh, they might just lose all their common sense. As if to confirm people's speculation, a bizarre demonic face appeared in the gloomy skies of Somalia. This was the face of the short-lived demon king of Thanksgiving. This demon appeared to be fearful of this dragon and seemed to wish it could just disappear on the spot. Some spectators surmised that its role was to trigger the descent of the satanic avatar. The Celtic god had previously cautioned that these evil gods had come to this world first. Based on the sequence of supernatural events, it was indeed the evil dragon, Cthulhu, the deep ones that appeared first before the torch dragon, Christ, and the Celtic god. Isn't this just like a prophecy that warned the earth of great danger? Some researchers have linked the series of supernatural events together. In addition to the words spoken by these supernatural beings, they also found the logic to be consistent, but because no problems could be found, the results were truly fearful. The 7-headed, 10-crowned evil dragon loomed in the pitch-black clouds. Under the flash of lightning and the tug of the wind, the atmosphere became all the more frightening, as though hell was descending upon them and corrupting the world in boundless darkness. I will devour you. God is incomparably powerful, but not omnipotent. The dragon let out evil words. The sound alone seemed to contain the feeling of decay and corruption. It was extremely distorted to the point that the crowd's sanity began to diminish. Even people who were not at the scene but in front of the TV and computer felt faint and nauseous. Louis had changed his body to match the description of Satan. As for the thunder and black clouds in the sky, there were only illusions created by his spells. Causing the wind to blow was also a simple matter. As for Louis's words, they came from the language of blasphemy, which was exclusively used by demons and devils. The power of the language had the ability to corrupt and degenerate people. Anyone who heard this speech would feel the sin of blasphemy. Now is not yet the time of the end. The sins of mankind shall not yet be judged. Return, O incarnation of Satan, from whence thou camest. Christ saw the incarnation of Satan and spoke to persuade him to return. No, humans have forgotten your name, have forgotten your holiness. They no longer worship you and believe in you. This world is on the verge of destruction. Mankind is beyond redemption. You can save them the first time, you can save them the second time, but can you save them the third time? Once again the dragon spoke with venom. Christ did not say anything. He just turned his head to an old man behind him and said, "A broken bar, come here." The old man, dressed in coarse linen as none other than the present Pope Francis I. Hearing Christ call for him, the Pope was overjoyed. With a grateful heart, he regarded Satan as nothing. He came forward to Christ with respect and tears streaming down his face, as if he was saved. "Lord, what is your command? I ask you, have you forgotten my name? You are the Christ, the Messiah, the Savior of all. Have you forgotten my holiness? Your holiness is walking on earth, as it is in heaven. Are there still people who worship me? The disciples who are present are worshipping you. Are there still people who believe in me? All the good people are believing in you. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. A God asked and a man answered, but the speech was extremely fast, as if he did not give anyone time to think. Christ laughed with relief when he heard this. Then that is enough. O incarnation of Satan, this world has not forgotten my name, has not forgotten my holiness, that they still worship me, that they still believe me, that they truly believe, confess, and accept me as the only Savior. They will not perish, but will have eternal life. They will atone for their sins, and I will atone for their sins with my flesh. Christ took out a silver sword from his bosom and handed it to Francis I and said, and thou shalt thrust this word into my heart, and with my blood take away the sins of mankind, and then thrust that incarnation of Satan, once again, into the pit of the deep, that he may be bound and not come into the world. As his words fell, the world was astonished. My Lord, what are you saying? Pope Francis I was shocked at Christ's words, and he subconsciously took a step backward. The 80-year-old man raised his age-spotted hand and shook his head like a rattle, not daring to accept the silver dagger Christ handed him. Stabbing Christ in the heart with this dagger? Isn't this treachery on the level of Judas? Although Francis I knew that this suggestion was made by Christ and that he should have accepted the dagger without any hesitation, as a pope, he knew how horrible those fanatics were. They would not think rationally about his reason for doing so, and would only denounce him as Judas and eat him whole. Francis I did not want the future history to record him as a betrayer. Moreover, he was afraid of whether or not he would be able to go to heaven if he did so. He was born in a Catholic family of devout believers. Because of this, he was even more eager to go to heaven, especially now that it was proven to be real. All his thoughts now were on how to spend the rest of his term as well as possible. Christ sensed Francis I's worry and smiled gently. I will not blame you, nor will those who believe in me blame you, nor will the Lord blame you. You are the Pope. Be an example to the disciples. Take it and thrust it into my heart. You shall be saved, and all the world shall be saved. The incarnation of Satan in the skies, knowing what Christ planned to do, became furious and said, You redeemed them once 2,000 years ago. Now you will redeem them a second time, and in the future, you will redeem them a third time. A broken bar. The rage-filled words made Francis I feel his brain swell with pain. Countless voices echoed in his ears, as if luring him to fall into the bottomless abyss. In the next moment, Christ's holy voice rang out once again, allowing Francis I to recover, so that he would not go completely crazy. If he believes in me, he will have eternal life. The magnificent and merciful words enveloped countless disciples. Even the words of Satan's incarnation had lost their ability to corrupt. Francis I also knew that he could not reject Christ. He knew that the world was waiting for salvation, so he took a deep breath and looked at Christ's face. It was so plain and ordinary with no special features, but it also felt like everything was balanced and that this was the true face of the Lord. Only his regal eyes seemed to radiate a light of holiness and mercy. Encouraged by the Lord's eyes, Francis' eyes will became firm. He took the silver dagger in Christ's hand and wept, saying, Lord, you are asking me to be your longinus. My child, there is no need to be afraid, no need to be confused, and no need to suffer. I shall die for the sins of every person, and in 30 days, I shall return again. Christ spoke in a gentle tone. He opened his arms as if embracing the sky. The Roman Pope remembered the miracle of Christ's resurrection from the dead as stated in the Bible. After seeing how Christ revived the saint, caused the wicked in Kenya to bear one of the 10 plagues, subdued a demon, and parted the sea to create an island, he was confident that he would resurrect after 30 days, as he said. Now, Christ was about to make a great sacrifice for the sake of mankind to cast Satan's incarnation back into hell. Francis I grasped the silver dagger with both hands, raised it above his head, and aimed at Christ's heart. What is the Roman Pope planning to do? Why did Christ give him a knife? Oh my God! Could it be that the Roman Pope is going to thrust the knife at Christ? Isn't that blasphemy and treason? He will go to hell with the devil. No, in the Bible, This represents salvation through Christ. He is bearing all of our sins. His descent this time is to atone for our sins once more. What the Pope did was spread to the whole world through the cameras. Only those that were near could hear Christ and the Pope's conversation, so other people were not aware of their conversation and they only saw the Pope about to stab Christ with a dagger in his hand. The unbelievers were astonished and stunned by this act, and some of the believers were angry as it was a betrayal and dishonor to the Lord, while the sensible believers based it on their knowledge of the Bible and considered this to be God's salvation to the people. But for Francis he knew none of this. When he raised the dagger in his hand, he shivered in fear once again. Francis would never imagine that he would one day become a biblical figure, that he would be the one who would perform the act of stabbing Christ. He only knew that his name would forever remain in history books. Father, forgive him for what he has done, for I allow it. Christ, on his deathbed, had created a new last word of Christ. And these words were what finally made Francis make up his mind. He stabbed the dagger in his hand and drove it precisely into Christ's heart. He did not dare blink or avert his eyes, thus demonstrating his devotion. Incredibly, blood spurted out of Christ's heart and splashed onto Francis's face. As the crowd watched in shock, the old Pope, who was already covered in age spots, saw his skin split open, revealing the new skin born underneath. His heart, which was old and overburdened, once again beat vigorously. His spirits were even filled with renewed vigor. The Pope knew that he had regained his youth and that he was cured of all ailments that plagued him. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. He did not dare blink and cried aloud in sorrow, "You are the Son of God." The silver dagger dipped in the blood of Christ began to stain crimson. Unroll the whole dagger became translucent and turned into a new holy artifact of Christianity. Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Christ's voice gradually became more out of breath. As his whole body weakened, he finally raised his head, looked at the great evil dragon flying in the dark skies, and shouted, "Now is come salvation, and strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of his Christ, for the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night." At that moment, it was as if Christ had become the Trinity. No, the great evil dragon that had gradually solidified into reality suddenly began to crumble. The 7 heads and 10 crowns cracked inch by inch. A bottomless vortex appeared behind him that showed the world full of lava, poison, miasma, and absolute evil energy. The other side of the portal seemed endless and only the suffering people could be heard as they were tortured. This image being projected was the scene that Louis had witnessed in the bottomless abyss. Then, the body of the great evil dragon got sucked into the bottomless abyss, leaving behind cursed words, "All things will eventually decay and fall into dust. Even the gods will not be able to stop it. The day of judgment will surely come." This chain of events happened so suddenly that the bystanders could not react at all. Whether it was the disciples, the reporters at the scene, or the people watching behind the screens, no one expected Christ's sacrifice to happen once more in front of them. The appearance of Satan, the last judgment, the sacrifice of Christ, and Satan being sent to hell again would all be thoroughly recorded in history books. They would form the foundation of the new gospel. By the time people recovered from the shock, they immediately stirred. People rushed forward, not to grab Christ's body, but to surround it with a wall of people to protect his body from the reporters, photographers, and officials of various nations. They were afraid that the officials would commit the grave sin of blaspheming against the corpse of God in order to research it. But the believers were overthinking it. The reporters present just eagerly filmed the unforgettable scene and replayed it over and over again. The government officials of the various countries were hidden in the crowd. Unless they were instructed to by those above, they would absolutely not dare do anything. It must be known that everyone in the world was watching, especially those who had been saved by Christ. If anyone dared to go and steal away Christ's corpse, then they would become the enemy of the world. Let alone Christ's disciples, even those who were afraid of the last judgment would be outraged and burn those people at the cross. As a result, no government dared to give any orders at this time. Even the United States of America was silent. If the United States really dared to rely on their military power to steal the body, it would heavily backfire. The President of the United States of America was not stupid. He knew that if he dared to give such an order, he would have to step down the next day. The government would become unstable and the army might even commit mutiny. In the face of the gods, the human mind would always think of the most extremes. Although there were some mad scientists clamoring for their governments to grab the body and swore that they would be able to discover something, those who could become heads of the government were not fools. No one dared to risk the wrath of the world and gamble with their futures. What's more, as long as they had some knowledge about Christianity, they knew that Christ would certainly be resurrected one more time. If they brought back his body to a research laboratory and he suddenly woke up, then they would have truly blasphemed. Which human being dared to have their soul go to hell and suffer? Everyone was looking forward to going to heaven. Although the governments did not dare rob Christ's body, they had some intent to join forces to pressure the Vatican into sharing some of his tissue and blood. Since Christ was still bleeding, his blood flowed to the ground, making it a waste, so it was better to let the humans study it. Seeing Christ's blood actually restore the Pope's youthful body and vitality, the government officials and the rich were all moved. Longevity and eternal life were things coveted by those in power. Quick, quick, do not let anyone desecrate the body of the Lord. Franux I gripped the blood-stained dagger in his hand and ordered the cardinals and clergy. He wanted to take off his clothes to protect Christ's body, but he felt a bit embarrassed because he was only wearing a simple coarse linen garment, so if he took it off, it would be a bit too indecent. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. It was not until one of the nuns tore off a piece of her own dress that people came to their senses. Everyone began to tear off a piece of their clothing and put it together to wrap it around Christ. This garment would probably become the new holy relic, the new Shroud of Turin. Just when the clergy, led by the Pope, were busy protecting Christ's body, some fanatical believers knelt down piously before plowing up the dirt where Christ's blood had spilled. This gravel and grass, stained with Christ's blood, would soon become sacred in the hearts of the believers. Even if it was just gravel and grass, they were stained with Christ's blood. They were simply priceless. Get a plane and bring the Lord back to St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. Franux I carefully put away the dagger in his hand and said to the clergy around him. Hearing the Pope's request, the officials of various countries flocked over, scrambling to say that they could provide a plane to take Christ back to the Vatican. In their opinion, as long as they could get Christ's body onto their own plane, blood and flesh might be left on the plane, which could all become valuable materials. Somalia became a region of activity and restlessness. A broken bar. At this moment, the President of the United States of America began giving instructions to the FBI and sent the army to assist them to capture the consortium members. If it was before, these people would have various ways to escape from the law. Even the president was helpless in the face of capitalism. However, it was different now. Abdullah's attack on Christ would certainly be investigated by various countries. It was impossible for those people to cover up such a big thing. This time, these people were facing a religious and godly problem. They could not simply rely on the power of money to escape the sanctions. Since someone had to take the blame, catching them early and giving them a trial would show the president's decisiveness and ability to work. The president was also quite happy to be able to arrest these people. These people had been hindering him and limiting his presidential power. Now, in the name of Christ, he was able to arrest these people in one fell swoop. Although it was impossible to affect their overall power, this event would make them temporarily lay low. As long as these shackles were loose, the president felt that he could implement many of his policies and agenda. The promises he made to the people could probably be fulfilled. A broken bar. The consequences of Christ's salvation would probably remain for a long time. The topic of Christ and religion would become the direction of discussion throughout the earth in the next month. As for whether his warning would cause the countries of the world to take action, Louis did not think about it anymore. He did not even care about the body of Christ he left behind. No matter how the countries researched, they would find that the body was no different from that of normal humans and that there were no supernatural powers in its flesh and blood. Of course, This body was created using mysterious energy and the Terran civilization's biotechnological prowess. The combination of the two created the perfect DNA. The body could even be called the perfect human, just as the Bible had portrayed Adam. The study of Christ's flesh and blood would not provide them with information about supernatural powers, but it would greatly promote the development of medicine and biology. Louis borrowed Earth's resources and took advantage of their ignorance to gather faith. This flesh and blood of Christ were considered his gift to them, hoping that they could advance their medicinal technology rapidly, so that they would suffer less illness. At this time, Louis had already returned to San Soliel, to Dragon City. Crossing the illusory doorway, Louis felt the climate change to one more conducive to the use of magic. This time, he had spent quite a significant amount of time on Earth. It was fortunate that he was now infinitely close to becoming a true god, otherwise, it would be difficult to properly execute multiple operations successfully. Louis knew very well that for every performance he gave, there were countless people and experts on Earth who were observing him. Even if it was the look in his eyes, the slight unconscious movement of his eyebrows could be overinterpreted and detected as inconsistent. As a result, Louis needed to control his body precisely to the vibration of his skin in order to make people believe that what was happening was true. As soon as he returned to Dragon City, Louis returned to his dragon form, keeping his body as large as possible that could fit the room to make the space seem small. Before Louis could find out who was spying on him, he felt the power of the faith from Earth passing through the crystal wall system like waves of the ocean, lapping at him fiercely. Although the worlds were separated by the crystal wall system, the burst of faith was still incomparably huge. The momentary surge of power almost made Louis collapse. Fortunately, his will was tough enough to endure it. If an ordinary person were to accept so much of it, they would not become a god. On the contrary, they would instantly drown and their souls would burst. Louis made a rough estimate. If he filled his godhood with this much faith, he could probably fill up the dragon god's godhood by more than 70%. In other words, he could transform his godhood to reach the mid-tier divine power. Unfortunately, the people of Earth believed in Christ, the torch dragon, the Celtic god. The ultimate direction of the faith is towards the other godhood, not the dragon god's godhood. I can't use this faith to fill it at all. The names of the gods had special meanings, and gods did not have surnames. For gods, each part of their name symbolized a part of their power, so most of them only had one name, unlike the long names of the human nobility. Louis's power was now completely split. The faith received from Earth went to the foreign god Louis, while the faith of San Soliel went to the dragon god Galakrond. His dragon god identity was used to fool the world and the intelligent brain, while the foreign god godhood was the secret trump card that he would only use at the last possible moment. Because of this glitch, Louis could become two gods in one. No matter the case, his essence as a god would be double that of other gods. If someone tried to use his identity as a dragon god against him, they would find that his true power was actually double what they assumed. Even if I could use Earth's faith to fill the dragon god's godhood, I still shouldn't do that. This sudden appearance of so much faith would definitely make the intelligent brain suspicious. All I have to do now is to make small moves under its nose. Once I make the foreign god's godhood reach high-tier divine power, then I can pluck it out of my body. No matter how the intelligent brain treated him, Louis did not like the presence of a foreign existence in his body. As a god, how could Louis allow other people to wake him up from his pleasant dream? Even if the intelligent brain was helping him, Louis would still think of a way to remove it in the end. At most, he would create a new body for it to live on. It was not that Louis was ungrateful, but as a ruler, he needed to be suspicious and solitary. Which emperor in history wasn't ruthless and emotionless? This was necessary as a ruler. Louis was thinking about the future while using his divinity to ease the impact of this burst of faith. As Louis expected, more than 80% of these beliefs were toward Christ. Because there was only one God, it carried a powerful will. So Louis had to purify the faith before taking it as his own. Strange. Why is the power of faith from Earth different from that of San Soliel? It seems to follow another set of rules. Louis was a little puzzled. If God was compared to a battery, Faith was what was used to charge it, and divine power was the form it appeared when used. This was how faith worked. The gods could not be separated from the believers, thus they became their biggest shackle. But the faith from Earth was different. The crystal wall system seemed to have mutated the faith, turning it into another external power source that was endless. Previously, Louis did not receive a lot of faith, so he did not notice this. This time, the large amount of faith caused a quantitative and qualitative change. The belief converged to only a single place, which created a new pathway. He slightly hesitated before boldly putting in his divine will to widen that path. Support us at hosted novel, Boomer Dash. In the next instant, Louis felt his soul tremble. Fortunately, his soul was that of a true god, so it did not collapse from the vibration. After breaking through the boundary, Louis was shocked that he had reached a chaotic spiral. The spinning chaos was divided into 4 parts, and 4 harmonious yet contradictory wills pervaded it. Louis clearly recognized what they were. This is order, chaos, good, and evil, he exclaimed, though he didn't make any sounds in this world of pure concept. Order was at the top and chaos was at the bottom. Order was divided into both good and evil, and chaos was the same. At the place where the 4 forces meet, there was nothingness that represented neutrality. Louis instantly understood where his will had entered. This was the original force of Saint Soleil, where the gods were divided into camps. The reason why the world of Saint Soleil was arranged in its current form was precisely because the concept from here affected the world. This was the origin of the camps. Then, guided by instinct, Louis's will was brought before one of the sections of the spiral where he saw a serpent, the serpent of order. Although Louis called it a serpent, it only appeared as one. In actuality, it was only a representation of the gathered powers rather than a living creature with its own will. His current location was paradoxically situated in a place where no matter, time, or form existed. The serpent of order was infinitely large and infinitely high. It seemed to embrace everything and reject everything all at once. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. However, the serpent is crippled. Louis quickly discovered that the serpent had been mutilated. This mutilation was that of its nature. The representation of goodness within it was all that remained, while that of evil had been stripped away for some reason. Thus, the serpent of order was defective. To be perfect, it had to be connected from beginning to end like a circle. Is the same true for the part of the serpent of chaos? If the part of the order was missing, then a part of chaos might also be missing, but there seemed to be some kind of barrier that prevented Louis from going forward to observe, so he couldn't be sure. Before coming to the world of Saint Soleil, or even turning into a dragon, Louis was an ordinary human being from China, which was a fairly organized society. If he had been born in a war-torn country, he might have developed a sociopathic personality. If he became a dragon and came to Saint Soleil, he would definitely be part of the Chaos camp. There was no superiority or inferiority between the 2 camps. Although people in the Chaos camp behaved in a somewhat disorderly manner, there was no difference between power. This place is the origin of the power between the camps, but not the powerful origin of the gods. Let me try taking out faith from the godhood of the foreign god. It seems that this is pure luck. The power of the camps is completely different from the divine authority of the gods. It is completely incompatible with the divine system of the world of Saint Soleil, but its power is absolutely sublime and great. Louis sensed the power of the camps and pondered over the fundamental nature of the fantastical world. When Louis had entered the origin power of the gods, he had felt various divine authorities and even unlocked some of them. When he had asked the Silver Moon Goddess about the origins of Saint Soleil, he learned that in the earliest era, gods didn't need to subsist on faith, and mortals didn't exist. Selûne and Shai were the twin goddesses born from the force of light, sun, darkness, and moon. They were connected through the primordial sea and fought endlessly until the rest of the gods were born. These gods had their own respective divine authorities, and their rampant conflicts damaged the foundations of the world's principles. These ancient gods were the ones who had true mastery of the divine power. Their actions had been so damaging that the world itself began to reject them, and it changed its principles to prevent further harm. From then on, all of their abilities were embodied within divine authorities, and these could only be actualized through garnering faith. In the years that followed, many ancient deities fell one after the other. Other than Shai and Saloon, only a few others managed to survive. Moreover, their powers had weakened to the point that they only had low-tier divine power. In the current system, having a sufficient amount of followers was much more important than anything else. And these followers needed to comply with the gods' respective doctrines. This knowledge was not a secret, and any god who survived the era of disaster knew of it. When Louis asked, the Silver Moon Goddess informed without much restraint. Gods and camps are the basis of the composition of the world of Sans Soleil. They are fundamental parts of the world. It is already impossible to become an ancient god, and the door connecting to the origin of divine authority has long since closed. The camps are no longer the sources of power for modern gods, and so they can no longer tap into them so long as they rely on faith collected from within the crystal wall. But by using the powers of a foreign god, he managed to bypass this restriction. Countless thoughts flashed through Louis's head as he looked at the floating powers. If he could possess even one of them, he would likely become just as powerful as an ancient god. The order and chaos here were not the same as the divine authorities of order and chaos. This was the difference between the laws of the world and the laws of the state. One was an unchangeable fundamental rule, while the other was artificially established. If the current gods had the power of the ancient gods, then instead of being invaded by the Terran civilization, they would be the ones wringing the latter's neck. But since gods now required faith to survive, the Terrans had massacred the mortals in order to cut their powers off at the root. They then followed up with their most lethal weapons to rout the gods. But if it was an ancient god, they would have endless power to the point that the Terran civilization could not deal with. This sea of power was one of the sources of this magical world, and technology could find its own source through materialistic means. Whether it is magic or science, in the end, they pursue the same goal. Louis sighed in relief. As long as I can master this serpent of order, I will be able to ascend to the supreme divine throne. Louis once again took a greedy look at the virtual space. He forced down his speculative thoughts and retreated from the way he came. His consciousness returned to his body. Opening his eyes, the palace belonging to him was still in front of him. However, he was able to clearly perceive that the hole connected to the origin did not close, and on the contrary was expanding under Earth's faith. The power of order leaking from the hole was also infiltrating his soul. No, it's just the part of goodness in order, the part of evil in order is missing. Although it wasn't the complete serpent of order, Louis was still quite satisfied. Once he expands the hole to the point that he could bring out and grasp all of its power, then Louis would become a true, foreign god that was stronger than those ancient gods. Then, he looked towards his city and found the person spying on him. So it's you. Dragon City, Tulip Street, a broken bar. Countless people came and went. Unlike other cities, the core area of Dragon City was still brilliantly lit up. It seemed that oil candles could be found in every home, as even the lower-class citizens' houses gleamed through the windows. The Dragon God had placed a curse on the improved manufacturing method, so people from other countries could not replicate it. As a result, candles and oil lamps had become commodities exported from Dragon City to other countries. On both sides of Tulip Street were casino waiters soliciting customers and brothel pimps yelling. On the second floor of some buildings, there were women of various races who would sit at the window and send glances at passers-by. As a result, passing adventurers and merchants would stop and linger for a long time before being pulled into squandering their hard-earned money. However, these were places that provided entertainment for normal people. The rich people would go to the end of the street to a place called Tulip Amphitheater, which was the largest entertainment place in Dragon City. As long as any race had females, they could be found here. The only thing that stopped you was if you had enough money to pay. The largest casino in Dragon City was also located in the amphitheater. It was open from noon onwards and was always lively. No one knew how many nobles and princes had come here to squander money like dirt and contribute to the city's GDP. This was a collection of brothels, casinos, hotels, theaters, restaurants, and other large entertainment and leisure facilities. This was Louis's idea, taken from how modern entertainment venues worked. The Tulip Amphitheatre had become the most famous hotspot for wealth in San Solil. It was a palace in which countless men and women who wanted to make money by just lying down aspired to visit. It was a paradise that the rich wanted to come to. This place also accepts both male and female services. The only person who could open such a huge entertainment place in Dragon City was the dragon god, Louis Galacrond. What a depraved and evil, yet orderly place. On Tulip Street, a woman shrouded entirely in black robes quietly stood. Even her face was under a hood and black veil that only revealed her pair of star-like eyes. Women weren't uncommon in Tulip Street. With a culture close to the medieval ages, there were no Neo-Confucianist ideas. Strong women could raise young men, noble women could have countless lovers, and many strong female adventurers with money would also come here and enjoy the degradation of ascending to heaven. This street fully demonstrated what was depraved and evil and what was orderly and awe-inspiring. It was a typical representation of orderly evil, which was also this woman's favorite place. This was because the woman standing there was no one else but the most ancient goddess, the goddess of the night. Shei, lady, would you like to come to our tavern for a drink? This place is different from other noisy establishments. Our boss likes quietness, and so it's just right for a solitary woman like you to come and enjoy. A male elf standing in front of the tavern saw the lady and smiled. He greeted her courteously in the common tongue. Outside the tavern doors was another beautiful female elf greeting customers, with two elves serving as waters. It was clear that the tavern was doing quite well. The woman standing the stationery just squinted at the male elf. In an instant, he became lost in her gaze. He felt as if he had died a true death in the underworld. This pair of eyes of extremely beautiful, serene, charming, and brilliant, and also contained boundless darkness within their irises, as through the night sky was encapsulated within them. It wasn't until the eyes of the owner flashed with disgust that the male elf came back to his senses. He was already covered in cold sweat, and his spirit was in tatters. His whole being was pale as he backed away in fear. He lowered his head and spoke in the elven language. A broken bar for disturbing you, dear guest. In his mind, such a terrifying woman could only be a legendary ranked powerhouse. Otherwise, it was impossible for an elf like him who was sheltered by the dragon god to almost have a mental breakdown. The male elf's behavior attracted the attention of the patrolling soldiers, but when they saw Shei's incarnation, they ignored her continued patrolling. In Dragon City, as long as one did not go against the laws of the city lord, the patrolling soldiers would not bother them. This was the world of the strong, after all, and if they accidentally offended someone powerful, their lives would definitely be forfeit. The complete law and strict environment here were exactly ordered by Louis. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. Shei's incarnation had been in Dragon City for several days already. At first, she heard that Louis had fallen asleep. With her doubts, she sneaked into Louis's palace. Even if she was just an incarnation and at her weakest, no one would still be hard to discover her if she took a few precautionary steps. However, when Shei reached the doors, she was blocked by an inexplicable power. If anyone else was here, they would only suspect that it was a spell that they had never encountered before, but she could recognize it. It was the power that came from the other side of the crystal wall system, because back then, she had been in close contact with that civilization. As expected, you aren't just incidentally related to them. Even Shei, who had come in contact with the Terran civilization, could not copy their methods, but a mysterious dragon actually could. If anyone were to tell her there was no relationship between the two, she would never believe it. But this was also good. The dragon had a connection with the Terran civilization and was useful for her aims. The goddess was deep in thought over how she would get through the protective barrier. Had she been at full power, she could easily break through by force, but in her weakened state, she was surprisingly helpless. In the end, she temporarily gave up and wandered the city. Just then, Shei felt something. She raised her head to look at the highest point of the city. A pair of inverted pupils appeared in the empty space before her, staring at her. "So you've woken up?" The goddess of night thought for a moment. She strode with her long legs as she headed to the highest point of the city. With a wisp of fragrant breeze following behind her, Shei sauntered down the neat avenues of Dragon City. She passed through Tulip Street and into the Nobles District before finally approaching the peak of the mountain on which the city was built. Being the residence of the great lord of Dragon City, the palace was brightly lit. The magic of the long-lasting lamp shone with a bright but somber light throughout the day. Outside this palace, there were always soldiers of mixed races patrolling. From time to time, draconic beasts and seemingly young dragon-like monsters flew in the skies. These 3-meter-long monsters had humanoid races riding on them. These creatures were false dragons created from Nola's unique spell on that male red dragon. But even in this tightly guarded space, the Lady of Darkness could not be stopped. She was the true uncrowned ruler of the night. Moving past these patrolling soldiers, Shei entered Louis's palace. The empty palace only had a few human and elven maids walking around. As she followed the bright but lofty corridor, Shei stopped in front of a doorway. This was the place that she had previously explored that was blocked by the power of the alien civilization, but now, there was no longer protection from the alien civilization. Instead, what replaced it was the unique divine power of the gods guarding it. Shei was a god who held a lot of secrets and knew a lot of secrets. As a result, she had a great curiosity about things she couldn't fathom. Since Louis had sealed this place tightly, it meant that the dragon had a big secret behind those doors. It's a pity that Shei's power was weakened to the extreme. She did not dare break into this doorway even if she was curious. It's really a dragon that's hard to ignore. I really want to know how many secrets he's hiding. The goddess of darkness murmured. The black robes covering her body stretched out and shook along with the goddess form. The long robe moved and fluttered with the wind. Then the goddess's body turned into a curtain of darkness that shuttled through the last distance and came to the palace parlor. There, Louis had transformed into humanoid form and was sitting on a chair that was carved with the craftsmanship of the elves and inlaid with gold and jewels. In his hand was a crystal glass that was filled with wine as red as blood. When he saw the curtain flutter in, he acted as if he had foreseen this and picked up a bottle of wine and filled another glass. "Your Highness Shei, I welcome you to Dragon City." Shei's delicate and exquisite body came out from the black curtain. At this time, Shei had no black robe covering her body, revealing her body. A dark-colored gauze trailed on the ground and the dark lustrous skin was hidden under the gauze and let out a seductive aura. The goddess of the nights wore almost no clothing under the gauze. Only a simple fabric covered her 3 most important parts. Her skin was dark like transparent ink jade. It was delicate, smooth, and emitted a charming temptation. Louis recklessly surveyed her alluring body, from her feet without shoes and socks to her long slender calves and her rich thighs, from her fatless waist to her voluptuous mountains, and finally from her clavicle to her beautiful face. The goddess still wore a black veil that covered the bridge of her nose downward, but it was like an illusory fog that gave anyone who saw her a sensation of mystery. Then, Louis locked eyes with the goddess. Her eyes seemed starry, seemed dark, seemed confused, seemed to carry a mournful charm, yet seemed to have indifference. The lady was not as evil as people imagined, as her eyes could make anyone empty their hearts in tranquility. Shei and Saloon were the complete opposites of 2 sides, one black and the other white, one with a charm that contained holiness and the other holiness that contained charm. Although they might sound similar, they were not. But the 2 goddesses had similar expressions and personalities. They were both quiet and still. In Louis's opinion, this must have been the influence of their divine authorities. The divine authority of the moon that was originally Shei's was not in Saloon's hands. As a result, her temperament might have become closer to her sister. If Saloon still had the divine authority of sun and light, then she might be more passionate. In contrast to the wonderful sensations that Shei gave Louis's presence astonished Shei. She could tell that the dragon had once again changed. She could feel the kind of confidence and ease that came from him. This dragon previously seemed to have a hidden worry back in her divine kingdom, but now, it seemed that the dragon had broken past the demon in his heart and his entire person had changed. Although her inner thoughts were like clouds as she thought of many things, Shay did not show it in her expressions. She waved her waist to Louis's side, accepted his glass of wine, and sat on another chair reserved for guests. A faint fragrance that calmed people down diffused from her body. "Your Highness Shay, your current state is really not good." Louis's golden pupils snapped open as his gaze seemed to peer through her. The Shay in front of him was an incarnation, but she was so weak that she barely had the power of a demigod. At most, she was only a legendary rank assassin. The only difference was that she had divinity in her avatar. Even without Louis's help, such a weak Shay could easily be defeated so long as the legendary ranks of the city ganged up on her. Shay's current incarnation was that of a divine creature. How snide. She only placed a small amount of divinity in her body to discourage me from bothering to steal it. This novel is available on hosted novel, Louis thought with regret. What he lacked now was divinity, but apparently, Shay did not give him the opportunity to be greedy and came to him in a bold manner. It was clear that even if her incarnation died there, she would not suffer too big of a loss. "Your Highness Louis, this is all thanks to you. If you had not helped Saloon, I could have already reascended to the throne of the gods, instead of looking like a bereaved dog gloating in the world." Shay's voice was like a sweet trap. Anybody listening would feel their body tingle and feel the pleasure of tranquility and nothingness deep in their hearts. Her beautiful eyes were locked onto Louis, signifying a challenge. Louis guessed her intention but also felt a trace of uncertainty. "Your Highness, are you blaming me for ruining your plan?" Louis's tone was calm and subdued as he shook his wineglass. He held onto a gold coin and admired the beautiful glow it gave off as if reminding Shay that he was a dragon. "I never take offense at others for my own mistakes." Shay's tone was serene with a hint of levity. She took a sip of the red wine in her glass, and her lips, which were as luscious as her inky skin, left a clear mark on the edge of the glass. Anyone would wish to lick the remnants of the mark to feel the aroma of the goddess. The goddess knew that Louis was a dragon, so she would also try her best to make the male dragon lose his mind through temptation. Louis remained unchanged in the face of the goddess' temptation. Perhaps even the original dragon god would not be able to resist her advances as this was part of a dragon's instincts, but from the power of the camp, the power of order washed over Louis's soul, calming down his chaotic thoughts. "Are you going to kill Her Highness Saloon?" Louis tried asking a question. Previously, in the Goddess of Night's divine kingdom, Shay had found the spider goddess and an unknown ocean demigod to face off against the silver moon goddess, who was still a demigod, to make her fall, but Louis's senses were telling him that something felt off. "Your Highness Louis, you are, after all, just a new god. It seems you don't know much about Saloon." "The plan that I made was not to kill off Saloon." Saloon had dared to live in the body of a demigod for 30,000 years after the era of disaster. How could she fall because of this small matter? A broken bar. I merely wanted to continue to deprive her of a portion of her divine authority and divinity, so that she becomes weaker. The goddess of darkness smiled and spoke lightly about her plots against another god. "Only a few gods have the ability to look at the life and death of a god lightly. You and Her Highness Saloon are truly unkillable." Louis pondered for a moment, before narrowing his eyes. "Support us at hosted novel. This is our destiny." This sibling rivalry originated from our natures as light and darkness, making it inevitable for the both of us to face off against each other. There was never any possibility of reconciliation. A broken bar giggle. "Do you love Saloon?" "She is indeed worthy of being of so many admirers, but she is just so stupid." "During the era of the gods, I had almost killed her and completely ended our hundreds of thousands of years of war, but unfortunately, the invasion of the alien civilization gave Saloon the opportunity to breathe. Her stupid luck is truly extraordinary for her to survive past the era of disaster." Shay was smiling, but in the next instant, it was filled with murderous intent. Her voice was like a cold wind that extinguished the surrounding candle flame. Her words were filled with contempt and hostility against Saloon. As Shay said, her rivalry with Saloon was not due to an event, but part of the natural force that compelled them to. The pair of sisters absolutely cannot live in harmony unless the world of Saint-Solil was completely destroyed and everything returned to nothingness. In the past tens of thousands of years, Shai had always had the upper hand and even almost killed Saloon, but now, their positions were reversed. This time, Shai had been reduced to her weakest state while the Saloon had the chance to return to the top of the gods. The reason why the state of affairs had become so was largely thanks to Louis. Shai had originally planned well to steal from the Silver Moon Goddess so that her 30,000 years of accumulation were taken away from her and benefit from it. The end result was that the Silver Moon Goddess was unscathed while Shai had been weakened. For a moment, Louis was confused about Shai's attitude toward him. She should harbor hatred towards him, but Louis felt that a goddess who had lived for so long would not be blinded by hatred. On the other hand, it was unlikely that she had no hatred for him. From his past experience with her, she was not a god that would just put things down. The moment Saloon brought you into my divine realm meant that she didn't have any good intentions from the beginning. Shai's bright eyes that looked like stars under the black night seemed to contain a demonic temptation as she spoke words with naked provocation. She just wants to use you, God Louis, to test the dangers of the divine kingdom. You should not be fooled by her enthusiastic look. Saloon is not as simple as you think. Hearing Shai's provocative words, Louis spontaneously responded, "Thank you for your warning, Your Highness. I knew from the beginning that Her Highness Saloon was using me, but entering your divine kingdom had been my will. With the grudge between the two of you, I would have chosen to tempt others if I was also in her position." Louis had long known that the Silver Moon Goddess was not a foolish person. The fact that most of the ancient gods had already fallen, but the Silver Moon Goddess was able to survive until now shows that she was skillful. The reason why other gods look at her pitifully was that her enemy, Shai, was stronger. In the beginning, Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess did not have any covenant. Even if they were in the reverse position, Louis would choose to make use of him, so he did not mind what the Silver Moon Goddess did. However, Louis was now in a covenant with the Silver Moon Goddess, and she was to become the mother of their child. Since she was in the chaotic good camp, Louis would not harm his ally. When Shai heard Louis's words, her eyes flickered for a moment and she chuckled, "Your Highness, Louis is completely different from those stupid lizards that I remember. I could be reassured that I can make a covenant with you." Covenant? Louis's eyebrows jumped. He looked at the beautiful and enchanting goddess and said coldly, "Do you mean a covenant with you?" "That's right. A covenant between you, the new dragon god, and me, the goddess of night." Shai was ever so confident as if she thought that no one in this world could disobey her. "Ha, aren't you mistaken, Your Highness? You are now a thorn on the side of the gods. Everyone is berating you and you have lost most of your followers. Now, you can't even maintain an incarnation at the demigod level. What qualifications do you think you have to make a covenant with me? Moreover, I have already made a covenant with Her Highness Saloon under the witness of the river Styx, so how could I have a private affair with you as Her Highness Saloon's enemy?" Louis's mocking words made the goddess of night furious. This was the first time someone dared to taunt her in her face like this. This private parlor turned dull and cold as waves of darkness emanated from the goddess of night. The bright tapestries, the lustrous murals, and even the crimson wine she drank from lost their vibrance. "Humphrey," Louis coldly snorted. The spread of the darkness halted and then reversed. The inky blackness that once tainted everything now receded sharply into Shai's body. She staggered in her seat as a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. At this time, Shai remembered that she was no longer a powerful god and that the other side was a new god who was about to ascend his throne. She wasn't even a demigod and actually got injured by just the other party's voice. Loss and sourness rose up from the lady's heart. This was the first time in her hundreds of thousands of years to sink into such a difficult trough. In an instant, Shai empathized with Saloon's bitterness back then. The Silver Moon Goddess had sunk to her lowest point, but she relied on her thick skin to save her life. But the current Shai wasn't even a god. Especially now that she had to face the scorn of the gods and their pursuit. "Divine authority of Timea broken bar," Shai muttered. It was clear that Louis's attack on her incarnation wasn't light. It was just that she did not expect Louis to have mastered this divine authority. In the past countless years, only the goddess of magic had mastered it, but even she hadn't done so completely. "Your Highness Louis, Are you really not going to consider my proposal? Since she had already turned the other cheek to Louis, Shai no longer gave Louis a good face. The sweet smile under her veil turned cold and heartless, like a void of empty silence. This was perhaps Shai's true purpose, rather than charming and tempting. Perhaps Shai held huge confidence before that made her try charming Louis. Now that her self-confidence was trampled by Louis, she stopped pretending. This was perhaps Shai's true appearance that only a few gods had seen, because no being was able to make Shai feel simultaneously angry and helpless. In the past, the tiger was bullied by the dog. This was the current picture that was being painted. Lady, a covenant requires both sides to give something. What do you think you can give now? Your body? Ha! Please don't make a god laugh. There is no value in the body of an incarnation. Do you even dare reveal your true body? What's more, even your chastity isn't worth the rancor of the other gods. I might be a dragon, but I'm not an idiot. Even if you sell your body, the value is not equal. Dragons do not make losses. Louis could be said to be unscrupulous. His ridicule was truly extreme, as he even compared the goddess of night to a prostitute. Louis was not afraid of Shai. If she was still powerful, then he would naturally respect her. But the situation was the opposite. Louis was a god while Shai was in danger of falling. How could he not do as he pleased? From the birth of this world, countless ancient gods had fallen. Adding another one to the count won't matter. Louis did not mind being hostile to the goddess, as long as he could master the power of order. He could tear apart Shai's darkness even if she was in her full power. Your Highness Louis, your words have offended me, but I can still choose to forgive you. Shai's delicate skin violently undulated. It was easy to tell that she was extremely unsettled. Surprisingly, she could not even fully control her body as her anger rose. If she knew that she could not do anything against the dragon, she would have fought for her life and sworn to die with him. Louis was surprised. He thought that Shai would consider his words to be blasphemy and could self-destruct with her incarnation. He did not expect her to have endured that and suppressed her anger. This was simply incredible. The goddess of night had a bad character. From his previous time meeting her, he could tell that she was an arrogant goddess, but now was actually begging him. The goddess of night, Shai, was simply at the end of her rope. Louis realized this all of a sudden. If Shai did not have a way out, she would never let herself face this kind of humiliation and continue showing the pride of a god. Your Highness Louis, the spell you used before in the Shadow Realm was from the alien civilization. Other gods may not know, but I who had contact with them will not be mistaken. Your relationship with that alien civilization seems to be quite close. If the other gods know of this, it will definitely cause them to panic. Your path, as a god, would become bumpy. You should already understand that no one wants to witness another twilight of the gods. The tone of the goddess of night was cold and unfeeling, as if she was telling a simple truth without any emotion. Are you threatening me? Louis crushed the wine glass in his hand and locked eyes with Shai silently. Do you think the gods would believe the words of a traitor like you? Are you not afraid that I could not pursue you endlessly? It does not matter if the gods trust me or not. My current situation cannot be worse than it is, but as long as the gods doubt you, any of your actions would rouse their caution. Shai's voice was once again rich in emotion. Her voice was once again as clear as a bell and contained a husky sweetness that tantalized the heart. This lady of the night was worthy of being an evil god and would do whatever she said she would. You should not ruffle a dragon's anger easily. You have truly succeeded in angering me. Louis stood up from his chair and pointed at the goddess of night. Thinking he was about to kill her incarnation, she braced herself. But rather than any lethal spells, what came out of his mouth was even more surprising. Order, shock, he declared. How could an incarnation with only a bit of divinity resist a spell that contained strong divine power? In an instant, Shai lost control of her body as she stiffened. Kneel down, lady. The dragon's words were rich in magic power. Under Shai's anger and surprise, this incarnation of hers fell to its knees. This was a humiliation that Shai had never experienced before since she was born. Kneel down, lady. The face of the goddess of night was extremely twisted and grazed. She struggled with all her strength, but she was just a divine creature at the moment. How could she resist the oppressive force of divine power? Her jade hands pressed down on the ground, and her graceful back seemed to be carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains as it bent deeply as if she was kneeling in front of Louis. The veins on her forehead popped as her body trembled from the pressure, displaying that she was using all her will to go against Louis's spirit. Tick a broken bar, tick a broken bar. A coppery taste coated her tongue as she knelt. Louis stood in front of her, gazing indifferently at her struggle. This was an absolute insult to the goddess. A broken bar. Gods weren't beings that hadn't been humiliated before. Shei herself knew that during the era of the gods, there had once been a goddess who trusted a powerful demon lord before being deceived by it. In the end, she lost her divine power and was imprisoned in the depths of the abyss where she was ravaged by demons every day and night. It could be said that she had been turned into the demon's plaything. If the goddess hadn't been fortunate enough to be saved by a passing mortal, then she would have been pulled down from the astral realm and died in humiliation. The gods did not really care even if they were humiliated as long as they were alive. Their moral values were simply different from mortals. And some goddesses were said to have messy private lives. Just as there were messy goddesses, there were also goddesses who were clean, and Shei was in this category. She was the most ancient goddess, the embodiment of all the darkness in the world. Her pride and arrogance did not allow anyone to touch her. She may have teased mortals and gods on occasion, but she would definitely never lower her head and accept insults. The goddess of night gnashed her teeth, almost to the point of crushing them. After resisting Louis's spell and regaining control of herself, she immediately prepared to detonate her own divinity and leave the palace, not leaving a single bit of divinity for Louis. This was an extremely decisive act. However, when this thought appeared, she instantly felt a huge surge of divine power once more. Although Dragon City could not be compared to a divine kingdom, it was still Louis's home turf. The speed at which he converted divine power was quite fast. Even if Louis's divine power was nearly exhausted from when he was on Earth, he still had the faith of 300,000 believers of Dragon City. Louis was able to rely on the converted divine power to defeat a legendary rank powerhouse. This many believers was already enough for a god to reach mid-tier divine power. Moreover, even if he did not rely on a god's power, Louis's profession was also a high rank. He was, after all, a perfect dragon. The divine power emerged and smoothed out Shei's divinity that was about to explode. In other words, Louis had forcibly used divine power to cut off all possibility of Shei killing herself. Your Highness Shei, as long as you are in front of me, you won't be able to kill yourself even if you want to. Louis waved his hand, causing Shei to painfully grunt as her whole body was lifted up in a cross posture and bound to a wall. Spells and divine power formed into chains that passed through Shei's body and locked her in place. Her blood flowed and dyed the ground blood red. Your will has been imprisoned by me in time in this incarnation. You cannot detonate your divinity, and your power is as small as an ant in front of me. To think I actually managed to capture the goddess of night, even if it's only one of her incarnations. Louis smiled and stood in front of Shei. He had completely arrested her movements, and as long as he wished for it, he could turn her incarnation into his own private property. However, Louis knew that there was no point in doing so. The humiliation might drive Shei mad, but it would not really harm her. This was the biggest headache about the gods. They would never use their true body to move. As long as their true bodies still existed, they would still receive faith. Losing an incarnation did not matter much. Lady Night, it is extremely foolish to show your weakened incarnation in front of another god. Did you think that you can swindle a new god like me? Or did you think that I don't dare do anything to you? Or perhaps you have run out of options and have chosen to meet me with such a weak incarnation? A broken bar. I personally think that the second point is more likely. With your wisdom, you shouldn't have made such a laughable mistake. Louis sat down on the sofa opposite Shei. He sipped his wine while admiring the seductive pose of the ancient god who had lost her freedom. God Louis. Treating an ancient god like this is a foolish act. A blasphemous act that only those filthy demons would do. Are you going to completely stand against me and become irreconcilable enemies with me? I swear, this will be the worst decision in your life. Shei had been agitated by this humiliation and anger. At this moment, she had newly lost her mind, but she still maintained a trace of sanity. Shei did not let out any more threats. She was now caught without being able to resist. Saying any more threats would make her look like a clown. She was ready for this incarnation to be insulted by Louis, perhaps for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. No matter how she was played around with, her will would not be distorted, nor was it possible to make her fall. It wasn't too late for revenge no matter how long it took. The goddess of night swore that once she regained all her powers, she would definitely face this dragon to death. Draw his skin, pull his tendons, extinguish his divine fire, and cause him to fall from the astral realm and return all humiliation she suffered to him. Facing the unyielding, angry, and seemingly indifferent A's, even Louis shivered. The nature of this goddess was truly scary. She had even tried to return everything to nothingness for her own peace. She even worked together with an alien civilization and betrayed the gods of her own world. Although in terms of the outcome, this goddess had reached a miserable end. I know that you have countless enemies in your lifetime. Each enemy was defeated by you and disappeared into the long river of time. Even Her Highness Saloon nearly fell in your hands. A broken bar. I also know that you are quite patient and can spend countless hours planning against me. But that is assuming that you could return to your throne and reach the top of the gods. If you cannot do this, you cannot possibly defeat me. Louis calmly and unhurriedly spoke to the goddess in front of him. Do you think that I would fall under the attack of the other gods? Shei found that she might have underestimated this dragon. He did not have the youthfulness of a new god, and even had the confidence of becoming one of the strongest gods. He could even face her, an ancient goddess, without a trace of fear. It was extremely difficult to become a powerful god. Even in the era of the gods, there weren't many powerful gods, so Shei had no idea where Louis's confidence came from. The goddess of night did not know that Louis obtained the original dragon god's godhood. As long as he moved forward step by step, at worst, he would be a mid-tier god with a little ability and tricks. He could easily reach the threshold of a high-tier god. At his base, Louis had gained access to the power of the camps that would make him fearless against any gods in this world. There is a great possibility that you would fall under the siege of the gods, especially with how weak you are right now. You are also a god who possesses many divine authority and a lot of divinity, which makes you a walking treasure trove that could move the greedy hearts of others. A broken bar. Naturally, with your means and abilities, there is also a very small possibility that you will once again return to your exalted throne and recover your glory and authority. But this possibility is very small. The reason you came to me is that you can threaten me and force me to work together with you so as to increase your possibility of success. Although you pursue tranquility, you would definitely not pursue it at the cost of your own downfall. Louis faced the bound goddess of night and said calmly, "You are wise, God Louis. Compared to those who are blinded by the chaos and those who are corrupted by pleasure, you, a new god, are wiser and possess more vitality than I imagined." Shei's gaze was obscure as she lowered her eyelashes. "No, I am not wise, but you, Shei, are at the end of the road and have no more means to use. As a result, you have resorted to this tactic, and I called your bluff." Louis put his glass against Shei's chin and smiled. "I'm just telling you this right now, Your Highness Shei. You have nothing to negotiate with right now. Rather than a covenant, what you are seeking is asylum. I hope that you can assess your position and use a more appropriate posture to talk to me about cooperation." The goddess of night was tied to the wall in an extremely humiliating position as the chains painfully dug into her skin. Her inky jade skin was bloodied and bruised, but Shei cared more about Louis's words than the pain. Her gaze flickered after Louis's words fell. She instantly knew that she had fallen into Louis's trap. She watched spitefully as Louis walked over to her and raised a glass of wine to her lips. This dragon was not as reckless as he appeared to be. He would proudly refuse whether it was an invitation or a threat. In fact, he was quite sinister and cunning. The reason he humiliated her was just to take absolute advantage in the negotiations. Anger? Shei was certainly angry. As one of the oldest goddesses, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Even if Louis turned his words around and thought of cooperating with her, she would never forget this moment. But for the gods, Having revenge was never urgent. Shai knew that the most important thing at the moment was to return to her throne and not to fight Louis. She looked at herself and came to terms that she was not as strong as before. She had to lower her posture so that she would not make any more mistakes. Only by putting herself in the right position could she get what she wanted. With these thoughts, Shai's deep and quiet eyes gazed at Louis. The corners of her mouth revealed a demonic smile as she bit the edge of the wine glass and took a sip of the red wine. She seductively licked her lips, causing the place to once again be filled with a pink atmosphere. She seemed to be telling Louis that she had forgiven him for his rudeness and blasphemy so that they could continue talking with each other. Seeing the goddess have a change of mind, Louis wasn't really celebrating happily. Instead, his heart chilled. This goddess was absolutely arrogant, but in order to achieve her goals, she could hold back her anger and grievances. It was no wonder that she had defeated countless opponents and reigned at the top of the gods. Being able to wear a powerful god down like this was not something a normal god could do. For a moment, Louis hesitated. His own behavior was dancing at the tip of the knife. If Louis could find the goddess' true body, he would not hesitate to do this. He would have taken her divinity and a part of her divine authority, paving the path to gaining high-tier divine power in one fell swoop. But let alone Louis, even the gods wanted to find Shai's true body, but no one could find it. The difficulty of this path was not low, since it was impossible to kill Shai's incarnation without leaving any hidden problems. Then it was a good idea to join forces with her. As a new god, Louis was not angry at Shai for her betrayal. Unlike many of the other gods. Although the risks were great, the benefits were commensurate. Compared to the Silver Moon goddess, Shai grasped many more secrets of the world and she was powerful. Louis's assistance to the Silver Moon goddess was like icing on a cake, but Louis's assistance towards Shai was like charcoal in the snow. Their interests were also more aligned. But in this relationship, I must hold the upper hand. If I can't dominate her, then it's better to not form a contract. I would look too incompetent if I fall for her schemes. And if Shai really exposed my relationship with the Terrans, it would be detrimental to my plans. Before I reach my full power and remove the problems within my body, I cannot become a target of the other gods. So her threat is barely effective on me. Find the original at Hosted Novel. As for Her Highness Selunia Broken Bar, Louis slightly hesitated. He carefully recalled parts of his covenant with her. There was no requirement that restricted his dealing with Shai, so even if he accepted it, it wasn't considered a betrayal. With how patient Shai was, if Louis asked her not to plot against and attack the Silver Moon goddess for 3,000 years, then she would surely agree. For Shai, the most important thing now was to recover her divine power to mid-tier. That's right. As long as Shai's divine power had reached mid-tier, then the threat from other gods would be greatly reduced. Mid-tier divine power was the dividing line of the gods. Gods below the mid-tier had a heavy risk of falling or even being killed by stronger gods, but as long as they did so, then their safety was more assured and they did not have to worry as much about falling. Louis was now in between two ancient goddesses. He could use their wisdom and power to his own advantage. As for the 3,000-year expiration of the River Styx oath, Louis felt that he could become a high-tier god at that time. Once he mastered the power of order, then his options would increase. 3,000 years later, I would be between the two goddesses and remain neutral. As long as one side gains superiority, then I will help the one who's inferior to maintain the balance between the both of them. Louis felt that he was really a wallflower to take advantage of the two goddesses' vulnerability. He would take all the benefits from them without giving anything in return. Aren't I simply a scumbag? It suddenly dawned on him that his behavior was one of a scumbag. The dragon and the goddess did not speak for a long time. They each turned their heads, thinking about the next best action in order to gain more benefits. They had to both be cautious. Louis did not trust Shai, and Shai did not trust Louis. Both could be said to be asking a tiger for its skin. The slightest carelessness may mean that they would be eaten by the other party, especially Shai, who was in a more dangerous position. I cannot let this opportunity go. To have the goddess of night begging is too good a chance. In the next million years, we may never meet again, so I must squeeze her dry. Louis thought so. This lustful and greedy dragon has all the flaws of a dragon, but he is more sinister and cunning. If possible, he is not my best choice, but other than this dragon, I cannot find any other gods that I can make use of. For the time being, I should just hibernate and endure, and find a way to squeeze all the value I can from him. Shai's tranquilized as countless ideas emerged in her mind and were rejected by her. This goddess and this dragon were both calculating against each other, but ready to hug each other for warmth. Your Highness Shai, I know what your goal is. You want to restore your divine throne while under the siege of the gods, is it not? Louis narrowed his pupils and slowly asked. Shai confirmed with a nod. This was indeed her goal and there was nothing to hide. As long as she could restore her throne, then she could solve the rest of the matters on her own. She would not need Louis's help anymore as she would possess the ability and strength to stand alone. Okay, if this is your goal, then as long as you take a river Styx oath that you would become my subordinate god for 3,000 years and recognize me as your master, then I will help you reach your goal. Louis declared his request. Aren't you acting a little too greedy, Your Highness Louis? Shai did not actually mind becoming a subordinate god, especially if it was only for a limited amount of time. 3,000 years might be unpredictable for humans, but for gods, it was just a blink of an eye. What's more, even the Silver Moon goddess Selûne, at the lowest point of her life, hugged the goddess of love's thighs and became her subordinate to fight against Shai. Since even her sister whom she loathed could do it, then naturally she could do the same. Your Highness Louis, the river Styx oath is not to be taken lightly. How can you guarantee that you will help me achieve my purpose? If I become your subordinate for 3,000 years and you do not help me in any way, wouldn't that be too unfair? Shai's tone was serene and calm as she rebutted his offer. The main reason why the Silver Moon goddess became the goddess of love's subordinate was that the goddess of love was powerful. Even if she wasn't good at fighting, her nature as a god was powerful enough to help the Silver Moon goddess resist Shai. But what did Louis have at the moment? He was only a new god and who knew how far he could go? If Louis could only rise to the level of a low-tier god at the end, how was he going to help Shai become a mid-tier god? Naturally, she had to be sure that he could live up to his end of the bargain. The best option for her was to seek refuge with a powerful god. But at the moment she was ostracized by the majority of them. The few remaining gods were already familiar with her and would likely give their all to kill her if she gave them the chance. Moreover, Shai had a lot of enemies even before her betrayal. In itself, Shai had already found the best patron before, but because of her defeat in the Shadow Realm, her patron had abandoned her. She had to settle for the second best and choose Louis. She believed that she had an upper hand against Louis. Among the gods, only Louis would help her, and he did not resent her as much as other gods. But Louis, as a new god, wanted to make her his subordinate, which wasn't a simple matter. This dragon insulted me and humiliated me before, just to make me realize the reality of the situation. Now he wants to use this to completely gain the upper hand and make me serve him for 3,000 years. However, he is indeed quite greedy and clever to just think of twisting the will of a god. After all, he's only a new god that doesn't understand that for gods, only visible benefits are important. Any promises are meaningless. The goddess of night thought for a long time and decided that if Louis did not change the contents of the covenant, she would just abandon this incarnation. Even if it became Louis's plaything, she would just go find different ways to restore her godhood. She would never agree to Louis's current deal. The dragon had let her recognize the reality of her position, but he did not recognize his. At this moment, Shai was a little disappointed with Louis. Louis saw that Shai was silent. Of course, he knew that these false promises would not be able to fool Shai. Once she accepted the covenant, she would be stuck with it for 3,000 years. Even Shai must comply, but she could not waste 3,000 years of time. If he did not reach the mid-tier within 3,000 years, she would certainly fall. 3,000 years after, there would be no place for her in the world of gods. Therefore, she needed to be given enough confidence, so that she could believe that he would help her reach her goal. Find the original at Hosted Novel. If he could make Shei become his subordinate, it would help Louis far more than the Silver Moon Goddess. Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess were equal allies. The two had a union of interest. It was also done so that Louis could help improve the elves' livelihood. It could be said that this was purely monetary diplomacy. But if Shei became his subordinate, the implications would be different. Even if they were using each other, subordinate gods were compelled to listen to their masters to a certain extent. This was not an alliance, but a relationship between superiors and subordinates. Even if Shei was not powerful at the moment, the help she could provide was more than the Silver Moon Goddess. I have materials of the alien civilization as well as their weapons, Louis said tentatively, wanting to borrow the prestige of the Terran civilization. As for the Terran civilization, Louis definitely had them, but it was not his own. But the Goddess of Night wasn't easy to fool. Shei smiled but did not say anything. Her quiet eyes remained unchanged like the silent night. Apparently, this wasn't enough to move her. Taking out the weapons of the alien civilization would only attract the hostility of the gods and make them unite against you. This is an act of courting death, Your Highness. Louis. Hearing Shei say this, Louis knew that he had to come up with something sincere to move Shei's heart. He could not show her the faith from Earth nor the power of order that he had opened up. These were Louis's means to suppress and eliminate the intelligent brain from his body. They were not things that he could tell Shei. After all is said and done, this is the only thing that could move Shei. Louis sighed. He once again manifested the Dragon God's godhood in front of Shei just as he had done in front of the Silver Moon Goddess. Godhood? The five-colored Dragon God's godhood. The still-bound Shei's expression finally changed as she looked at the geometric crystal floating on Louis's palm. A touch of greed and eagerness flashed in her unchanging eyes. If she could get her hands on this godhood, Shei could guarantee that she could easily disguise herself as the Dragon God and then use the power of this godhood to return to the mid-tier level, after which, she could abandon the divine authorities that did not suit her and become the Goddess of the Night once more. Perhaps she could even be the first to reach the high-tier divine power in the world, and then she would no longer be in danger. However, she immediately rejected this idea. It was unfortunate that she was not Louis's opponent at all. Even if her real body descended, she would not be able to defeat the dragon. It was better not to have this dangerous idea. This might be the only godhood that remained after the era of disaster. Moreover, it was a godhood that could contain high-tier divine power, and inside it were the five-colored Dragon God's divine authorities. Shei believed that she could make use of it. This dragon is simply blessed by fate. Not only could he gain the five-colored Dragon God's godhood and divine authority, he also gained Selûne's favor. And now, I've taken the initiative to deliver myself. The Goddess of Night felt awe. At this moment, Shei did not think of plotting against Louis anymore. Even for the gods, there were some realms that they could not reach, such as luck and fate. Both of them were such arcane and mysterious things. Although there were divine authorities of luck, misfortune, destiny, and others, their influence over powerful gods was minimal, but as long as they were living, everyone had their own fate and fortune. In Shei's opinion, the current Louis had the world's protection. In his most prosperous time, making an enemy out of him was the most foolish choice. Even if you wanted to plot against him, you needed to wait until this magical fortune disappeared. Gods were originally spiritual existences and believed in the metaphysical and the mysterious. He has the godhood of the five-colored Dragon God. It's certain that he would reach the mid-tier divine power. If he works just a little harder, he might even be able to reach a high tier. With the talent and wisdom he possesses, the possibility is very high. I may be able to accept his promise. The Goddess of Night thought for a long time and gradually came to a decision. If she was to become the subordinate of a weak god, she would absolutely not do it. But if the other part was a powerful god that could shelter her and help her achieve her goal, then things were different. In Shei's opinion, although the road to becoming a god was straightforward, Louis was still a new god with insufficient experience, and that's where she came in. With her experience as the oldest god, she could make up for his deficiency which Selûne could not give him, as Selûne could not teach him everything. By forming a complementary relationship, she could make the dragon dependent on her and reap the most benefits. Shai's gaze flickered and her tone softened down. Your Highness Louis, you have the potential to gain my allegiance, but I would like to make some changes to our covenant. Oh? What changes does Lady Knight want to make? Louis asked unhurriedly. He had temporarily gained the upper hand in their dialogue, and he had no intention of forging an alliance with the Goddess of Night. As for whether the goddess would become his eternal enemy or not, Louis did not care. He could just work with the gods to get rid of Shai, but he would not gain as many benefits. Even if Shai wasn't killed, Louis wasn't afraid of her regaining her powers. This would only make the alliance between him and the Silver Moon Goddess become tighter and more solid. For this reason, Louis would not lose out. As long as he did not make peace with the goddess, then he would have a lot of chances. Your Highness Louis, I would like us to add a clause to the oath. As soon as I regain my dear divine power, this oath should expire. No way. Even if you recover all of your strength within 3,000 years, you must still follow the oath until the end of the 3,000-year period. Louis did not hesitate to reject Shai's proposal. How could he just give up having a goddess in the palm of his hands? He needed her to work for 3,000 years and not a day less. Shai also knew that Louis would not agree to his request. She was just testing out the waters before giving her counter-offer. Then instead, you must kill a god for me and take their divine authority, so that I can use it as a substitute to hide from other gods. TSK. Louis clicked his tongue. Her appetite was indeed huge. Your Highness Shai, I am sorry but I cannot agree to this request of yours. Louis's face sank. After hearing that the Goddess of Night wanted him to kill a god, Louis flatly refused. It wasn't that Louis was afraid of doing so, but there were too many loopholes in her words. Shai would have him kill a god before taking their divine authorities and disguising herself as them in order to avoid the other gods. Then she would develop her believers in the dark until she completely regained her strength. It must be said that Shai's methods were very operational. Shai also had sufficient experience in assassinating a god and replacing them to continue receiving faith. In the role-playing game, Shai would probably beat all other gods. To deceive the eyes of gods was truly an exciting thing to do, but also extremely dangerous. From this, it could be seen how daring the Goddess of the Night truly was. It was just that the words killing a god was too general. What if Shai asked him to kill the Goddess of Morning? Wasn't this simply a trap? Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous move. Even if the gods were weakened at the moment, doing so would still not be easy. Gods were extremely difficult to kill. Let alone the fact that gods had various means of escape. Just finding their true bodies was a headache. Your Highness Louis, don't refuse it immediately. My proposal also has great benefits for you. Shai also knew that her request was too frightening. It was easy for people to refuse her request. Her eyes that shone like stars were cold as the deep void, and the smile on her beautiful face carried cruelty and evil. Compared to the new gods of this era, you have a huge advantage in that you have a godhood. It provides you with a convenience that other gods could not imagine. However, compared to ancient gods like me who survived the era of disaster, you don't have much of an advantage. Admittedly, those ancient gods don't have many believers anymore, but they have sufficient missionary experience and divinity. Moreover, they had also maintained their divine authority over the years. They might start slowly, but they would be able to easily gather a large number of believers as time passes. The only obstacle in their way is the consumption of divine energy required to recreate their godhoods. You are different. Although you have a complete godhood and proper divine authorities, you are inferior to the ancient gods in missionary abilities and have an absolutely unavoidable weakness: your lack of divinity. The evil goddess licked her lips like a true devil, or perhaps something even more diabolical. She seemed to be able to see through Louis at a glance, making him feel as if he could not escape her. This was her nature, to dig out the other party's inner worries in a bloody manner and not give them any chance to escape. Divinity is something that would take you millions of years to accumulate. None of us can wait that long for you. Therefore, the easiest way is not to rely on yourself, but to plunder from others. Killing a god and plundering their divinity, only by doing so can you close the gap with the ancient gods. It is not easy to overcome those ancient gods who had been alive for tens of thousands of years to hundreds of thousands of years. Even if they were asleep for 30,000 years, they still have a grasp over mortals. The cold, cruel, and enchanting voice echoed in Louis's ear. He could even feel the restraints in her voice. She was truly an incredible god who no one could know her innermost thoughts. Louis's heart sank and his expression turned serious. This goddess was too powerful. In one glance, she had seen through Louis's greatest worry. It wasn't in godhood, wasn't in divine authority, and wasn't in faith, but in divinity. As the goddess of the night said, with the passage of time, the advantage that he held over the gods would fade away. He had to act now while he had a great advantage. However, divinity was not something that could be filled overnight. Faith may grow explosively in a short time, but divinity's growth was very slow. If he only relied on himself, it would take thousands of years just to reach the starting point. In the beginning, Louis had planned to go back to the astral realm to find more fallen gods. He had not yet fully explored the many coordinates that the Silver Moon goddess had given him. After all, by digging the graves of the gods, he could strengthen himself. But picking up garbage was a slow process, and Shai had given Louis the quickest way. Fullness for the bold, famine for the timid. Let's go kill a god. If you want to kill the god, the most difficult thing is finding their true body. Even if you are so weak right now, you can still act with your incarnation. We would also need to make advance preparations to kill a true god. The only god whose true body I know at the moment is Her Highness Saloon. You are not asking me to kill Her Highness Saloon, are you? Louis asked cautiously. Shai's words could not be trusted. It was very possible for her to compel him to kill Saloon. The goddess of darkness shook her head. I know that you are in a covenant with Saloon. Within the time limit, it is impossible for you to strike her, therefore I will not compel you to fight against Saloon. Please rest assured about this. The god I want you to kill is not difficult. You have all the elements in your body to lure that god to appear. When I saw your godhood, I exclaimed that it really seems like fate, so I am certain that we can kill him. If we kill him, you can obtain all the divinity that you want, and I will obtain the divine authority that could conceal my identity. It happens to be a divine authority that would prevent the gods from suspecting our relationship. The goddess of the night continued to sway Louis with her words. Louis stared at the ancient goddess. Her eyes were a void of tranquility, with no sincerity nor deception. There was nothing that he could gather from her gaze, so the only thing he could rely on was his wisdom and perception. Good. Since you have said this much, I will make others laugh at me if I still remain timid and hesitant, so I will believe you once. Louis slowly spoke. He did not truly believe in Shai but rather the river Styx oath. As long as he was not deceived by Shai's word games, he could trust her under oath. However, Your Highness Shai, although this cooperation is beneficial to both of us, the one who is killing the god is me, and you don't even have the ability to fight in that state. If the plan is successful, you will have a turnaround and gain the opportunity to ascend the throne of God again. In that sense, the gains and losses are not equal. The only thing you can give me is information, but I have to enter the fray and fight while the final spoil goes to you. Don't you think that you need to pay with something more to make it fairer? Shai let out a dumbfounded laugh. Ha ha, you really are a greedy dragon. To talk about fairness with the goddess of the night, a broken bar, but compared to those orderly and good gods, your greed feels more real. It seems that you will not be satisfied unless I give something a broken bar. All you can get in return is the secrets of the goddess of the night, the secret of my body and mind. A broken bar. Feel honored, new god favored by fate. You will be the first in a million years to find out secrets from the Lady of Secrets. The goddess of the night's secrets. A broken bar. Louis admiringly gazed at the mysterious goddess, from her translucent ink jade skin to her delicate face that seemed to hide countless secrets. The secrets you are hiding are indeed enough as payment. Both Louis and the goddess of night reached a satisfactory agreement. As for Louis's insult to Shai, it did not matter at the moment. Whether Shai was angry or if she wanted revenge, that would be a matter of 3,000 years later. For now, They were united by their deep connections with the alien civilization in the other dimension and formed a united front as part of one system, a Louis Dragon God system. Then, let us swear an oath to the river Styx, Your Highness Shai. But before making the oath, I hope you can promise me something. I hope that you would not plot against Her Highness Selûne within the timeline. I also have a river Styx oath with her, and I hope that you will not make things difficult for me, Louis said with a slight frown. He felt that this was the most difficult matter. He now stood between the Silver Moon Goddess and the Goddess of the Night. He wanted to enjoy the benefits that both sides brought, but it was difficult, especially with the mutual hatred between the two. Even if they jumped into the river Styx, it might not even wash away. At the moment, Louis's greatest problem was temporarily easing their relationship. For the time being, all Louis could think of was not to tell anything to the Silver Moon Goddess, otherwise, their alliance would have problems. You really have a lot of requests, Your Highness Louis. Shai's tone was mixed with slight complaints, but she nodded and said, I know what I'm asking for, and I won't plot or make a move against Selûne until I reach mid-tier divine power. But don't get ahead of yourself, my Lord God. Shai's tone was delicate, but her eyes were as tranquil as the void. Mid-tier divine power? That should be enough. Louis thought so and smiled. I have not presumed to want to intervene in the war between the both of you. Those are your true natures since the beginning of the world. How could I be so arrogant to make you let go of this prejudice? Louis knew that he was not some tiger who could bring the Goddess of the Night and the Goddess Silver Moon into his harem and have them live in harmony with their natures. Perhaps they would never make up even if the world was destroyed. They were twin sisters that were also each other's greatest enemies. But because the two goddesses had an innate hatred, Louis gained the chance to use them. If they were truly good sisters, then how could Louis take advantage of them? They would have just helped each other. Support us at hosted novel. Then Your Highness Shai, let's make a vow so as to establish our position, commitment, and relationship for the next 3,000 years. Louis took a deep breath and said with a solemn voice, I swear by my divine fire to the river Styx. The Goddess of Night also curbed her smile and said with the same seriousness, broken bar. I swear by my divine fire to the river Styx. The gods directly manifested the contents of the covenant between the two in the form of divine words. The detailed agreements between the gods did not need to fall into words. The language of the gods could compress profound meaning into a few words, and so the covenant was set in stone. A magnificent scroll emerged from the void, and the two of them looked at the contents of the scroll. After carefully confirming the contents and sensing that none of them had tampered with them, they both extracted a piece of divine fire and burned it on the scroll. Immediately, the scroll floating in the mid-air automatically burned up. The flames split into two halves and entered into Shai and Louis's bodies. They could both feel that their own divine fires and divinity were connected to the waters of River Styx. The oath was also engraved in their divine fires. If any of them broke the covenant, they would immediately be pulled into the river Styx and suffer the pain of divine wasting. Even if Shai was just an incarnation, the oath would immediately connect to her true body. With this, the alliance had been formed. The two gods smiled as the atmosphere immediately eased. They both smiled with enthusiasm. If Louis and Shai both rated each other at 9 points of distrust before, then this distrust became 5 points after the covenant. Making two gods trust each other was estimated to be impossible. The river Styx oath also had loopholes, so the two would still remain wary of each other. So, my lord, is it possible to put me down now? I'm not a god of abuse and I don't really fancy this treatment. Shai was still tied to the wall at this moment. The chains made from the spell were still strangling her. Her clothes were also torn, making her look very erotic. Sorry, Your Highness Shai. I will put you down right now. Louis was apologetic. He waved his hand to release the spell, freeing Shai. Shai fell to the ground and stumbled on her feet. A pool of dried blood had gathered under her feet when she had been hung on the wall. If she wasn't an incarnation, she would have already died. I'm truly apologetic, Your Highness Shai. Your power and wisdom made me fearful, so I had to do this. I have no desire to insult you. Louis sincerely apologized. I understand the position you were in just now, Lord God, and the reason why you would do so. for which I will not hold a grudge against you." The goddess of night Shei nodded and smiled as if she had genuinely forgiven Louis. As for whether these were her true thoughts, Louis was not convinced, as he understood that this goddess was somewhat petty. Fortunately, with the river Styx oath, he didn't have to be too worried about her for 3,000 years. Louis sat back on his chair and invited Shei to sit down as well. Their relationship now was between the main god and a subordinate god. It was natural for them to be much closer. Of course, Louis did not really treat Shei as a servant. For the gods, it was important to maintain basic mutual respect as long as they were not mortal enemies. However, Shei did not sit on the chair prepared for her by Louis. Instead, she picked up a glass of red wine and sat sideways on Louis's lap. Her enchanting posture coupled with her dancer-like dress made her more seductive. The goddess of the night's soft body leaned on Louis's chest as her waist gently twisted. Through her torn-up clothes, her ink jade skin was clearly visible. It emitted a light fragrance that could make a person feel at peace. This goddess might be seductive and evil, but she was also quiet and gentle. But in actual fact, Louis felt that Shei's movements were stiff and seemed to have no experience. She wasn't even as proactive as his elven maids. Thinking about it, that should be the case. The proud goddess had mortals serve her in the past. Although she had seen a variety of obscene things, this might be her first actually trying them herself. Louis was not moved. He was more concerned with the secrets that she knew. "Your Highness Shei, can you now tell me the god that you want me to kill?" "Hush, Your Highness Louis, now is not the time to tell you. If I tell you now, the plan is likely to fail in the first place." Shei raised her finger and blinked. Louis raised his eyebrows unhappily. Just as he pondered whether this was the truth or just Shei's perfunctory words, the goddess of the night continued, "However, there is one secret that I have to tell you earlier. You also need to make preparations in advance. That is, the era of the gods is coming. You have to make final preparations to ascend and become a god." As the words fell, Louis was shocked. He did not expect Shei to know the specific time when the gods would return once more. Could this be Shei's true ability, or did every sleeping powerful god know about it? Without waiting for Louis to think deeply, Shei ambiguously smiled and said, "Now, it's time to give the things I promised you, about the secret of the goddess of the night." Shei smiled delicately and boldly. Louis had no more time to ponder and just closed his eyes. Forest of the Moon, Silver Moon King Doma. In the moon pool that reflected the light of the silver moon, the silver moon goddess Selûne was walking slowly with her bare feet. She wore a silver-white traditional elven costume. It trailed on the ground like a long dress and fluttered as her delicate legs moved forward. The silver moon goddess came to the moon pool, where no elven guards existed. Her perfectly charming body had a flaw. Her abdomen bulged like a human in the 10th month of pregnancy. The goddess' finger gently landed on her abdomen and she gently caressed it with a soft maternal smile. Suddenly, the silver moon goddess frowned. She looked up sharply and gazed into the sky. What she was not looking at was the moon but the sun that was hiding behind the curtain of darkness. It passed her information. How could it be so soon? The world is almost finished changing, and the era of the gods is going to begin once more. The silver moon goddess' delicate body trembled slightly as she exclaimed with a surprised tone. Although the silver moon goddess Selûne had fallen to a low-tier divine power, as one of the first-born goddesses, she still had a divine connection with the sun and light. Thus, she was able to perceive the trajectory of the world from these forces. "I have to hurry up, but I have to give birth to this child first." The silver moon goddess took a deep breath and secretly made a decision. A broken bar. In the east of San Soliel, the Seven Nations Alliance, the capital of Agaron, a meeting of the kings of the Seven Nations was being held. Agaron was the capital of history and knowledge, making it a suitable place for them to meet. In the hall of the conference center of the capital of Agaron, a quarrel was going on. Several kings argued with reddened faces, causing the place to be as noisy as a vegetable market. The whole atmosphere of the meeting was very heavy. The return of the gods greatly influenced the kings of the nations. These demigods who had been in hiding were also attracted to the changes of the era. In the past, It was difficult to encounter these demigods even when the countries were at war. But now, each one of them was challenging the power of these kings. Demigods could not become gods in the previous era, making it the highest level that all beings in the world could reach. The power of mortals could not attract demigods, which kept them away from the vortex of power. But as time changed and ascending was once again possible, these demigods would walk into this huge vortex to try and gain faith for the sake of reaching an immortal life. Faced with these powerful demigods, the kings of various countries were simply helpless. Although they could use a large number of troops to waste the divine power of the demigod, thus killing them, the price was too high. As a result, the kings had no choice but to work together with ancient awakened gods or rely on the Church of the Gods to counter the other demigods. The price that these countries had to pay was to allow the Church to perform missionary work. But even now, the Church of the ancient gods was unable to face a demigod. They could only slightly take advantage in battle. Now, the scene playing in the entire continent from north to south was the same as long as there were intelligent creatures around. With the awakening of the gods as the lead and supplemented by the demigods who survived the era of disaster, all those who were expected to become gods started plundering believers from each other in hopes of obtaining immortality and power. This was the best era for those who wished to become gods. But it was also the worst of times. Dark currents flowed everywhere as the shadow of war loomed. The revival of Helene the Abyss made every mortal face death at any time. King Scylla, King Dambuzel, are you really going to wage war against Dragon City? That dragon is about to become a god. It is not wise to wage war against him. Now that huge changes are happening, the first thing we have to do is maintain the Seven Kingdom Alliance, not to wage war with a dragon who is about to become a god. I hope you will withdraw your orders. One of the kings, the king of Chios, questioned the two kings loudly. At the meeting, he looked around, trying to find an ally who could support his arguments, but he was left disappointed. The lady of the capital of wealth was smiling as her eyes lit up hearing about the war. She was on the precipice of making a fortune, after all. The barbarian king of Jumibia remained wary as if the mention of war was enough to make his blood boil. The king of Agaron just stroked his white beard. Without saying a word, he was also a demigod trying to spread his faith in his own territory. The elegant elder of Evermere did not say anything either, but he had an anxious frown as he worried about the internal situation of his territory. The two kings of Scylla and Dambuzel, in their 20s and in their respective primes, looked at each other. The king of Scylla stood up as a representative and retorted loudly, "O king of Chios, this is an internal affair between Scylla and Dambuzel that is outside of the alliance's control. 1,000 years ago, our kingdoms were invaded by the Queen of Calamity where countless innocent civilians died under the breath of the evil dragon. Since then, every king of Scylla and Dambuzel has to swear that if any traces of the Queen of Calamity is found, they must raise the country's banner to crush the dragon. That evil dragon is now sheltered by the dragon god. For the glory of the previous kings and for our oath, this is a task that we must go through." The king of Scylla first gave a righteous speech to give himself the advantage in the meeting. Then he coldly snorted at the other kings. "Moreover, the different churches in your countries are also encouraging you to wage war against Dragon City, right? The gods are coveting the riches of the dragon. They want you to obtain the dragon's wealth for themselves. As believers of the gods, shouldn't you fight for the sake of your gods?" The speech made all the kings angry. The gods' awakening and the development of the church robbed most of their powers as rulers. In the end, they were forced to believe in a particular god. Even the Sublime Empire was in a precarious position. Under the joint power of many churches, the country was split into pieces. Each country in the Seven Kingdom Alliance was in no better position than the Sublime Empire. How could they fight against the gods? However, these people never imagined that the king of Scylla would bow down to the gods and raise his whole country to wage war against Dragon City. They wondered what benefits the gods had promised him. Humphrey, the lady of the capital of wealth, was the first to stand up and brush her sleeves away. The beautiful woman dressed in gold and silver let out an ugly expression as if her pride had been wounded. Although she was known as the embodiment of wealth on the continent, She could only resign herself to the power and greatness of the gods. All other kings also left their seats with ugly faces except for the old man of Acheron, who was smiling. He was the only demigod among the kings, allowing him to hold on to the power of the kingdom of Acheron tightly. This also made him the only person who was least affected by the gods. I have waited for this moment for 3,000 years. Finally, it's time to reap the harvest. The old man stroked his beard and whispered contentedly. A broken bar. After leaving Acheron, King Scylla returned to his kingdom. Once he arrived at his palace, he immediately had someone summon 2 bishops of different churches. Sir Bishops, will you really help me with all your might to wage a war on Dragon City? Support us at Hosted Novel. The main reason why King Scylla had the courage to wage a war was that he had 2 churches promising him assistance. Please rest assured, O King Scylla. We, the Church of the Goddess of Magic, will definitely help you with all our might to wage a war of salvation against the kingdom of that evil god. The goddess has promised that if you are able to do so, the goddess will grant a reward that will satisfy you. The same goes for our Church of the Earth Goddess. Goddess has told us to do our best to help you, and the Mother Goddess will reward you as well. The 2 bishops assured the King of Scylla without any haste. King Scylla nodded heartily and looked at the other person present. It was a witch with a long hat. This witch slightly raised her head and said with a mature voice, "The Feminist Witch Council has also received instructions from the head witch to help you invade the kingdom of the dragon." A broken bar. On the other hand, after returning to his kingdom, the king of Danbusel rushed to his palace. At the top of the palace where the throne was located, a woman was already sitting there. Seeing his throne occupied by another person, King Danbusel was not annoyed, but instead let out an infatuated look, as if he had lost his will and self. "Lady, I have launched a war against Dragon City together with Scylla as you requested." The woman sitting on the throne let out a teasing smile. Her demonic and voluptuous posture seemed to gather the beauty of the endless realms. Even the gods and goddesses would be charmed by her beauty. "Well done, my slave. Go and test that dragon. I am very interested in him. His appearance is very unbelievable. It really makes me curious." Giggle tilde. The woman laughed and trembled. Her body swayed while letting out a burst of seductive laughter. After hearing that laughter, King Danbusel stifled a grunt. His body trembled and fell to his knees. The queen sitting on the throne gave him a disgusted look and cursed, "Go away, you dog." King Danbusel was cursed, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he showed a look of enjoyment and crawled out of the palace with excitement. "Oh dragon, I hope you can give me a different feeling, a broken bar. The new era of the gods, the first year, the return of the gods." At dawn, the streets of Dragon City were already bustling with activity. The nightlife just ended and a new day was already upon everyone. Get out! Get out! You don't have any money to stay here." Bam! An adventurer dressed as a wanderer was kicked out of the door by the owner of the inn. The lively scene was also witnessed by a crowd of passers-by. "Boss, you can't do this. I've been staying with you for 2 months now. Can't you put it on my tab? I was unlucky yesterday." "Yes, I was just unlucky to lose all my money. I'll make some more soon and pay you double the cost of the room." The loiterer who was kicked out of the hotel was clearly drunk as he yelled at the burly owner. "Bah, you were lucky to have struck a fortune once. You could have also used the money to do some business, but you went to Tulip Street to find women and even dared to gamble against those noble lords. I have seen a lot of your kind. If you are still alive next month, then I'll change my name. Are you still not leaving? I'll call the guards if you stay any longer." The boss voice drew the attention of the patrolling guards. Seeing those guards in light armor heading their way, the drunken wandered immediately sobered up and ran away in a huff. I was also a bit of an adventurer when I was young. At that time, I could only think about being able to preserve my life, and even with that, I lost a hand. Fortunately, I had saved up enough money to retire, and thanks to the dragon god, my life now's great. Sheesh, or broken bar. Young people these days, they don't know the beauty of life and the importance of saving. The inn owner touched his empty sleeve. He shook his head, sighed, and headed back in. The owner felt that he was now living a good life, with a small inn, a wife, and children. He was pretty happy with his circumstances. May the dragon god bless me. After my death, may I also be at peace and quiet in your kingdom? The inn owner began to pray in front of the statue of the dragon god. This had been a necessary item for almost every resident of Dragon City. They would pray to God after waking up, going to sleep, before meals, and when attending church service every 7 days to pass on their faith. Dragon City was now an adventurer's paradise and the largest gold mine on the main continent. Every day, there were legends of people getting rich overnight, but there were more people who lost everything in one night. Every now and then, there were also adventurers who died in battles with monsters, but new ones would immediately replace them. Although this place was a very cruel place for adventurers, it was also a treasure trove of unlimited attraction and possibilities. As long as they had money, they could enjoy the services of a heavenly world here. The inhabitants of Dragon City lived very peaceful lives. It had already been several years since the dragon god descended upon their city. The army was in stable operations. As an independent kingdom in the main continent, Dragon City had become a rare safe place in the current turmoil of the continent, thanks to the dragon god's wisdom and material support. But as a result, the city was also coveted by many gods. A broken bar. Everyone moved to the sides. Important goods are being delivered from the Subla Empire today. Clear the aisle. This shipment is important to the city lord. Everyone out of the way. A battalion came from the city's barracks to clear the gate of people and open up the road. The crowd around all dispersed but did not go far. Instead, they stood on both sides of the road, curious to see what goods would be delivered today. Then, the residents and adventurers of Dragon City were surprised to find that the vast majority of these soldiers were beastmen along with the most elite dragon cavalry of Dragon City. The Dragon Cavalry was a group of dragon knights who rode on real dragons. This was particularly rare since prideful dragons would not allow any species to ride on their bodies. There were less than 200 dragon knights wearing full-body steel armor. They were more like dragon beast knights, as their mounts were somewhere between young dragons and dragon beasts, but they had no proper intelligence and could not inherit a dragon's heritage. That said, these dragon beasts were extremely adaptable. They could go up in the sky and move on the ground. As for their riders, only the most elite soldiers of Dragon City could join the cavalry. Nowadays, thanks to the population growth in Dragon City, there were about 30,000 soldiers. This might have seemed small, but in a world close to medieval civilization, this was already a standard fighting power. It was rare to see a war like the time when Louis was summoned. He had killed more than 30,000 soldiers in just one breath. Normally, demigods would never waste their divine power on ordinary soldiers due to how precious divine power was. Demigods were closer to strategic weapons that existed to defend against opposing demigods. They rarely go into battle themselves, making wars a field where mortals and legendary rank powerhouses duked it out. Moreover, the soldiers of Dragon City have armed to the teeth thanks to the large amount of steel that Louis brought from Earth. With how the world was severely lacking in material resources, any soldier in Dragon City was definitely an elite soldier among elite soldiers of the world. Although professionals in the world of San Soliel were strong, they were all within human range, making weapons and equipment have a great impact on battle power. Only when they reached legendary rank could they become inhuman. Everyone, move aside. Open up the gates. A fierce female voice shouted. Lisfer walked while emanating great power while walking with her personal guard to meet this gift from the Subla Empire. As the city gates opened wide, the first to enter the city was a supersized caravan. Under the watchful eyes of Lisfer, this caravan brought in countless beastmen slaves into the city. These beastmen slaves were tied with ropes and shackled. Some of the especially strong ones were tied down with chains. There were male and female beastmen and every one of them looked to be at their prime. The youngest only looked 10 years old, while the oldest was probably 20. It could be said that as long as they were fed properly, they could become useful slaves. The beastmen slaves were sent as part of the covenant from the princess of the Subla Empire after informing the emperor. Lisfer stood in front of the soldiers and coldly watched as the beastmen were delivered. Her face was cold, a broken bar without any sympathy for them. Beastmen were races that lived in tribes. Only those who lived in the same tribe would be treated as relatives, while the life and death of other tribes did not matter. In Lucifer's view, these beastmen slaves were the power that he had obtained, tools to make her clan live a better life. Naturally, if these beastmen were willing to submit to her tribes for a long time, Lucifer would treat them as her own people. Lady Lucifer, I am Fuse, the president of the Chamber of Slaves. On the orders of the Emperor, I have come to bring this batch of beastmen slaves to Dragon City. A broken bar. Under the protection of a team of guards, a fat man wearing a luxurious nobleman's long suit and holding a pile of precious stones in his hand came over to greet her. He was the largest slave trader in the Subla Empire and could be said to be extremely rich, but in the face of the country's ruler, especially one that was close to becoming a god, he did not dare have treasonous thoughts. As a result, he remained law-abiding in Dragon City. Moreover, he had also squandered money like dirt, making him a valuable guest of the entertainment industry of Dragon City. Mr. Fuse, tell me about these slaves. From the brief glance, there seemed to be no old and weak women and children. Lucifer was also aware of this exotic celebrity of Dragon City, so she asked politely. Yes, Lady Lucifer. These slaves are personally selected by Her Highness Princess Andrea. There are no old or weak people. Oh, Her Highness Andrea is quite an angel. She was worried that the slaves would decrease on the way here, causing discontent to the dragon god, so a total of 56,000 slaves were sent, minus those who died on the long journey. There are still more than 51,000 slaves. The ratio of men to women is also close to 1:1. They are young and strong, making them the best group of beastmen slaves in the Subla Empire. We gave these slaves food and drink on the road, just enough to maintain the basic needs of life, so they are all powerless at the moment. Even if these 50,000 slaves are locked together, they would not be able to cause a riot. Fuse, as a slave trader of major races, knew very well that the beastmen would not care about those of the same race who had been taken as slaves, so he could make a detailed introduction. If it were elves, he would definitely not say as much. Lucifer was not too pleased as she listened. She thought that Princess Andrea was trying to plot against the dragon god, as her behavior was tantamount to selling the country in order to please the dragon god. But Lucifer soon gave up on thinking. Thinking was never the strong point of beastmen, so it would be best to leave it to others. By the way, Lady Lucifer, we have some great goods here specifically for Lord Dragon God. Fuse showed an obscene smile. He led Lucifer to a caravan covered with black cloth. After opening the cloth, Lucifer saw the scene inside. Imprisoned in the caravan were beautiful beastmen in their early teens. There were fox girls, cat girls, and even wolf girls like Lucifer. The sudden light made these beastmen huddle together and look at Lucifer and Fuse in fear. These women were captured from the chief's family of the beastmen tribes. They are definitely the nobility of the beastmen and well educated. This is my gift to the Lord Dragon God. Understanding a male dragon's temperament, Fuse revealed a lecherous smile. He followed it up by lifting the black cloth of another caravan and whispered, I have an even better thing here that we mortals are not blessed to consume. It can only be given to the Lord Dragon God. When Lucifer saw what was inside, she was also flabbergasted. It was a large creature far beyond human size. She had the beautiful appearance of a woman with wings on her back that made her look like an angel, but her ears were pointed like elves. Her upper body was barely covered, with only the most crucial part covered with a metal necklace. What was especially surprising was that the lower half of this female creature was a snake's tail. Just when Lucifer was surprised, a seductive female voice came from behind her. A broken bar. This is a Liland of the Azitas race. They are also called winged serpent angels. Winged serpent angel? Lucifer heard a voice from behind her and looked back. Even the winged serpent angel, whose mouth was sealed and entire body in chains, also looked her way. Behind Lucifer was a woman in black robes typically worn by mages. Her head was covered with a hood. This woman was brought by the dragon god some time ago and was given great power in Dragon City. No one knew where she came from and no one had seen her true face. This woman self-identified as a maid of Dragon Palace and got to eat, drink, and live in the palace of the Dragon Lord. It could be said that no one was more favored than her in Dragon City. Although people were upset that such a strange woman rose to the upper echelons of Dragon City, no one dared oppose it since it was the city lord's proposal. Only the Dragon God Church's Pope Cluny seemed to know something, as he was respectful to the woman, but no matter who asked him, Cluny would not say her true name. But the good thing was that this woman was not interested in the power of Dragon City. She never intervened in the management nor tried to take away other people's power. Everyone felt relieved that she wasn't interested in politics. Lisfer did not like this woman. In addition to her being heavily favored by her master, she sensed that this woman was bad news, as if the two of them were not the same creatures. When Lisfer first met her, her soul shook for no reason. And wolf girl, don't you want to return to the embrace of darkness and tranquility? There is no hope for the future, and promises are also meaningless. Only eternal silence is the pursuit of everything. Darkness is the end of everything. The light of the moon will eventually be extinguished. Embrace the darkness. A broken bar. Lisfer's eyebrows jumped. She felt that this woman was a little annoying, like a stubborn salesman. Day and night, she would promote her theory of tranquility. In the beginning, the people of Dragon City would listen to her speech, but slowly, people began to distance themselves from her, especially Cluny. She felt as if this woman was a virus that would contaminate him. Cisna had it worse. This woman held an unusual obsession with her, and whenever she met Cisna, she would proselytize without restraint. Lisfer felt that the woman's teachings seemed somewhat familiar, but the gods had disappeared for 30,000 years. Many gods' teachings had been lost in history. In the era of the gods, Shai's teachings were extremely famous, to the point that a short phrase from her would make anyone associate it with her. Sorry, lady. I believe in the great dragon god, and the dogma that I act by is also the dogma of the dragon god. I am not interested in other religious dogmas. Lisfer did not know what the woman's name was, and no one else did either. So they all addressed her as Lady. Lisfer, my eyes tell me that your faith is not strong. The woman in black robes was naturally the incarnation of the goddess of night. After forming a covenant with Louis, the goddess stayed in Dragon City. According to her, it was safer here and she could help him as his subordinate god and also monitor him to help her steal a divine authority. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. The goddess, who had nothing to do, has become the leader of a multi-level marketing scheme as she tried to spread her faith in the city, but Shai herself was not too keen on this. Shai was currently being hunted by the gods. Her church was also a target for the gods to destroy, so Shai was in need of a new divine authority. Before she changed her identity, she could not develop her own church as it would only make her a target. But Shai was interested in the few followers of the Silver Moon Goddess. In particular, she was most interested in Cisna. Although she promised not to find trouble with Saloon, she was happy to try and tempt her followers to convert. Shai's doctrine had always preached to extinguish the light of the moon, to kill the faithful followers of Saloon, to destroy the purpose and rituals of the Silver Moon's doctrine. Shai had written her hatred directly into her doctrine, and Saloon was the only one. Hearing Shai's words, Lisfer's expression changed. This woman's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Her heart chilled, and she quickly changed the subject. A broken bar lady, please tell me more about this race called the Winged Serpent Angel. If people heard that others did not have a strong faith in the dragon god, it was a very dangerous act in Dragon City. There weren't many taboos in Dragon City, and faith was the only requirement. Although Lisfer felt that her faith was very strong, compared to the crazy fanatics, she was indeed a bit worse. A broken bar. Shai let out a low laugh as she felt Lisfer's fear. She did not continue proselytizing as she now had to rely on Louis. Harming his believers would be harming herself. Thus, this goddess did not hide anything as she introduced the strange creature to her. The Ezaters live in a realm of wilderness and are a race that serves gods as a kind of divine messenger. They like to collect knowledge, poetry, and arts. They are very compatible with the elves, but due to the separation of the realms, This wild race has long forgotten about the main continent. It is rare for these little ones to come to the main continent. Shai used a charming voice to explain. The slave trader Fuse on the side smiled flatteringly. This lady is really knowledgeable. After we captured this strange creature, we had to ask many scholars before finding out her identity. In the face of the gods, mortals would still have a sense of worship even if they had lost their divine power. As a mortal, Fuse did not know the person in front of him was a goddess, but he could feel an instinctive fear and reverence. This winged serpent Angela Brokenbar or Leland is about 7 meters long and weighs 1.7 tons. Although beautiful, humans like us can't manage her, so we want to dedicate her to the dragon god. Fuse said ingratiatingly. Here Brokenbar, it is not rare to see the Azators in the wilderness, and the Leland isn't as powerful as the Azators, but they are also rarely seen on the main continent. Ordinary humanoid creatures cannot enjoy them, so perhaps you might please His Highness by giving her to him. Dragons like to play with strange creatures, do they not? Shai let out an ambiguous laugh. So, you brought this Leland here? Louis gazed at the Azators that was bound by chains. This Leland's upper body was that of an extremely beautiful woman with fine curves, similar to the Lamias that Louis knew from fantasy. Complementing this were its dainty elven ears and white angelic wings. While the upper half of the creature seemed to be a combination of an elf and an angel, the waist down was completely snake-like with smooth and shiny lime green scales. Perhaps because of fear and nervousness, its tail was curled up, giving Louis the impression that she was nervous. If this was according to human aesthetics, Louis would have stared at the upper half of this Leland, but due to his instincts as a dragon as well as a dragon's aesthetics, he stared at the lower half of the Leland, because, for the Leland, the snake part was the most important. We are hosted novel. Find us on Google. The upper half of the Leland was enough to fascinate any humanoid creature, but once they saw the lower half, the desires that bubbled up would immediately pop. Moreover, the Leland was a large creature that was nearly 2 tons in weight. Let alone humans, even beastmen would be crushed to death. This is really beautiful in terms of tonnage. Do they really want me to play with a snake? Louis's heart burst with bitterness. Why was this, you ask? This was because his own people and people from other countries would send female creatures when they were paying tribute. This did not happen only once or twice. Not only did territorial lords send gifts to please Louis, but merchants with big businesses in Dragon City would always offer treasures to him when they came. The treasures were all precious gems, gold, or females of different races. That's right, it was truly from many different races. Last time, there was a merchant that sent a very rare female crystal scorpion. It was an incredible creature born when earth elements turned into green, blue, yellow, and red crystals and aggregate together. The crystal scorpion was very weak to the point that any team of adventurers could easily defeat it. But it was so rare and beautiful that adventurers would always capture them and sell them at a high price. And a merchant had tributed this female crystal scorpion to Louis. From a human's perspective, the crystal scorpion was at most beautiful, but from a dragon's perspective, the female crystal scorpion was really beautiful to the point that it could make them tingle. Until now, Louis's back garden was filled with many different female creatures and kept as his pets. Because of his power, these creatures could live freely in his garden. At this point, Louis's back garden could be called a racial museum. Even among those monsters, there were hideous and scary phase spiders from the ethereal realm. Unfortunately, after seeing the beautiful spider form of the Queen of Spiders, Louis could only be bored with other female spiders. The relationship between superiors and inferiors is like that between the wind and grass. The grass must bend when the wind blows upon it. Everyone thought that Louis was a dragon who liked beautiful females, so people who wanted to please him would send all kinds of female creatures and beautiful jewelry. However, Louis's tastes had been refined, so he wasn't able to take interest in some female creatures. This wasn't because he still retained human thoughts. When he turned into a dragon, His senses had already been turned to that of a dragon to the point that magical creatures gave Louis greater sensory stimulation than anything else. The only thing different now was that Louis had a relationship with a goddess level of existence. He even had one with the Queen of Unicorns, who would probably become the goddess of unicorns in the future. After having great meals such as the goddess of Silver Moon and goddess of Night, he had lost interest in general creatures. However, the beautiful female creatures in his back garden still brought him aesthetic pleasure. From a dragon's perspective, his back garden was a harem filled with countless beautiful girls. Louis sighed. He was really unqualified to be a human being as he had lost his humanity, but as a dragon, he was undoubtedly a role model. If other male dragons found out that he had so many beautiful female creatures in his back garden, as well as how he had slept with various goddesses, they would die of envy. Dragons, especially males, were such creatures. But, the Lilend, whether from a human or dragon's point of view, was a beautiful creature. Louis would definitely try to find some time to play with her. For humans, her body was considered large, but for dragons, she was considered petty, so he would need to change his body size to match hers. In the outer and inner planes, there were many beautiful and powerful creatures. Perhaps in the future, Louis might find some time to go sightseeing, but for now, Louis's top priority was to ascend to godhood. After forcefully moving away his gaze on the Lilent, Louis's gaze landed on the beastman behind Lisfer. Noticing Louis's gaze, Lisfer, who was kneeling in front of him, quickly said, "Lord Dragon God, these are the goods sent by the slave merchant Fuse from the Sublime Empire. All of them are virgin noble beastmen. I will train them well to become maids of your palace for your enjoyment. If any of them cannot meet your requirements, a broken bar." Lisfer looked to the side at those kneeling on the ground and let out wild laughter. "I will send them to Tulip Street to receive customers. These noble and beautiful girls will definitely be desired by humans, beastmen, and even elves. Once they get old and decrepit, we can have some wild dogs eat them. So little girls, in order to become a qualified maid, you must work hard. Failure means experiencing a cruel life, and there would be no peace after death." Lisfer's threat made the beast-eared maidens shiver. Their expressions showed their terror, but the dragons might made it difficult for them to even move a single finger. Some girls let out sad cries as they looked at the golden dragon that was more than 40 meters long. They thought of how their own petite bodies would certainly be torn apart if they were played with by such a huge dragon. However, they did not dare retort, especially due to Lisfer's final words. In a world without mysticism, death was simply death. It could even be said to be a relief. But in a mystical world like San Soliel, it means their souls could be played with even after death. Louis did not stop Lisfer from trying to threaten these maidens. He was now a lord who managed 400,000 people and would become a god of countless believers in the future. If he was new to the world, he might still have some sympathy, but now he was already used to the cruelty of the world. He did not have to act like a loser anymore to please any woman. For a dragon, especially the dragon god, everything in the world was given and taken. Beautiful women without an equivalent status and power were nothing but mere objects. How about the beastmen slaves? Louis ignored the Lilend and the maidens as he asked the topic that he was more concerned about. There are 51,000 beastmen slaves brought from the Sublime Empire. All of them are healthy young men and women. As long as there are enough resources, they can reproduce and raise the beastman population of Dragon City. She kneeled on one knee to further answer Louis's question. "It's just that this is somewhat out of the ordinary. I had thought that the beastmen the Sublime Empire would send would be old and young women, as well as children, but the Empire had sent so many fine and strong beastmen." According to Fuse, these beastmen were hand-picked by Princess Andrea. As a subordinate, Lisfer knew that she could not make any decision for her superior, but she needed to inform him of all the information and suspicions that she felt. As to what decisions would be made after, this was already a matter for Louis. Lisfer knew very well how to be a good subordinate. Looking at this wolf girl's response, Louis was satisfied. There's no harm done. You do not need to consider Andrea's matter. Previously, Louis wanted the princess to become his own private property, and Andrea's selection of elite beastmen was tantamount to the emperor agreeing to his demands. Andrea is the Emperor's jewel. For him to agree to give her precious daughter to a dragon, it seems that the internal situation of the Sublime Empire is quite bad. Due to the pressure from the churches, the empire is about to fall apart. The Emperor is planning a way of retreat for his daughter. In short, he wants me to shelter Andrea. This is also good. If the timing is right, I would be able to use Andrea's identity to intervene in the internal affairs of the empire. Although the war there is chaotic, I can also try to insert a nail. That princess is also hiding quite a few deep secrets. When the time comes, I could explore those secrets. A broken bar. Secrets. A broken bar. Maybe she knows. While Louis was thinking about it, he recalled that he had a subordinate goddess who knew many secrets. He raised his head to look around, but he did not see where she had wandered off to. Shaking his head, Louis did not bother looking for her anymore. Although they were in a relationship between the main god and subordinate god, as long as the goddess of night did not do anything against him, he could not control her. Lucifer, I have seen with my own eyes your contribution to Dragon City. I am also very satisfied that you are putting Dragon City's interests as your highest priority. I will give you those 50,000 beastmen. Select the most robust of them to join the army and I will give you full command over them. As for the rest of them, teach them how to make a living in Dragon City. A broken bar. Also, have Clooney preach to them, until these beastmen become my believers and until you recognize their capabilities. I permit you to form a tribe and let them become a part of your tribe. Perhaps one day in the future, you can personally take back the glory that should belong to you. Louis lifted his head and looked down on Lucifer while his majestic voice resounded in this palace. Praise be you, great dragon god. I dedicate my living body and my soul to you. May your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Lucifer kneeled down on both knees with excitement as she expressed her heartfelt trust in Louis. The pitch-black night sky hung menacingly over Dragon City. Unlike the country skies of Earth, however, not a single star hung in the heavens. And not because of light pollution. In this world, stars had a special meaning. Each star in the sky represented a god, but only when a god returned to its throne could its star be seen. At the moment, no god had truly returned. Only the clear white circle of the moon remained in the night sky, casting a gentle glow onto the inhabitants of the world below. Soft and beautiful, it was every bit representative of the silver moon goddess. While others could only rely on their imaginations to fantasize over the silver moon goddess beauty, Louis had personally tasted her tenderness and quietness. The back garden of the city lord's palace had been expanded to the extent that it covered the whole mountain peak. Right in the middle of the garden was Louis sitting on a throne in his dragon body, admiring the show in front of him. The Lilend of the Azotus, who he had just received, had coiled her snake body and was carefully playing harp. The sound of the harp tinkled pleasantly and carried a cheerful tune. The Azotus had come from the wilderness realm. The realm and the race had a similar relationship to the demons and the abyss, and devils and hell. There, the Azotus were not uncommon and could be found everywhere. However, just like demons and devils, they were bound by the rules of the main continent, making it difficult for them to descend onto it. The Lilend did not know if it was lucky or not. The reason she had fallen from the upper realm of the wilderness realm to the main continent was due to the changes happening to the connections between the realms. If it was a demon or a devil, they would be very joyous, as those evil creatures would sneak off to eat human souls and escape back to their realms before being caught. However, the Lilend was a creature of chaotic goodness. It was not a big threat on the main continent. As a result, it was caught by humans who did not know much about her race. Whether it was the upper realms or the lower realms, each had its indigenous inhabitants. The Azotus belonged to a clan of angels, and in their strongest evolution, they could rival a Bala demon of the abyss. The legendary ranks of these races were not much different in power, but none of them were able to freely enter the main continent. Demons and devils required evil sacrifices to be summoned into the main continent, and these angelic races also required rituals similar in complexity if different in morality. Everything revolves around the main continent, as it was the center of the world. The Azotus were angels and a kind of divine messengers. In the past era of the gods, many Azotus served gods, especially the strongest of the race. Now, Louis was almost the same as a god and was only one step away. As a result, this Lilend was controlled by her instinct as an Azotus and became fearful and reverent of Louis. Under his watchful eyes, she carefully dedicated her skills to the god. Although the Azotus had not seen a true god for 30,000 years and this little one was born after the era of disaster, her genetic heritage from her ancestors made her immediately choose to submit. The elven maids cleaned Louis's already smooth and bright scales. Someone even brought the special fruit from the forest of the moon to Louis's mouth and fed him. The elves also wiped clean each of Louis's teeth and claws. Although Louis had gained the ability to clean himself with magic already, Louis enjoyed being touched and cleaned by so many soft and gentle hands. The elves curiously looked at the Lilend that reached 7 meters in length. Although the Lilend had pointed ears, her race didn't actually have any blood relationship with the elves, but due to their common traits and preferences, they had a harmonious relationship. Stop! Suddenly, Louis opened his mouth to have the Lilend stop playing. The Lilend's face flushed with a trace or panic. She immediately stopped playing and lowered her head while shivering, thinking that the god might be displeased with her own playing. "All of you, go back down with her," he ordered. The surrounding elven maids did not think of anything and performed the ancient noble salute and softly answer, and indicated the Lilend with their gaze to follow them. The Lilend bowed her head in panic as she slithered away with the elves from this garden. When there was no other creature there anymore, Louis spoke to the void. "Your Highness Shei, where did you go during this period of time?" As the words fell, the figure of the goddess of night appeared. She took off her robes and once again changed to her dancer-like clothes. With Shei's appearance, even the moonlight dimmed as it was covered by the darkness. "Is the Lord God asking about my whereabouts?" The bare feet of the goddess landed on the ground as she sauntered toward Louis while exuding a mysterious charm. "I have no interest in finding your Highness' whereabouts, and your secrecy makes it hard for you to be pursued." Louis smiled gently. His body changed from dragon to human as he invited Shei to take a seat. Louis couldn't care less about what Shei was doing behind his back, as long as he kept his guard up. Signing a covenant with Shei was already a dangerous act, but the rewards were very high. "Am I interrupting Lord God's pleasure?" Shei's dark ink-like eyes looked afar. She saw the departure of those elves and the Lilend and let out a wintry laugh. Although her charm was decadent, Louis did not feel anything because Shei's true essence lay with the tranquil nothingness. Her seduction was just a play. Naturally, being entangled with the goddess of the night was pleasant even if it was just acting. Compared to the beauty of your Highness Shei, those elves and the Lilend are just mortals. After having tasted a goddess, how would I be interested in those low-quality goods? Louis flattered her without restraint. Although he knew that Shei had likely heard this kind of compliment countless times, it would still be pleasing for her to hear. As expected, the goddess of the night let out a delicate laugh. She licked her lips with her dainty tongue as she teased him with her eyes. It was as if she was inviting Louis to enter her skirt and become the guest of honor. The goddess of the night knew exactly what to do to make a male dragon excited and happy. Louis naturally would not refuse to enjoy a goddess' flesh, but he had more important things to do than to communicate with the goddess in depth now. "Your Highness Shei suddenly came to see me. Could it be that something big has happened?" Listening to Louis's inquiry, Shei did not hide any information because they were now on the same ship. It was also rare for the Lady of Mysteries to come straight forward without concealing anything. "The kingdoms of Scylla and Dan Buzel of the Seven Kingdom Alliance are preparing to launch an invasion against Dragon City." Shei collected her smile and spoke solemnly. "I know that my adopted daughter Nola is hated by Scylla and Dan Buzel." That said, Nola was the first to make the stupid mistake. However, the King of Scylla and the King of Dan Buzel should not be so stupid as to launch a declaration of war against me by themselves. Who is behind them? Louis thought for a while and pointed out the cause. 1,000 years ago, that female dragon arrived at the Shadow Realm. I used her a bit to lure out Saloon, but who would have thought that 1,000 years later, I would ally myself with you. This female dragon that was part of my plans became a huge nuisance as she gave them the best excuse to attack. Shei sighed. Just like how the abyss had its own intent, Fate also had its own plans. A difference of 1,000 years could easily change and complicate relationships. It was accurate to say that fate had been entangled. However, the goddess of night was not a goddess that grieved over people. She smiled at Louis and said, "Behind the king of Scylla is supported by the church of the god of earth, the church of the goddess of magic, as well as the feminist witch council. In fact, Lord God, if you hang over the divine authorities of earth and magic, both of those two gods would immediately give up on being enemies with you." Louis lightly skimmed Shai and snickered. "I have only a little divine authority over magic and earth on my body. In fact, they already serve no purpose to me, but if I just easily hand them over, other gods would laugh at my cowardice. I might have if I couldn't compare to them, but since no one is stronger than the other at this moment, how could I just choose to admit defeat? What's more, I remember that your highness Shai and the goddess of magic are also enemies, right? The goddess of earth and the goddess of morning are also good friends. You should be happy that I am also enemies with them, but there's something I don't understand. What is the feminist witch council? I don't remember having anything to do with them, so why would they come at me as well?" Shai was satisfied at how Louis dared to fight against other powerful gods. If her master was a coward, even if he had the dragon god's godhood, it would be impossible for them to become a powerful god. Shai approached Louis' ear and whispered in a satisfied voice, "Feminism is a secret that only a few people know about after the era of disaster. It so happens that I also know about them. So, do you want to know, my lord?" The aroma that came out of the goddess' mouth tickled Louis' nose. Louis certainly wanted to know the secrets that she knew. This goddess really likes to tease people. I cannot wait to strip her of her clothes and question her. Louis was not moved. Although he liked beautiful women, that only came from his instincts as a man and as a dragon. There were naturally times when Louis's brain was not ruled by his lower parts. He would appreciate beautiful girls of various races when he had nothing to do, but when something happened, finding a solution was the highest priority. Seeing no reaction from Louis, Shai was not only not disappointed, she even felt satisfied. Dragons were creatures that had few enemies on the main continent. They had no natural enemies, but this also made them unable to rule over anything. This was also why the race had many weaknesses. They were arrogant, rude, lustful, vain, etc. These were the nature of almost every young dragon. Such a race could only rely on physical strength to survive. Louis also had these flaws, but he was able to suppress them. In the world of gods, retaining the mental flaws of a dragon was deadly. So Louis had to overcome them. Support us at hosted novel. As if to give Louis a reward, the goddess stopped teasing him and said bluntly, "The feminist witch council is established by the earth goddess Chaunta. I do not know when it was created. I only know that after the era of disaster, Chaunta would occasionally wake up and that she created this as her backup. I also joined the organization once." Hearing the goddess of night's words, Louis's eyebrows jumped. His face gradually became gloomy. He originally did not think much of the so-called feminist witch council and thought that it was just a mortal organization, but after knowing that the person behind everything was the earth goddess and that Shai had once joined this organization, Louis became cautious. Louis also understood why this organization wanted to be his enemy. Whether it was the Church of the Earth Goddess or this witch council, the person behind both of them was the Earth Goddess. A backup that the Mother Earth Goddess left behind? So it's like the theocracy that the Goddess of Morning and the God of War left behind? It's more or less the same, except Chaunta hid it in the shadows, unlike the theocracy which is exposed to the public. Shai replied with a nod. Why would Chaunta do these things? And why would she allow you to join this organization, Your Highness? Louis could not believe it. Although the Earth Goddess was hostile to him, this was only for the battle of divine authority and had nothing to do with their natures. On the other hand, Louis became puzzled why the Earth Goddess would create such a conspiratorial organization. It must be known that the Earth Goddess was a neutral good deity. She was very old, just as old as Selûne and Shai. This deity was mostly easygoing and never involved in strife. She even rarely appeared with an incarnation and only let her divine will attach to the land. Unlike Louis, who was a half-assed earth god, She was a true goddess who had comprehended the power of the earth. In Selûne's knowledge, this deity appeared as a gray-haired old woman in her human incarnation, which was consistent with her nature. When the goddess appeared as an elderly, it meant that their hearts had grown old and lost their vitality. Although they would not just fall and die off, they would be more reclusive and no longer care about world affairs. It was understandable for Mother Earth Goddess Chauntea to fight for her divine authority, but creating such a bizarre organization was incomprehensible. Moreover, the Earth Goddess and the Morning Goddess were allies, while the Morning Goddess and the Night Goddess were absolute enemies. It was unlikely that the Earth Goddess would invite Shai. Could it be that the Earth Goddess was a scum like himself? He enjoyed the benefits of both the Silver Moon Goddess and the Night Goddess, while the Earth Goddess had the Morning Goddess and the Night Goddess. Just when Louis was puzzled, Shai's ambiguous voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord God, as a new god, you are ignorant of the ancient divine system. Do you know why the goddesses are a majority and not the male gods? When Louis heard Shai's question, he pondered over it and said, is it because during ancient times, many races had matriarchal clans? When the fires of civilization had not yet begun, staying alive was difficult for any race. As a result, reproduction became the first priority. So, women who could bear children and provide milk for the health of the children dominated society and were the rulers. After the gods lost their ancient powers, they gained power through faith. From that, it could be noticed that matriarchal clans would believe in female gods, making the gods overwhelmingly female. With how difficult it was to make gods fall, many gods still exist after so many years, and naturally, the majority were women. Hearing Louis's answer, Shai praised, exactly. Now, you must be wondering why Chauntea would do such a thing, since it does not match with her past behavior. However, this is her true nature. When the world was dominantly matriarchal, Chauntea was not an image of an old woman that she had now, but a young girl full of vitality. She was also the strongest god of that era. Louis secretly nodded his head. Just for the name Mother Earth Goddess, her power should be related to the land, maternity, fertility, reproduction, and so on. These things were all vital for the survival of the many races. As a result, her power would definitely be at its peak. But as civilization developed, a patriarchal society substituted the matriarchal society. Chauntea's power also began to weaken. Although she possessed divine authorities of farming, earth, and other important divine authority that still made her powerful, she had lost her dominance over the gods. As time passed, she gradually lost her vitality and became elderly. The goddess of darkness spoke using simple words to explain the development of tens of thousands of years. Louis finally faced the reason why the earth goddess had weakened over the years. Gods were truly sad beings. In the river of time, they also had to adapt to the changes. Chauntea was a symbolic example. She fell in rank due to the change of time, causing her to be affected and lost her youthful vigor. It was no wonder why the gods did not allow civilizations of various races to develop significantly. This was why the gods did not like change. 30,000 years ago, all beings in the world almost went extinct due to the invasion of the alien civilization. Chauntea did not die in the war that almost destroyed the entire crystal wall system, but the war had left many races ruined. This caused a significant regression of civilization which changed Chauntea once more. She became young again. With her competitive and energetic spirit, she used the gap in her short awakenings to create an organization that could influence the main continent. She attempted to raise the social status of women and tried to bring back a matriarchal society again. Once such a change happened, she could be able to reach the pinnacle and become the head of the gods. Shai's expression made it hard to tell what she was thinking. Who knew if she supported Chauntea or not? Louis sucked in his breath. The Mother Earth Goddess was simply a pioneer of women's rights in the world of Sans Soleil. Of course, this goddess was not really seeking welfare for women, but it was related to her divine authority. She was pursuing women's rights for her own benefit. It was no wonder she would create such an organization in which all the members were all women. Naturally, it was hard to tell if there were transsexuals, as this was not a difficult thing to do with magic. So, This Mother Earth goddess has turned her back on the goddess of morning. After Louis heard Shai's analysis and explanation of the Mother Earth goddess, his brain went on overdrive to sort out the relationship between the gods. He carefully probed her for more details. At this time, Louis was happy he had decided to form a covenant with Shai. The superficial pleasures of her body aside, her secrets were even more precious. Shai was a goddess who had maintained a powerful divine power since the beginning of the world. Compared to the silver moon goddess Selûne, Shai had a more thorough understanding of the secrets of the gods. If not for Shai's warning, Louis would never have known that the kingdom of Sula and the kingdom of Danbuzel were preparing to invade Dragon City. Although Louis was not afraid of the two nations, he had to pay attention to the churches that were behind them. The information of the Feminist Witch Council was also important to Louis. If he did not know about the identity of its mastermind, Louis would probably have suffered a great loss. In the event that she was discovered, Louis would have to bear the wrath of the gods on Shai's behalf. But compared to the secrets and information that's provided, Louis felt that everything was worth it. For the world of Sans Soleil, he was ultimately just a new god, a dragon that had just been recognized by the world. Shai's face turned serious and she shook her head. Chaunta and Laurentia did not part ways. The two were extremely close and intimate during the Age of the Gods. The reason why Chaunta helped me and allowed me to join her organization was that she wanted to use my power to help her achieve her purpose. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Lord, you are actually no different from Chaunta, aren't you? Both of you are using me while maintaining a relationship with another god. The only difference is that you chose Selûne while Chaunta chose Laurentia. Saying so, Shai smiled without smiling. The intelligence network of this goddess was rarely seen in the world, so how could he not see through Louis's little thoughts? But it was no big deal since it was all reciprocated. Even if Louis and her greatest enemy, the Silver Moon goddess, maintained close ties, Shai would not say so and would not be angry. Compared to their hostile relationship, her fate was more critical. Once she regained her powers and once again became as goddess that no one dared to underestimate, she would have all the time in the world to deal with the Silver Moon goddess. A god's concept of time was always different from mortals, especially for an ancient god like Shai. Louis was slightly embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. So, Your Highness Shai, are you still connected with Chaunta and that witch council of hers? If Shai was still part of the organization, Louis was prepared to turn her into a spy to extract more information about Chaunta. When a god clashed with another god, it would usually end in the defeat of one side, unless the two sides were stuck in a stalemate. Only then would the dispute end in a peaceful way. Moreover, for immortal beings like the gods, the most important thing was their own life, followed by their faces. The loss of face was a big loss for the gods, as it was likely that other gods would laugh and ridicule them for thousands of years. Who could stand such a thing? He never imagined that Shai would shake her head. She stared at Louis with her void-like eyes, causing Louis to feel goosebumps. When Louis could not endure silence anymore, she spoke. I have been abandoned by Chaunta. After you destroyed my plans in the Shadow Realm, Chaunta abandoned me. I am already weak to the point of almost falling. Without any strength to help Chaunta complete her goal, it was more cost-effective to abandon a person like me who is hated by the gods. That way, Chaunta would suffer less pressure. Shai's tone of voice might be light, but Louis could tell that she was gritting her teeth. This goddess was very petty and vindictive. In the past, she and Chaunta were in a hostile relationship because of the goddess of morning. Now, Shai had completely formed a deep grudge against the Mother Earth goddess. Being abandoned was a huge slap in the face. It was a bigger shame than being humiliated by Louis. Louis humiliating her would only be known by the two of them. On the other hand, Chaunta abandoning her would be known by every god. Hearing Shai's words, Louis had a thought. In the beginning, the goddess of night chose to make the Mother Earth goddess her master. If the Mother Earth goddess helped her cross through difficulties, then she would help her achieve her goal once she recovered more power. But because of her failure in the Shadow Realm, Shai had been severely weakened. Seeing that she had no more use and was a huge risk, The Mother Earth goddess had kicked her out. It could be said that these gods were utilitarian. They would treat people well if they were useful and abandon people when they were useless. After this, Shai was in a desperate state and could only bow down to this new god while being the culprit of her current miserable situation. Does this mean that I must spare her? Thinking so, Louis felt a little upset. I guess that's fine. I have already crossed the bridge. Louis felt that this was still quite a bargain. Shai did not know how many thoughts flashed through Louis's mind instantly. For an ancient god like Shai, she had long since lost this idea of self-amusement. On the other hand, a new god like Louis would still laugh at himself and entertain himself with his thoughts. The goddess of night continued, the demigod, that I invited into the shadow realm, and the spider goddess are also part of the organization. In addition, there are some other mysterious existences whose true natures I am unaware of. I can guess some of them, but I do not have enough evidence. The spider goddess. The Mother Earth goddess also invited the spider goddess. She really is quite indiscriminate. Louis frowned. At this point, he finally understood how much power the Mother Earth goddess had accumulated. It could be described as terrifying a broken bar. In order to achieve her goal, Chaunter would not mind using them. Moreover, Rose is also a woman. A broken bar. Chaunter, who had returned to her initial self, was not harmonious towards everything. She is not an old woman who had no interest in everything a broken bar. Only us gods who have lived for a long time know that Chaunter is capable of becoming the leader of the gods. In addition to the divine authorities she possesses, the most important thing was her ability and drive. Lord, you must not underestimate her. All records of her in the era of the gods that claim that she was a non-threatening god are written by those who did not know her true personality. She is one of the most dangerous gods. Louis did not take Shai's warning with a deaf ear and solemnly said, Your Highness Shai, please rest assured. I will never underestimate any god, especially Chaunter, who had lived for so long without falling. She is not someone ordinary gods could compete against. From ancient times to now, there were many powerful gods that had fallen. There were no weak ones among those that had survived. Even the goddess of magic was only a young god in front of the goddess of earth. Only a few gods like Shai and Saloon may be more ancient than her. Louis did not regret standing opposite Chaunter. It must be known that once the gods returned, the world's productivity would be greatly enhanced. Even if it could not compete with a modern industrial society, the existence of gods would not allow mortals to have a lack of supply. This was why the Mother Earth goddess had so many believers. It was because everyone had to eat and plant. Many farmers were her believers. They would pray to her for a better harvest. The priests of the Mother Earth goddess also possessed divine arts related to planting. Although it could not reach the level of modern earth, farmers would still be grateful for this help. Louis's divine authority over earth was only very small, but it still allowed Louis to bestow divine arts related to planting. These divine arts could be used to cultivate land and food. This was the only way his territory could be sustainable. It had to at least be self-sufficient in food. Additionally, with the hybrid rice from earth, Louis would not have to worry about his believers going hungry. For a regime that united a god's power and a royal's power, the divine authority of earth was very important. Louis, as a god, needed to have long-term development plans. He could not be short-sighted. At this moment, Louis's heart shook. He tilted his head and looked at the silver moon in the sky. The silver moon's halo expanded as if something was separating from the silver moon. My child is about to be born. Why is it so fast? It's faster than the initial calculation. Could it be that the silver moon goddess had sensed that the seal of the gods is coming loose, so she used divine power to hasten the birth? Louis had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but his expression was one of great joy. Having lived for almost 30 years as a human without getting married, he did not expect to have a child with a goddess after coming to this other world. As a father-to-be, how could he not be joyful? Chronicles of the New Era of the Gods. In the first year of the New Era of the Gods, the silver moon emitted a bright halo as the child of God descended. A broken bar. At Louis's side, Shai also raised her head and gazed at the glow of the moon. As an ancient god, Shai naturally knew what this signified. This was a god giving birth. A new life would be born from the body of a god. To be able to make a moon bloom with such an incredible spectacle, this must be the silver moon goddess Selûne. For Selûne, who had possessed the divine authority of the silver moon for a long time, she had long become its symbol. She was closely related to the silver moon. Unless she fell, no one could deprive her of the divine authority of the silver moon. Even the real owner of the silver moon, Shei, could not. Seeing the silver moon behave in such a way, anyone who has a slight understanding of the gods knew what was happening. When did Selûne find a lover? Who is it to actually make her choose to give birth? After seeing this round of light, the first thing that the goddess of night was worried about was that Selûne might have a relationship with a powerful god again. As two gods who were hostile to each other since the beginning of the world, Shei's first reaction was to compare their fighting power and to see if her plans would receive any impact. This was not the first time that they had destroyed each other's plans in the countless years that they had fought each other. In the era of the gods, Shei almost completely ended the million-year war between the two and killed the silver moon goddess. However, she never imagined that Selûne would put down her shame and defect to the goddess of love. But even during that time, Selûne did not choose to give birth to an heir. As the oldest goddess, Selûne and Shei had relatively few mortal desires, unlike those mortals who became gods. No one would have imagined that the silver moon goddess would choose to give birth to a child when the gods were about to return. As Shei was thinking about this, she saw Louis in the corner of her eyes smiling with joy and instantly knew who the father of the child was. After understanding the cause and effect, Shei was slightly surprised. She knew that Louis and Selûne long had a secret agreement that could not be hidden from anyone or God. She did not expect the covenant to be more intimate than she thought that, and they even had a child. Although the gods and mortals had different views, goddesses would not randomly just give birth to a child. The most important thing was trust and feelings. Shei was very wise and instantly understood why Selûne would choose a new god like Louis and was willing to use children to build a good relationship. A broken bar. The Silver Moon Kingdom and Dragon City had a huge range of influence due to political and geographical reasons. Moreover, Selûne represented the Elven god system while Louis represented the Dragon god system. They both belonged to non-human god systems, making their alliance quite suitable. The previous Dragon god's character was the same as other dragons. It was proud, arrogant, and distanced from other races. As a result, it was quite isolated and did not form any alliances. If other gods wanted to pull dragons to their side, they would not be able to do it. However, Louis was different. He was a newly promoted dragon god. Although he possessed shortcomings like arrogance and lust, he knew how to unite and adapt to the point that he could be called sinister and cunning. This was something Shei personally experienced. For the Silver Moon goddess, whose believers were mostly elves, Louis was an ideal target for an alliance. With the elves and dragons united, with both kingdoms supporting each other, the elves would be in a safer position. The Silver Moon goddess would not need to worry about elves being in danger and her believers reduced. Now, she only needed to think about how to increase the population of the elves. Louis's current title as the Dragon God might be famous but not real, as his only dragon believer was Nola, but Selûne was gambling that Louis's ability and tricks would allow him to obtain the majority of the dragon's faith. A gamble with a high chance of winning. This was what Shei felt about Selûne's choice. She simply believed in Louis's basic abilities. Faced with her sister, Shei did not dare underestimate her. She was a target that had survived for so long and even boldly chose not to go to sleep at the end of the era of disaster. By living on the main continent as a demigod, she was able to influence powerful gods, fully displaying what she was capable of. Shei was fortunate to have found Louis and become his subordinate. At the very least, she had unintentionally eliminated a terrible enemy. If Shei waited for Selûne and Louis to reach their full potential, they would probably launch a full-scale assault that would destroy her. If Shei was still the powerful god that she was, she would not need to be afraid, but in her current state, she felt that she would not be able to survive under the threat of two powerful gods. This novel is available on hosted novel. Luck was also part of a person's strength. This time, Shei was thinking of how to fully bring Louis to her side, so that Saloon's biggest helper would become hers. Geographically speaking, Dragon City and the Silver Moon Kingdom relied on each other. On the flip side, if both of them were hostile, they would become each other's biggest enemies. If Louis could join forces with her, then the power of Dragon City and the power of the Church of the Goddess of Darkness, there would be no problem for her to exterminate the Silver Moon Kingdom. If the two of them annihilated Saloon's believers, then they could completely kill her. Plotting and scheming were always the Goddess of the Night's favorite pastime. After knowing the excessively close relationship between Saloon and Louis, Shei knew that Louis and Saloon's alliance was disadvantageous to her, so she began to think of how to separate the two and get the dragon on her side. Even if Saloon and Louis were inseparable right now as if they were in their honeymoon phase, Shei did not need to feel anxious. She had all the time in the world. 100 years, in 1,000 years, even 1,000,000 years, a god's plan was always long and spectacular. She was not short of time. Louis was completely unaware that Shei was already thinking of a plan that would span thousands to millions of years. With the knowledge that his child was about to be born, he had no more desire to speak with Shei. His child's mother was about to give birth, but he was still fooling around with his mistress. Even if he was a scum, he would not sink to that level of scumminess. Your Highness Shei, I think you already know what's happening. I will now leave for the Silver Moon Kingdom. I know you hate it there, so I will not invite you to go. Since I have no other requests for you, please feel free to do what you want next. Louis said peacefully. Although Shei should be the child's aunt, the aunt and the mother would kill each other if they met. Whether there was any mutual love between Louis and Saloon, it was still better for the child to stay away from this dangerous woman. Once the child was born, he needed to make sure she stayed away from Shei. There were times when domestic affairs among gods were more confusing and complicated than those of mortals. Lord God, I have a sudden thought, why don't we have a child god too? Just before Louis left, he heard the Goddess of Night's seductive voice. A faint temptation clawed at his heart, making it hard for any male to refuse. Louis looked back at Shei, looking directly at the goddess's star-like eyes. It was tranquil like the starry night but as terrifying as the emptiness of the void. Her thin black skirt was slightly raised, exposing her delicate legs. Her skirt simply could not hide her delicate skin, making people imagine how soft and tender it was. After looking at each other for a long time, Louis chuckled. It's difficult for two gods to produce another god. This is a gamble and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that is difficult to encounter. A broken bar. Moreover, Your Highness Shei, do you dare expose your true body to me? If you want to give birth to an heir for me, your incarnation won't do. After those words, Louis did not look back. He reached out and opened a portal. With divine power, the protective spell of the Silver Moon Kingdom had long recorded Louis's aura. Other than some places in the Silver Moon Kingdom, Louis could teleport anywhere he wanted. Naturally, ordinary spells wouldn't be able to stop the gods, only the gods could. Seeing Louis disappear afar, the Goddess of Night thought deeply. She sat on the stone bench in the garden with one hand resting on her cheek and her bare legs swinging back and forth. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. After a long time of quietness, the Goddess of Night came back to her senses and felt that something was funny. Louis's last words contained a deep meaning. In fact, it was to tell Shei that they simply did not have absolute trust in each other. If the two wanted a closer relationship and a firmer alliance, then they had to learn to trust each other. Asking the Goddess of Darkness to learn to trust, what a bold new god. Shei whispered. A broken bar. A broken bar. A portal appeared in the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom, not far from the palace. Louis's figure as well as that of the unicorn emerged from it. After seeing the change of the moon, the Queen of Unicorns, Lara, also asked to follow Louis back to the Silver Moon Kingdom. Louis readily agreed to her request and brought her back with him. Once they arrived at the Silver Moon Kingdom, Louis found that something was a bit wrong. He flew up the ancient tree of life and stood at one of its branches. When he looked down, he could see the ancient trees that were being lived in by the elves. At this moment, many elves had left their homes and surged into the streets. Under the flowers that fell, they pointed at the moon with faces of panic as they did not know why such a change was happening to the silver moon. It was important to know that the majority of elves were believers of the Silver Moon Goddess. Regardless of how much they believed in the Silver Moon, any changes to the moon had a huge impact on the elves. The priests of the Church of the Goddess of Silver Moon also took to the streets and persuaded the people to return to their houses. The army was also mobilized in case chaos erupted with so many people gathered together. The priests of the church were laxer. With the coming of the change of the world, the gods could already communicate with their followers. The upper echelons of the church had already received a message from their goddess and knew that the goddess was not seriously hurt, so they were relieved. Some knowledgeable people in the church had deduced that this was the Silver Moon Goddess giving birth. Although they did not know who her mate was, they knew not to speculate carelessly. Everyone just quietly waited for the arrival of the divine child. Louis was flabbergasted at the chaos that was happening. He also remembered that no one among the elves knew that the Elven Queen was also the Silver Moon Goddess, Saloon. She had been hiding her identity to reduce the possibility of danger. However, with the coming of the gods imminent and her child about to be born, she probably did not want to hide anymore. It was also fortunate that the goddess was in the guise of a queen. She had almost no contact with anyone, even with close friends. So the mystery of the gods persisted in her. Even if the elves knew that the queen they had served for thousands of years was their goddess, there wouldn't be any huge disturbance. The light of the silver moon immediately spilled over the entire kingdom. Louis felt slightly uncomfortable walking under the moonlight as this was not his domain. "It's here, Lara." Louis took the Unicorn Queen to the palace of the Silver Moon, where there were no longer any guards. Instead, the palace was surrounded by layers of divine power. The goddess had long protected herself and did not think too lightly of her own delivery. Even if Louis wanted to break through, he would have to face numerous difficulties, but after sensing Louis and Lara's presence, the divine power dispersed and opened a path for the two to enter the hall. Both Louis and Lara were familiar with the palace and walked directly up the wooden stairs to reach the innermost level. When they entered, they saw the space covered with the light of the moon. Green branches bloomed with flowers that turned silvery white under the moonlight. A blue moon pool was showered with endless moonlight as divine power drummed. The mist covered the delicate body inside the pool of water. The Silver Moon Goddess, Saloon, was unclothed sitting in the middle of the pool and letting out painful whispers. The blue water of the pool gradually turned into the color of the moon, and the shoulders of the Silver Moon Goddess submerged into it. Saloon's forehead was covered with fine sweat stains. She closed her eyes tightly and her brows wrinkled together. Although gods were more tolerant than mortals, the birth of a child was still a hard thing for the goddesses. Moreover, this was the first time the goddess of the Silver Moon had become a mother. Sensing Louis and Lara's presence, Saloon opened her silver eyes, which now looked like the full moon, making it impossible to see the feelings and emotions inside her. "We are hosted novel, find us on Google." She looked at Louis and smiled. After seeing Louis's response, she closed her eyes once more and shifted her mind and will to the child in her belly. Budump a broken bar, budump a broken bar. The goddess' heartbeat sounded, and in this clear heartbeat was a tiny pulse mixed in. Gradually, the heartbeat and the faint pulse got closer in rhythm until they almost became one. The sound was also more and more urgent, as if a soft drum was beating. And then a child's cry suddenly sounded in this moonlight. This would have been a very strange scene, but Louis rejoiced. His inverted pupils could clearly see the soul forming. The soul of a child of a god had nothing to do with the source of souls, the river Styx. It was born from nothingness and only divinity. It could be said that it was the purest of souls and not reincarnation. The perfect body of a god would reject the defilement of any other soul. The child of a god was born from pure divinity without any impurities. The knowledge that they were born with was given by their parents. Just then, the goddess of the Silver Moon opened her eyes and weakly said, "Your Highness Louis, it's time." At that moment, Louis silently nodded and separated a part of his divinity. He infused it with the knowledge of the dragons, the breath of his own divine authority, and watched it grow before throwing it into the moon pool. Truly divine conception was a complicated affair, as both parties in it needed to infuse their vitality at the fertilization and birthing stages. If any of the procedures went wrong, then the child of the god would not be successfully born. It would definitely become an abomination. In other words, it was possible to tell of any cuckoldry among the gods. When Louis's divinity was injected into the pool of water, the moonlight in the sky shook. The endless silver moonlight began to converge and the bright light descended like a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. All the elves in the capital stopped praying and looked in amazement. They watched as the moonlight converged in the sky and into the queen's palace. Wasn't the silver moon goddess giving birth? Why is the moonlight converging to the queen's palace? Many of the elves were puzzled and even dismayed. Only some of the church's upper echelons finally understood. In fact, these people had long felt that something was up with the Elven Queen. In the past, there were suspicions that the Elven Queen was the incarnation of the silver moon goddess, but from what they saw now, they felt that they had been too timid, as the Elven Queen was the silver moon goddess herself. The silver moon goddess Selene coalesced the power of the divine authority of the moon and the nature of the elves onto the newly born baby, while Louis followed it up with his divinity, a dragon's nature, and the power of the divine authority of life. Louis had chosen this after careful consideration. He now only had the complete divine authorities of time and dream. The divine authorities of earth and magic were only fragments. The closest divine authority to the elves would be the divine authority of life. The divine authority of life originally belonged to the creator of the elves, who had turned into the ancient tree of life. When life, moon, dragon, and elf were completely fused into one, the Queen of Life and Elves was born. The scene instantly became muted, and what appeared in the moon pool was a dragon egg. The goddess of Silver Moon and the goddess of Night did not have a race. They were neither human nor elves. According to theory, their race would be gods. The Silver Moon goddess, whose race was very versatile, eventually obeyed Louis and gave birth to an heir in the form of a dragon. Under the loving and joyful gaze of Louis and the Silver Moon goddess, the dragon egg cracked. The elf dragon, also known as the Moonlight Dragon, is a legendary dragon species born of the god of dragons and the goddess of the silver moon. It was born with great power and a force of the gods. Mortals should not try to pestle against it. If you reason with it, you may have a chance to live. Note 1. There is only one Moonlight Dragon in the world, and it is the famous Queen of Life on the main continent. Note 2. The dragon god has created many legendary dragon species. Some even weak gods are unwilling to face. The vast majority of legendary dragon species are cruel by nature. Legendary rank powerhouses should not try to resist when seen. Note 3. The legendary dragon species of the Abyss and Hell are the most ruthless and cruel ones. Do not be tempted by their beauty. A record of legendary dragon species. A broken bar. Cracker cracker. The giant silver white egg cracked. Louis and Selene looked at each other with joy in their eyes. The silver moon goddess rose from the pool. Her divine power surged and shrouded her naked body in a mist. The goddess had returned to her true form, no longer the form of the queen that she had shown her people. Behind her was the light of the silver moon that seemed to be connected to the real silver moon. There was even a bright halo behind her. Without her veil, Selene's soft face that it was as gentle as the moonlight was revealed. Divine power filled every inch of her skin. Even if mortals saw her now, they could only admire and worship her. Wua. A slightly childish dragon roar came from the eggshell. With a dragon claw poking out, a young dragon crawled out of the egg. This dragon's body seemed to shine with the moonlight, which was different from the color of a silver dragon or a white dragon. Her whole body seemed condensed by the moonlight as if it was transparent. People would even doubt whether this dragon had any organs and bowels, as it seemed to only be a combination of flesh and energy. The dragon's head, horns, wings, body, and tail slowly revealed themselves as the dragon crawled out of the egg. The moonlight caressed her body as if whispering in her heart. The sounds coming from the dragon felt childish, almost like a puppy, but the body of the dragon was stunning. Even if humans could not understand the beauty of a dragon, they would still be captivated when they see its cold but gentle appearance. Immediately, This dragon that had just been born began to eat the eggshell that it came out of. This gave it the nutrition it needed to glow at a speed visible to the naked eyes. Fine moon-colored scales grew from her body which seemed lither than ordinary dragons, but upon each scale were engraved countless runes. It didn't take long for the dragon that looked like a puppy to grow after swallowing the eggshell. This dragon continued to grow until it was a bit short of 10 meters. The unicorn Queen Lara, who was also inside the palace, witnessed the birth of this legendary dragon species. Her eyes flashed with surprise as she took 2 steps back. She did not dare resist excessively, for fear of hurting the elf dragon, but she was forced back by the juvenile dragon's uncontrollable dragon and divine power. Generally, dragons that had just been born had no combat power, let alone powerhouses. Even ordinary beasts would be able to defeat them. This was why young dragons grew up by their parents' side until they reached the juvenile stage. But the elf dragon in front was different. She was born with demigod-level power that broke past a dragon's growth limit. It did not need to rely on years of growth to gain power because it wasn't just a dragon, but a child of God. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess not only contributed a huge amount of divine power and divinity but also blessed her with the power of divine authority. Because the daughter's divinity belonged to the parents, she could borrow their divinity to display the divine authorities of moon and life. As one of the oldest goddesses, the Silver Moon Goddess gave a bit more. As a result, their daughter looked like another round moon that bloomed with cool moonlight. If she did not have the shape of a dragon, people would not believe that she was a dragon. On the other hand, Louis gave her the perfected genes of a dragon that he had obtained from the Terran civilization. It was just that she would have to grow more to display a dragon's full power. The elf dragon that had just been born wasn't very strong. Only when she reached the stage of an ancient dragon could she completely display a dragon's full power. At that time, even weaker gods would not be willing to fight her. She had powerful physical ability and had been bestowed with divine ability. Gods that were not focused on combat would have a headache when facing her. The Silver Moon Goddess gave her daughter the present, while Louis gave her the future. Gradually, their daughter opened her eyes. The only part of her body that did not match the moon color of her body was her dragon pupils, which possessed the same inverted pair of dark gold pupils that Louis had. Father Goda broken bar, Mother Goda broken bar. After crossing the initial period, the dragon opened its mouth, from which came out a childish voice that had the softness of the moon and the majesty of a dragon. Even when ordinary dragons were born, they would receive the dragon's heritage to gain knowledge. As the daughter of 2 gods, the elf dragon was born with a lot of knowledge. Louis and Sloane gave all the necessary knowledge to their daughter. Although she was given this information, it was impossible for her to automatically comprehend all of it. As time passed, she would be able to gradually turn this knowledge into her own use. From birth, the elf dragon had mastered all languages from the divine to the abyssal. It knew the mystery of life and the silver moon. With Louis's indoctrination, he had passed on knowledge that a good king should learn about, such as politics, economics, and the military. Your Highness Louis, it occurred to me that we have not named our daughter yet. A 10-meter-long body was small for a giant dragon, but for humanoid creatures, it was already a behemoth. The newly born elf dragon had moistened eyes as it lightly probed into the arms of the Silver Moon Goddess. The Silver Moon Goddess with her slender hands gently caressed her daughter's head with eyes full of warmth. Although she was a goddess, she was also a mother. With her maternal instincts, she infused all her heart and her feelings towards her first and possibly only child in this life. Louis was a little pensive and slowly voiced, "Alexia, my daughter, your name shall be Alexia. You will become the ruler of dragons and elves." Being born without a surname was inevitable for a child of the gods. The name Galakrond that Louis had given himself had already become the true name of the dragon god. Even if she was his child, she could not bear the name of a god. It would be blasphemy, and she would not be able to bear the meaning that the name brought. Selûne was also the same. It was the only name of the goddess of the silver moon, but also represented the essence of the world. Unlike the children of nobles, the child of 2 gods could only have a simple name. "Come to me, my dear Alexia." Louis smiled tenderly at his daughter. The elf dragon's head came to him. As she was sandwiched between her father and mother, her large pupils narrowed, revealing a childlike dependence. The two gods warmed up to their daughter. After a long while, Louis said, A broken bar, Your Highness Saloon. I will bring Alexia back to Dragon City and teach her how to become a qualified ruler. Cisna is also there at the moment, so as her sister, it should be logical for her to teach her sister. Although Alexia was born with knowledge, she only knew things but did not know how to apply them. She would still need to learn, but unlike mortals, she did not need to memorize knowledge. It was enough to just learn how to apply it. The world was truly unfair in this way. Mortals had to spend more than 10 lifetimes if they wanted to learn so much knowledge, but the newly born Alexia was already rich in it. Mortals had to bet on their courage and persistence to pursue everything, but Alexia already had it all at birth. As long as Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess did not fall, Alexia, their daughter, was born immortal. If Louis did not know that Alexia's soul was just born and didn't have any past lives, Louis would probably think that her soul had saved a galaxy to be able to get such a good birth in this one. This was a true offspring of a god. It was extremely rare for gods to have offspring because, in an entire history of Sans Soleil, the number of children born by the gods was probably less than 10. The vast majority were just species born with gods and other creatures. The Silver Moon Goddess was slightly reluctant. She was like a mother who was about to be separated from the child she had just given birth to, but ultimately, a goddess and mortal women were different. Saloon just revealed a touch of reluctance before coldly speaking. This is what we initially discussed. Your Highness Louis, Alexia will be left to you to teach. Compared to the Silver Moon Kingdom, Dragon City is in a more important location. She must be able to grasp the authority that you have given her. After this, I will send an oracle in the name of the Silver Moon, so that she can become the new ruler of the elves. With the help of Cisna, she should not encounter too much trouble. As the Silver Moon Goddess' adopted daughter, Cisna could be considered Alexia's sister. With the loyal and steadfast character of that Ranger General, the Church of the Goddess of the Silver Moon would definitely support the two of them. Even if Alexia was not a purebred elf, but a hybrid of an elf and a dragon, she would not have a hard time taking over as the King of Elves. With military power and divine power in her hands, Louis and Saloon would be disappointed if their daughter could not grasp the Silver Moon Kingdom. Although this might seem cruel, the child of gods enjoys great power and receive less parental love. Even her existence was a compromise between the interests of the gods. What Louis could do was to give his daughter as much fatherly love as possible. Alexia, take on the form of an elf, and you will join me and your mother to meet your future citizens. Alexia hung her head low as if searching for the dragon's ultimate transformation spell from her innate knowledge. With her ability, she easily changed from a dragon into a young elf who appeared to only be 10 years old, without clothes. My daughter, your beauty will surely make all the dragons and elves fall in love with you. Louis let out an exclamation. Alexia took on a humanoid elven form. Unlike normal dragons, Alexia's dragon form and elf forms were her base forms. A true transformation would require her to switch to another race. But whether it was elves or dragons, they were extremely prideful. As a child of gods, Alexia would also feel disdain for other races from the bottom of her heart. She looked like a young elf of about 10 years old. Her skin was pale like her mother's, and at night it would turn translucent under the light of the moon. She had a pair of long elf ears. Her silver-white hair seemed like a waterfall that reached her ankles. There was a small and lovely dragon horn poking out from her hair. Her body was as delicate as jade and her skin had no hair. She thus stood naked in front of Louis and Saloon. Although she was young, she was already a stunning beauty that did not match her age. However, in terms of human age, Alexia was only 10 years old, so she still looked like a child. Louis knew that Alexia would look like this for a long time. She had the power of a demigod, but her growth rate was the same as that of elves and dragons. She would still need time to grow as this was the rule of nature and gods were not able to completely go against it. Alexia's youthful and beautiful face showed a troubled look as she became distressed about what to wear. This was the most inconveniencing side effect of being born with knowledge. Because she knew too many things without much life experience, Her ability to decide was lacking. Louis did not continue to watch his daughter in distress. He pointed at her and conjured up a beautiful dress with divine power that covered her naked body. The dress was colored in silver and gold with tassels dangling at the hem, precise and detailed lace trims at the cuff, and arcane runes and elven floral patterns. This made Alexia as cute as a doll. Not only did the dress look cute, but because of the deep colors in the details, it added a touch of majesty to her. Louis and Saloon did not need a cute daughter to pamper, but a queen who could unite the forces of the main continent. Father God, Mother God, what do you think of this outfit? Does it look good? Alexia whirled in her bare feet. The hem of her skirt soared up, exposing her white calves. She was still young but already had a beautiful face, especially when she smiled. She was like her mother, even when smiling. She had a slightly reserved look. Alexia did not know how to make decisions yet and did not have her own aesthetics. She naturally felt that the clothes her father chose for her were what he liked. Of course, Alexia, you are my daughter, the favorite of the moon. The only thing that can rival you in this world is the bright moon overhead. Who knew if the silver moon goddess was praising her daughter or boasting? First of all, the mother and daughter pair were absolute beauties under the heaven. The goddess was not his wife but a lover, and Alexia was his first daughter. Naturally, he would feel that they were the most beautiful mother and daughter in the world. However, this wasn't a completely false statement. In the crystal wall system, there were only a few females that were comparable to the silver moon goddess. The silver moon goddess extended her hand forward. She turned her divine power into the moonlight that surrounded Alexia, brightening her path with cold pale light wherever she walked. The mist-like moonlight hid Alexia in another layer, making her appear like a hazy beauty. Then the silver moon goddess waved her hand upwards. The palace immediately grew emerald branches and leaves and elegant flowers. They turned into ornaments that embellished Alexia's dress. Small flower essences were also summoned, hovering and dancing around her, making it look like a group of stars dancing around the moon. Louis chuckled as he looked at the silver moon goddess dressing her daughter with interest. He felt that every mother had the same instinct. They wanted to treat their children as dolls and make them beautiful. Louis then thought of Cisna, who was also raised by the goddess. However, Cisna never received the same favor Alexia received. According to Cisna, she had undergone the most rigorous training to become a powerful ranger general. This might have been the difference between biological and non-biological children. Louis looked at his daughter with his inverted pupils. The more he looked at her, the more he loved her. He and Alexia had an extremely close connection. For mortals, this was a bloodline connection, but for the gods, the connection was in the form of divinity. His daughter's body was also the best instrument to descend on the mortal world for Louis as well as the silver moon goddess once they became gods. This was also why Louis and Sloane chose to give birth to a child. They were preparing for the future. Once all the gods had fully appeared, they would not be able to appear on the main continent anymore at will. Even if they could act casually with their incarnations, they would be forbidden to intervene in mortal affairs with the power of a god. However, Alexia was different. She was born with a divine body, but she wasn't a god. She could stay in the main continent for a long period of time. As long as she needed it, she could borrow Louis and Saloon's power easily and she could become unparalleled in the main continent. Alexia was Louis and Saloon's cheat weapon. Many gods also understood this point, and there had been many gods who also attempted this in order to influence the main continent, but unfortunately, the majority of those born were abominations as the chances of success were low. Alexia, you should also hide the dragon horns on your head. This is not what an elf should look like and will easily upset the nation. The goddess of the silver moon phased at Alexia's dragon horns and spoke softly in exhortation. This was important for the elves and the dragons. With their proud nature, they would not allow their own bloodlines to appear tainted. Even if Alexia was the child of the dragon god and the silver moon goddess, they would instinctively feel rejection. Only elves could rule the elves, and only dragons could rule the dragons. This was the ideology that both races had. Mother God, this dragon horn is a gift from Father God. Even you, should not make a dragon hide their pride symbol. Alexia refuted her mother with a resounding voice. Her pair of gold inverted pupils stared without backing down against the silver moon goddess. That stubborn look seemed to be telling Selûne that no matter how she asked, she would not put away her dragon horns, the same as how she would never hide her pointed ears. A dragon's stubbornness, a broken bar. The silver moon goddess was stunned for a moment before letting out a light laugh. Seeing Alexia insist, Selûne did not say anything. She understood what the pride of the elves and the stubbornness of a dragon were like. Even if Selûne was not a true elf in essence, Louis was also not a pure dragon in essence. However, their child definitely had the characteristics of an elf and a dragon. "It's okay, Your Highness Selûne, we should trust Alexia. She is our crystallization, so she would not let us down." Louis interrupted the mother-daughter pair and looked at his daughter with an admiring and gratifying look. "Yes, Father God. I will not let you and Mother God down. Whether it be dragons or elves, I will definitely make them kneel and submit to you." Alexia's tone was very much like her mother's, always cool and easygoing without much enthusiasm or emotional ups and downs. This was the nature of the moon that Alexia was born with. "Go out, Alexia. Let the citizens of the Silver Moon Kingdom witness their future queen, witness the child of gods, and at the same time, let them rejoice and marvel at your beauty." "No, Father God. My beauty only blooms for you and Mother God. Only you and Mother God will have all my love." Alexia held up her skirt and elegantly performed the ancient elven salute. The flower essences continued flying around her. The coolness of the moonlight and the 100 flowers around her emitted a cold and sweet fragrance that made her look like a little fairy. Really a well-behaved and lovely child. A broken bar. Louis smiled lovingly and opened his arms to Alexia. The little elf girl gave a cheerful cry and jumped into Louis's arms. Her face flushed as she excitedly hugged Louis's neck and rubbed his face with hers. This time Alexia looked like she had a hint of a little girl's childishness. Louis carried Alexia's legs and said to the Unicorn Queen behind him, "Lara, I'm sorry for troubling you." "It will be my pleasure, Your Highness Louis." The Unicorn Queen walked up to Louis with an elegant stride and hung her head slightly. Louis carefully placed Alexia on Lara's back. Although Alexia had the power of a demigod, and there was nothing to worry about, as even a legendary spell would not hurt her, Louis, who was a new father, was still afraid that his beautiful little fairy would get a little bump. "Aunt Lara." Alexia sat on the Unicorn Queen's back and hugged her neck affectionately. Lara was also included in the knowledge that she possessed. "Let us go, my little princess." The enthusiastic and lively Lara sounded delighted as she carried Alexia outside the palace. "Let us go out as well, Your Highness Selûne. Let your believers and citizens share the joy," Louis said to Selûne, who seemed to be as quiet as the moon. She nodded her head and advanced cloaked in the moonlight. Lara ran happily in the dense forest with Alexia on her back. The ancient tree of life had countless rhizomes running through the earth around it, creating a miniature forest in and of itself. It was also a sacred place for elves, rangers, and druids. The holy unicorn treaded lightly as the skirt of the elven girl on her back fluttered in the wind. That was a true elf under the moon. Her laughter was like silver bells, beautiful and fantastical. Louis and Selûne also followed in step. The two did not walk fast, but no matter how quickly Lara ran, the two were still following close behind. Together, they looked at the elven girl with eyes full of tenderness. Even if she is born with knowledge, she is still just a child, curious about everything in this world. Louis spoke with a soft tone. His gaze followed Alexia's petite body while he spoke to the silver moon goddess beside him. Alexia possessed a lot of knowledge, but this was not from her own memory. It was the same as people on the internet who enjoyed the scenery and photos that other people shared. However, knowing was different from experiencing things by oneself. This was the case with Alexia. She could only fully understand people and objects and relate them with things in her mind if she saw them in person. She is not an ordinary child, and this kind of childhood fun will not last long. The silver moon goddess spoke in a light and elegant tone. There was no guilt in her words at her child's inability to enjoy her childhood, but rather she took it for granted. Gods could spoil their children, but it was different from how mortals spoiled their children for no reason. If Alexia could not show her value, Selûne would still care about her, but she would not always keep her eye on her. Mortals had children to continue on their lineage, and their instincts were to reproduce, but for the gods, they did not need to have any heirs. Their children were there to be a continuation of their philosophy, a tool, or perhaps even a prop for their resurrection. Gods were such cruel beings that did not have the three views on morality. For example, Cicna was adopted by Selûne, but it was done for Selûne's plans, to allow herself to resurrect. She could not be blamed for being heartless, as this was the nature of all gods. You are right, Alexia will not be able to play like a real child. Once she perceives all things corresponding to her knowledge, it will be time for her to show her true value. Support us at Hosted Novel. Louis nodded in response. Although it was a little twisted, he was already seeing and solving problems in the way a god did. I believe in your highness Louis's ability to teach Alexia well. You are far superior to me in ruling over mortals, the Silver Moon Goddess said sincerely. Gods were not omnipotent. Each god specialized in different areas, and the vast majority of them did not have any talent in leadership. If they lost their divine power, they could become ordinary kings, but they might not necessarily be able to do better than mortal kings. On the other hand, Selûne had always watched the development of Dragon City. In just a few short years, Louis had developed the territory to a high standard. Even if it was unknown where Louis obtained material support, his concept of governance and philosophy were definitely beyond the level of civilization in this world. The Terran civilization calling this world a group of barbarians was not a mistake. But in the development of arts and mystical power, the Terrans could not compare. That said, in other aspects, San Solil could not even beat Earth, let alone the Terran civilization. Please rest assured of this point, Your Highness Selûne. I have already passed on all my knowledge to Alexia. She is the crystallization of both of our excellence. I believe that she would be able to comprehend it and perfect the management of our territories and believers. Louis responded with a slight nod of his head. I also believe that Alexia could do better. I believe that the elven race would become more vitalized under her leadership. With her here, I can safely put down all matters of the main continent and focus on the threat that other gods pose. As long as the number of elves in the community doubles, I will have enough believers and can also train more gods in the elven system. The Silver Moon Goddess spoke lightly, as if she was able to visualize the day she would become one of the strongest gods with the same might as the previous elven god. A god's power depended not only on its own power but also on the number of its allies and the total number of gods in its divine system. So, when there were too many believers, it did not bring much power to them in maintaining the basic number of believers. They would need to configure their system optimally. For example, when the elven population doubled, the Silver Moon Goddess would only need half, while the other half could become the believer of a different god under the same system. This was the best way to cultivate gods. The population of Dragon City is also close to saturation. With the special crops I brought, Dragon City can reach complete self-sufficiency soon. Once I completely step into the world of the gods, I can use the divine authority of the earth to cultivate priests who will use divine magic to increase the yield of food. If that happens, there would probably be a surplus of food even if the Silver Moon Kingdom was also given a share. Since selling food is not a good trade, I decided. Before Louis could finish, the Silver Moon Goddess cut him off. You want to expand your territory? Exactly. Louis smiled and nodded. For me, the population of Dragon City can no longer guarantee the total number of my believers. In the future, I may also create more subordinate gods, so having a sufficient population is a must. I am going to expand south of Dragon City and occupy all territory directly in the coastline. There are various tribes living primitive lives in this land. With enough material resources at hand, I can give them civilization, so that they could become more of my believers. Moreover, the Kingdom of Sela and the Kingdom of Danbuzel are preparing in secret to invade Dragon City. This also gives me enough reason to counterattack and occupy the land of these two countries. If I succeed, I will be able to establish a new empire in the south of the continent. With my covenant with you, The entire southern part of the continent will be under both of our controls. Louis pointed his finger at a map made of divine power to appear. Louis pointed at the entire southern continent with a gaze full of great ambition. As long as his plan succeeded, the number of believers would be enough to make him a high-tier god. Louis would even have enough to establish his own divine system. The only problem I have is that when the territory grows too big, the faith would be mixed with impurities. Other gods would definitely intervene and compete with me for a portion of the faith. Louis lightly sighed. At the moment, Dragon City was the only territory that he possessed. He could make the territory belong to him and believe in him. But once the territory expanded to tens of millions of people, then he would not be able to make everyone believe in him. The gods would certainly intervene and try to take some faith. This was part of the agreement between gods. Any god who defied this agreement would become an enemy of all the gods. They were certain to die. This was the best way to explain what happened to Shai. Only the god of gods could completely unify the gods and become the unique king. However, they had never appeared in history. It was only a theoretical existence that countless powerful gods tried to become. This was also Louis's ultimate goal. The kingdoms of Scylla and Danbuzil are actually going to make a move against Dragon City. The Silver Moon Goddess's lips opened, and her eyes flashed with surprise. She obviously did not know this information. Seeing this, Louis secretly sighed. Shai's intelligence network and mastery over secrets was a powerful talent that could make her be called the most dangerous existence among the gods. Is it because of Nola? Saloon frowned. She also knew that Nola had been fooled by Shai 1,000 years ago and caused chaos on the main continent. At that time, the gods were gone, and most of the demigods were in hiding. A dragon close to the demigod level was already a natural disaster for mortals. The ancestors of Scylla and Danbuzil both died under Nola's dragon breath, and even their capital was overturned. This is just an excuse because the two countries have the support of the Church of the Goddess of Magic and the Goddess of Earth behind them. They dared to launch an invasion against Dragon City. Nola just became an excuse for the war. Without Nola, they would just find other excuses. Hearing Louis's words, the Silver Moon Goddess gave him a surprised look, wondering where Louis obtained his information. He not only knew that two countries with which he had no contact were going to wage war against him, but he also knew the people backing them. This kind of agreement between the church and the kingdoms should have been done with absolute secrecy and would not be leaked out. As long as Louis does not say it, Saloon would never imagine that her most hated sister was now hiding in Dragon City and even had a covenant with her lover, the Goddess of Magic Miss Mizela and the Mother Earth Goddess Chauntea Broken Bar. Please rest assured, as your ally, I will stand firmly with you and face them together. Seeing the Silver Moon Goddess still have unwavering faith in him, Louis was also joyful. It must be known that since Saloon had fallen this low, it would be an unwise decision to make enemies with any of the powerful gods, but the Silver Moon Goddess was also worthy of the most ancient goddess. She was bold and did not care about making enemies with any god after having the possibility of reaching high-tier divine power again. The current Goddess of Magic is the reincarnation of the third generation. The first two generations of the Goddess of Magic have completely fallen a broken bar. This generation of Goddess of Magic has a relatively mild personality and is not as intense and acerbic as the first two, so I still prefer here a broken bar. Also, I have an old grudge against the Goddess of Magic, so I will do my best to help you. Saloon smiled with the moonlight, but a faint bloodlust also came from her. You and the Goddess of Magic have an old grudge? Louis asked curiously. The first Goddess of Magic is the child of Shai and me, a broken bar. The Silver Moon Goddess words made Louis freeze. What? Aren't you both women? And then you still have children? Should I expect no less from the gods? Louis was not too shocked that two goddesses could have children, because gods didn't really have a set gender. They could be male or female, and the vast majority of them rarely changed their gender once they settled on one. So, if two goddesses were together, one of them must have temporarily changed into a male, making it possible for them to give birth to a child. Even Louis himself could become female if he wanted to, but he was not interested in doing so, so he wouldn't. No, even if Her Highness Saloon and Her Highness Shai were to give birth to the Goddess of Magic, They shouldn't have done it through intercourse. The thought of two goddesses being entwined popped up in Louis's head. When he tried to guess who was on the attacking and who was on the receiving end, he flatly denied this thought. This was because Louis had slept with the Silver Moon goddess Selûne and had physical communication with Shi's incarnation. Even if an incarnation was different from the true body, Louis could feel both of their inexperience. In other words, regardless of how much theoretical knowledge these two goddesses had or how many men and women they had seen, they themselves had absolutely no experience. Since they had no experience, how did they have a child? Moreover, the goddess of magic was a powerful god. Selûne was smart enough to know what Louis was thinking and smiled. With a pleasant voice, she said, "A broken bar in the earliest era, gods were not born from faith, but from their natures." At that time, the entire world of Saint-Soleil had not yet completely formed and the realms hadn't been divided. During that time Shi and I wielded the power of the source and clashed without a victor. The source of light and darkness clashed and combined with the source of magic. As a result, the first generation of the goddess of magic was born. Selûne and Louis walked under the forest of the ancient tree of life. Together they gazed at the back of the unicorn and their child frolicking under the moonlight. The birth of the goddess of magic greatly reduced my and Shi's strength. In essence, she was vitriolic and greedy. She even tried to destroy Shi and me to take away our powers. As a result, I joined forces with Sha and killed her to recoup our losses. At that time, the great change occurred in the world. And as we ancient gods lost our connection to the source, we were greatly weakened. We could no longer take back the power of the goddess of magic, and instead allowed her to reincarnate. After her reincarnation into her second generation, the goddess of magic was no longer the same as the first generation. Perhaps influenced by the first generation, she still coveted my and Shi's power but to a lesser degree. The world at that time was similar to the current world. There were only a small number of mages and only a few races and talented people could learn and use spells. As a result, she only had a few followers. Even though she possessed the divine authority of magic, the second generation was eventually killed by me and Shi, allowing us to take back most of the power that belonged to us. Selûne's tone was relaxed as she narrated the deeds she had once done and even killed 2 generations of the goddess of magic. Louis listened and sighed. Just as he expected, Selûne wasn't really some good Samaritan. But even then, recapturing the power that belonged to me is of little use. The gods require faith more than the essence of the source. The power of the source is useless unless we return to our prime, and without it, we are no different from ordinary gods. This is why Shi was able to make every god afraid when she was at her strongest. Only a god born from the source could exert such power. The goddess of magic has once again reincarnated as Miss Misela, the third generation of the goddess of magic. She had completely abandoned the temperament of the first 2 generations and became much gentler and smarter. She chose to become a neutral force in order to gather more faith. She created more connections and established the magic network that increased the number of mages. The goddess of magic also used this to reach higher divine power. She is no longer subject to the previous generations but still possesses a grudge against us for being enemies before. At that time I had also been completely defeated by Shi. My divine authority was stripped from me, but I was also able to obtain the divine authority of the moon. I had been the silver moon until now, and the third generation goddess of magic has also survived so far. The silver moon goddess lowered her eyes and did not mind telling Louis about her history of defeat. There was nothing to hide between the two, but Selûne had survived for too long and could not tell Louis everything in one go, so she could only give answers when Louis asked her something. "So, Your Highness, Selûne and I are natural allies when facing the goddess of magic." "No. Even if I didn't have an old grudge against Miss Misela, I would still be on your side if she turned against you. You are the most important person to me right now." The silver moon goddess raised her head and let out a cold smile. Her beautiful face shrouded by moonlight seemed tender and emotional amidst the coldness, yet her eyes which showed no emotion flashed with rage. In an instant, Louis was stunned. Although he knew that gods choose the most favorable side, her emotional words still touched him. Seeing the goddess' eyes, Louis had the urge to play with her and make her sing. Suppressing his draconic instincts, Louis said in a relaxed tone, "This time, I need some troops from the Silver Moon Kingdom to defend against the invasion of the Scylla and Dan Buzel Kingdom." Since the goddess expressed her support, Louis did not stay humble and made his request. The elves of the Silver Moon Kingdom had been developing and accumulating for thousands of years. Their military strength was definitely not weak in the main continent. Still, the elves had a low population and low fertility, making it hard for them to withstand a war of attrition, so they could not become the hegemons of the continent. But this time, Saloon did not smile and shook her head. "I'm afraid to disappoint you, Your Highness, but the Silver Moon Kingdom is temporarily unable to support you." Why? Louis was not displeased by this, as waited for the Silver Moon Goddess to give him sufficient reason. In the recent past, traces of the Drow elves had been spotted in the Forest of the Moon. Those Drow elves who hated this land have once again crawled out from the Dark Lands and prepared their own revenge. Saloon's words contained worry. The Drow elves and the elves of the Silver Moon Kingdom started as the same race, but because of the relationship between their gods, they had been split, resulting in the Drow elves being banished. They never forgot their hatred of the elves and grew their forces for tens of thousands of years. They would invade and kill their fellow race on this land at every opportunity. Louis's heart jumped upon hearing Saloon's words. Having met the spider goddess in the Shadow Realm, Louis had guessed that the elves would be invaded in the future, but he never expected their timing to be this good. It was at the time when the Scylla Kingdom and the Dan Buzel Kingdom invaded Dragon City, making it impossible for the Silver Moon Kingdom to send support and vice versa. In the secret history of the Elven God system, the Silver Moon Goddess once disguised herself as another male god that the Spider Queen fell in love with. Those dark-skinned elves were the ones who believed in the then Spider Queen. Her current appearance might have looked like a spider, but she was a beautiful drow elf. In the end, the Spider Queen wanted to steal the authority of the main elf god due to her greed. Coupled with the emotional trauma of being cheated, she completely split from the Elven Gods system. The drow elves were also banished and her image was converted into a spider. This split reduced the powers of the Elven Gods, giving Shai the perfect opportunity to strike and thus almost completely wiping out the Elven Gods. There was no right or wrong in war, but the betrayal of the Spider Queen brought the Silver Moon Goddess to her knees. The elves were nearly exterminated and the Elven Gods had fallen down from the astral realm. It was a war where the only winner was Shai. Is this a coincidence, or is there a connection? Why would Rose choose this time to compel the drow elves to move? The most important thing that she should be doing is consolidating her faith. With 30,000 years of no contact, the drow elves in the Dark Lands should not believe in her anymore. In addition, there are also other races in the Dark Lands, so Rose shouldn't be starting a war. Saloon frowned. The goddess also sensed that something wasn't right. If the churches of Miss Misela and Chaunta are behind the two countries as you said, then Rose shouldn't be related. This is especially when Rose would not simply join forces with Chaunta. If I didn't know that Chaunta had returned to her original form, I wouldn't have been able to guess their relationship, just like Goddess Saloon. You are right. Louis and Saloon looked at Alexia. They would soon rise to become gods. Although they could still possess a great influence on the main continent, acting by themselves would be difficult. Gods to gods and mortals to mortals. They could only leave the affairs of Dragon City and the Silver Moon Kingdom to their child. Not knowing that her unreliable parents already burdened her thin shoulders, Alexia, who was riding on Lara, turned her head and waved her hand at them. She smiled brightly and cheerfully when she noticed the smile of her parents. Under the moonlight, she was a true elf. In the palace hall of the Silver Moon Kingdom's palace, the Silver Moon Goddess sat on top of the throne. Only this time, she did not appear as the Elf Queen, but in the true divine form of a goddess. At the top of the Silver Moon Church, the top of the Silver Moon Kingdom's council, many legendary rank mages, warriors, druids, and rangers were all present, bowing their heads to the goddess. Many elves looked up and saw that the one on top of their throne was not the queen that they were familiar with, but the true moon above. The moonlight admitted terrifying divine might. which shook the elves' hearts. Even legendary rank powerhouses felt infinitely small in the face of God. It was as if the god could end their lives at the drop of a hat. There were no demigods in the Silver Moon Kingdom, and when the goddess Saloon ruled as the queen and as a demigod, she secretly killed them before they became demigods in order to conceal her identity and improve her safety. Otherwise, if an elf became a demigod, it was very likely that they would recognize her true form. In case the other person was also a demigod, there was no guarantee that she could kill them, and if she was killed, the other person who killed her would be able to replace her as the new Silver Moon Goddess. Any kingdom had its own dark past, and the Silver Moon Kingdom was no exception. For the Silver Moon Goddess, this was a secret that could never be exposed, otherwise, it could cause domestic unrest and especially anger the legendary rank powerhouses who had lived for thousands of years in the elven race. This had increased the security of her position, but it also contained a huge hidden danger. In terms of warfare, the Silver Moon Kingdom had weakened and had no experience. In the halls, Louis had hidden his figure to watch the scene. It's no wonder why Saloon would give Alexia so much power. The strongest person in the Silver Moon Kingdom is the newly born Alexia, who is also more trustworthy than other elves. Louis thought so as he continued to watch. It was better for an outsider like him to not show his face. The elves kneeling in the main hall and the church people were all excited. Their eyes were frenzied as anyone who could hold an official position in the church definitely wielded significant power. The elven military also had a hierarchy. They were all loyal to their queen. Now that their queen was actually the Silver Moon Goddess, there was no difference. She was also an object of their faith. In the past, the church and military might have had disputes. But now that their rulers and objects of worship were one and the same, the internal affairs of the Silver Moon Kingdom had settled down. Only the members of the Silver Moon Council had different thoughts. These council members were all legendary rank powerhouses and representatives of great nobility. They were the kingdom's last line of defense as well as the queen's assistant in political affairs. This gave the council enormous power within the country. These people were quite sharp-minded and extremely intelligent. Their faith wasn't as firm as others, but they still swore allegiance to the Silver Moon Goddess. Their minds were filled with complex thoughts. Some were indifferent, thinking that the political environment would not change. Some were anxious, and some did not know whether the queen would take back their power after becoming a goddess. When they thought about it, there weren't any demigods born within the past 8,000 years. Today they did not suspect anything was impossible. After knowing their queen's identity, they had their own guesses, but they were too horrible to be said out loud. They could only feel fear and anxiety. The queen's guard did not think much about this. For him, whether it was a queen or a goddess, she was his object of allegiance. But after knowing that his queen was their goddess, the last bits of desire in his heart had disappeared. As a mortal that was not even legendary rank, he clearly knew the gap between them. He also knew that the Silver Moon Goddess was a narcissistic goddess that no mortal nor god could covet. Beauty. When his gaze fell on the little elf beside the goddess who also emitted the light of the silver moon, he felt that she was very beautiful even when young, to the point that he had fallen in love. Compared to the high and mighty queen and goddess, perhaps this little princess, the future queen of the elves, would be easier to touch. This was especially since she was still young, so it was the right time to win her favor. Come and meet your princess, your new liege, the future ruler of the Silver Moon Kingdom. I will exalt a throne in heaven, and all the kingship and glory in this mortal plane will go to your new king, Alexia. The Silver Moon Goddess Saloon did not like appearing in front of mortals as it would undermine her majesty. But there was nothing she could do now. She had ruled over the Silver Moon Kingdom for so long, that before returning to heaven, she naturally had to come in contact with mortals. She could only try to compress the time she used to come in contact with them. You are the light of the night, the herald who illuminates the darkness, and all places where the moonlight shines are your holy places. The priests of the Church of the Silver Moon Goddess saluted and praised with excitement and hot tears. Our God, your faithful followers and servants will reverently treat your only daughter as if we are treating you. The vast majority of Saloon's clergy, especially the church higher-ups, were women, which was exactly the same as Shai's church. As the leader of the church, the priestess of the moon led the church personnel and saluted while other senior members also knelt down. If the goddess returned to heaven, she would not pay much attention to the Silver Moon Kingdom, and the power structure of the entire Silver Moon Kingdom would change. The great nobles of the Silver Moon Council did not dare fling the kingdom's power, but they could hollow out the power of the new queen through the council. In their view, Alexia was only a child, and even if she was the child of gods and possessed great power and knowledge, it did not mean that she had enough political skills. The Silver Moon Kingdom had its own unique set of laws. Even if the new queen was a demigod, she would need to comply with the rules of this game of politics if she did not want chaos. The queen who had ruled the Silver Moon Kingdom for 8,000 years was finally stepping down from power, and this was a rare opportunity for all the elven upper class. Naturally, even if they were greedy for power, they were still facing the child of a god. Facing their ruler, they still needed to dedicate their loyalty and absolute respect. Otherwise, if they died committing la-diaresis samagis copyright, no one would weep for them. We offer our loyalty to you, future king of the Silver Moon Kingdom, your highness Alexia. The elves knelt down and said in unison. When they looked up at Alexia closer, they noticed dragon horns on Alexia's head, and instantly knew who Alexia's father was. It was the only dragon who was close to the Silver Moon Goddess and was about to become a god as well, His Highness Louis Galacrond. Alexia was the same as her mother. Her face was cold and beautiful without a trace of expression. Her inverted dark golden pupils gazed at the elves at her feet. As a demigod, she had enough power to oppress these elves to make them not raise their heads, but if she wanted to be a qualified king, having only power was not enough. Alexia could see the selfish thoughts of the elves, especially those at the top of the Silver Moon Council, but she considered things carefully and noticed that she did not really know how to face these people in this kind of situation. The only solution she could think of was to kill those elves that possessed dissent. The elf dragon's face remained expressionless. Her slender body had a cruel power, but it was already inwardly connected to Louis with divinity. This allowed her to speak to him through the soul. Father God, I can perceive that these elves have a different intent than what they are saying. How should I face them? Although Alexia was a proud dragon, she was just a newborn dragon. The first thing that she wants to do is to seek help from her parents. How do you want to face it, oh my moon Alexia? Father God, I want to kill them all. The little dragon replied to Louis with the coldest words possible. Violence does not solve all problems. Violence is not a necessary means. A broken bar Alexia, you have to use wisdom and leverage to solve problems, and violence is only a last resort, especially in the governance of a country. Tyrants only bring momentary peace, but it will bring irreversible consequences. You have to understand the characteristics of the elven race. You have to know the goals of the rangers and druids. You have to recognize the forces behind the kingdom's politics. You have to learn a ruler's checks and balances, learn to appease, and learn to use. You have a lot of things to learn. Louis's warm voice echoed in Alexia's soul, making the hatchling, who was a bit nervous, calm down. Her thoughts were soothed and she felt the security from her father's words. Mother Goddess should also be able to see these people's desire for power, but why isn't she warning them? Could this be a test left to me by Mother Goddess? Alexia thought a lot. As a demigod, she could see past these people's minds, and she did not believe that her mother, the great goddess of the Silver Moon, could not see them. No, my daughter, you think too much of your mother. Your mother is a god, so her thoughts are different from yours. For your mother, she doesn't care how much power and ambition mortals have, all she cares about is her faith. It is enough that these elven nobles can rule a country for her and believe in her. For a god, a country is not important. Believers and faith are the most important. If you can't show abilities far beyond theirs, then to your mother, you are only a figurehead. Alexia. Support us at hosted novel. Louis's calm words contained no lie, making Alexia feel the coldness and fear. She felt that the love her mother gives her was different from that of mortals. For mortals, such a mother is absolutely horrible, but for gods, this was taken for granted. Father God, are you the same? Alexia cautiously asked in her soul. Naturally, you must remember this, Alexia. For me, believers are the most important thing. You can have no talent or ability, but you must never cause the loss of believers, otherwise, even if you are our daughter, you would still face punishment. Just as Alexia felt wronged and bit her lips in fear, Louis Playful spoke out again, "But you do not have to worry. You are the bright moon in my palms. As your father, I will teach you how to deal with mortals. You must never consult your mother about this. In fact, your mother is a great god, but when it comes to managing the kingdom, she is actually an idiot. If your father was given 8,000 years, even if the birth rate of elves is low, I would have been able to control the entire continent." Louis relentlessly taunted. Alexia was originally aggrieved and wanted to cry, but she suddenly laughed. As she laughed, her delicate body swayed and her cherry lips almost opened to laugh out loud. She sneaked to look at the Silver Moon Goddess, wondering if her mother goddess knew that her father god was laughing at her. The Silver Moon Goddess seemed to have sensed something and looked at Alexia. She noticed that her child hastily collected herself and became an ice sculpture again. Selûne could see that Alexia spoke with Louis through divine connection and withdrew her gaze. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree of life were colorful and beautiful like in fairy tales. The lush green trees swayed and shimmered. Countless animals ran through it and flew intensely through the air. Clear blue water trickled through grooves in the forest floor. While walking through the forest, one could see the flower and tree spirits laughing while playing. The entire scene seemed constructed from a children's picture book. These plants will reflect the moonlight into different colors. It's really interesting, almost like a bright light at night. If not because these vegetation and the style of Dragon City did not match, I would have planted these in the city as street lamps. Louis praised the beauty of the Silver Moon Kingdom, which was worthy of the place that the elves call the most beautiful place on the main continent. In Louis's opinion, the place was like the fantastical land described in the story of Alice in Wonderland. In his mind, Louis recalled depictions of elven territory in movies like The Lord of the Rings. Compared to the real elven habitat, the CG images from computers could never reach the same level, regardless of colors, magnificence, and the feeling of life. Your Highness Louis, these seeds cannot be planted in the streets of the city, but they can be planted in the parks that you have established. This way the residents can see the beauty of the Silver Moon Kingdom in Dragon City, which will surely make them feel happy and joyful. At Louis's side was the Unicorn Queen, Lara. Her hooves stepped as she accompanied him into his fairy tale world. Her voice was lively and intimate. Although she had lived as a demigod for thousands of years, she was more like a young woman. "You are right, Lara, this vegetation cannot be planted in the city, but planting it in the park as a night exhibition does sound good. There are also druids in the city and they can take care of these plants." In the next instant, Louis continued, "Lara, you are now in the right state of mind. The gods cannot put down everything and be unfeeling. Gods need to show their true natures. If you want to become a god, then you must keep this state of mind and let yourself be happy. If you can't satisfy your own desires and have to adhere to dogma, what is the point of becoming one? Becoming a god is liberation and not bondage. We are gods, so we have to indulge ourselves. A god for good teaches people to do good, and a god for evil teaches a person to do evil. This is the truth of gods." Louis's hand beckoned, causing the flowers and plants around to bloom and grow. With the full power of the divine authority of life, Louis could also manipulate flora and fauna. With a flip of his wrist, the seeds of flowers and plants around the palace were instantly collected by him. "I will remember your words, Your Highness Louis." Lara ran happily to Louis's side. She bent down and touched his cheek with her horn with a hint of happiness and blush in her passionate gaze. Find the original at Hosted Novel. At this time, Louis and Lara heard the sound of footsteps behind them. The two looked back and saw a pair of small, delicate hands landing in the gap between flowers and plants. The moon-colored skirt fluttered. An extremely cute little elf walked close while carrying the hem of her skirt. "Alexia." With a soft smile on his face, Louis called out to his daughter, "Father God." Alexia's dark golden pupils lit up slightly when she saw Louis. A smile appeared on her childishly beautiful face. Her skirt fluttered as she trotted over. The grass and vines spontaneously gave way in front of her, leaving a straight path for the future king of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Father God, Aunt Lara. Alexia came to Louis and saluted him. Her cold and childish voice had a touch of childish sweetness in it. Alexia, why did you run out here and not stay with your mother in the main hall? Louis asked with a smile. He took his daughter's slim, cold hand, pulling her to walk among the ancient tree of life. The unicorn queen beside them also followed closely. Mother Goddess took me to meet all the upper elves in the Silver Moon Kingdom, after which, she let me go. She then gathered the priests of the church herself to talk about something. Alexia's nose wrinkled and her thin eyebrows lifted as she felt her mother, the Silver Moon Goddess, going back to order something. Although you were born with knowledge, your mother and I did not give you knowledge about the gods. Knowing too much knowledge about the gods is not good for you. The reason why your mother goddess let you go is that she did not want you to be involved in the church. Louis said so and took a deep look at his daughter. His voice became somewhat heavy. Soon, I will take you to Dragon City, which is the territory of your father god. Compared to the intricate internal relationship of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Dragon City is much simpler. You can use Dragon City to practice how to become a qualified lord or even king. When you obtain more experience, you can take over as the new king of Silver Moon Kingdom and sort out the chaotic relationships woven in it. But you must remember that in Dragon City, you are only a king and not a god. Do not intervene in the church, but you must also have enough power to keep the church from intervening in the king's power. The power of the divine and the power of the ruler must be unified, but they should also be separated. The same is true in the Silver Moon Kingdom. You should not get too involved with the church. For your mother, the kingdom can be destroyed, but the church must never be overthrown. Knew you a broken bar? Alexia bit her lips and her cheeks puffed up. She initially thought that she could cope with the knowledge in her head, but now found that knowledge was not everything as the experience was also important. This was like IQ and EQ, education and ability, each of which could not be discarded. Knowledge was only one part. Without knowing how to use knowledge, then it was useless. Well, my daughter, you do not need to dwell too much on the Silver Moon Kingdom. The elves live a long life, therefore compared to humans and beastmen, they are more resistant to change. The political situation in human kingdoms is always changing, but the political situation of elves may take decades or centuries to change. Even if your mother and I exalt our thrones, the Silver Moon Kingdom would not change easily, so you have plenty of time to practice. Governing the world, mastering society, handling the court, these are not simple matters. Some parts are even more complicated than becoming a god. Gods only need to manage themselves, but as a king, you need to govern thousands of people. Louis knelt in front of his daughter and lifted her delicate palms and placed a gentle kiss on the back. My moonlight, all life, whether dragon or elf, flower or grass, the road or the towering mountain and waterfalls, they will all whisper your name. You will always be recorded in the history of this earth. You will be with me even when the realm collapses and the crystal wall shatters. You will remain immortal. So, don't be sad and grieved, don't be in pain. Just whisper my name and you will be glorified. Father God, a broken bar. Alexia's cool face bloomed with excitement. She laughed and jumped into Louis's arms, rubbing Louis's chin with the horns on her head. Father God is still the best. Hey, a broken bar. Louis chuckled with his hand gently stroking his daughter's hair, which was as soft as the moonlight. There was only a little time left before Louis became a god, so he still had a bit of his mortal side. In 1,000 years, he might also become the same as the Silver Moon Goddess. Lara, I'll take Alexia back to Dragon City. Your Highness Louis, won't you say something to Her Highness Saloon before you leave? The Unicorn Queen asked him. There is no need to inform her, she knows everything. A broken bar next. Her Highness Saloon and I will ascend to godhood. Lara, you should not let your guard down. Mortals only have one chance in life. If you fail to become a god, you will be burned up by the divine flames. But now is also the best time to become a god. You should not fail to seize the era. I will remember your teachings even if I become the unicorn god. Lara bowed her head and expressed her gratitude. Louis nodded his head and transformed back into his dragon form. Alexia also changed with the moonlight, turning into a nearly 10-meter dragon. Her body could be described as huge, but compared to Louis's body, She seemed small in comparison. Louis lowered his head and bit Alexia's neck with his mouth. Alexia lightly closed her eyes and curled up. Her dragon wings closed and her tail was bent. She looked like a kitten that had lost its strength. The back of a dragon's neck was a sensitive point, but it's also the place where parents spit down to quiet their children. If a male dragon bites a female dragon, it represents mating, but for Louis and Alexia, this was parental love. Louis now had 5 heads. He roared to the skies and spread his wings. Then he took Alexia to his mouth and flew up into the sky. The entire Silver Moon Kingdom trembled, causing countless elves to fear and reverently look up to the 2 huge dragons in the sky. The dragon god's divine might spread, causing them to imagine the creature at the apex of the food chain. In Dragon City, Louis returned to his 40-meter form in the palace hall. Alexia also shrunk to a size of 3 to 4 meters in length. The King of Calamity, Nola, as the guardian of the palace, always stayed here. She was also in her dragon form as she quietly lay on the ground while staring at the scene in front of her. She was watching a dark golden body emitting a monstrous yet breathtaking majesty, lightly licking a baby dragon in his arms. Find the original at Hosted Novel. This was a dragon that Nola had never seen before. It had an extremely beautiful, slender, and graceful body. Its dragon scales shone with silver brilliance like condensed moonlight. The dragon's body looked almost transparent and hazy to the point that one would wonder if it was made out of moonlight. Even in Nola's eyes, this was a stunningly beautiful dragon. It did not possess the touch of tyranny that black, red, and green dragons had. Instead, it was similar to the elegant and peaceful golden and silver dragons. Legendary dragon species? Nola thought so. Legendary dragon species were famous existences. Their features were passed down as part of special dragons' heritages. In the beginning, the 5-colored dragon god had created many legendary dragon species and they were each born with great power, but after the era of disaster, they followed the dragon god and fell with him. And it's a demigod. Nola's heart flashed with envy and jealousy. She was a former red dragon who desperately tried to become a demigod, but paid a huge price for it and failed. But this elf dragon in front of her was born a demigod. How could she not feel any envy? Not long ago, Nola also observed the changes to the Silver Moon. With her wealth of knowledge, how could she not know that a god was giving birth? Now that she saw this moonlight dragon, she connected the dots and understood that this dragon was born from her master and the Silver Moon. Nola was a little sad. She would have to serve another boss in the future. As a child of the Dragon God and the Silver Moon Goddess, Alexia was an undisputed princess. Alexia noticed Nola's gaze. She raised her dragon head to look, and her dark golden inverted pupils flashed with a trace of disgust. Alexia inherited the nature of true dragons and Nola's abandonment of her true body filled her with disgust. Nola was already irascible and had no fear at Alexia's look of disgust. The two of them stared at each other with a vague conflict brewing between the two of them. But soon, Nola withdrew her gaze and lowered her head. This was not because of Alexia's identity, but because she was a demigod. Although she was a baby dragon and lacked combat experience, she was more powerful than the general ancient dragon. On the other hand, Nola had lost her flesh body and was only a legendary rank shadow dragon. How could she even fight against this legendary dragon species? Alexia was still young, so her dragon's might was not enough, but she could release God's might which made her more majestic than an ordinary ancient dragon. Don't stare at Nola like that, Alexia broken bar. There is much you can learn from her. Hearing Louis teaching his daughter a lesson and also complimenting her, Nola felt pleased and shot a provocative look at the elf dragon. Father Goda broken bar. Alexia was slightly aggravated. She opened her mouth and let out a naive voice, a broken bar. She is a shadow dragon. In Alexia's opinion, a shadow dragon was not worthy of respect. Louis held his daughter in his arms and let her dragon body lean on him. Then he lowered his head and licked Alexia's beautiful scales. Alexia let out a comfortable purr and her dragon body rolled over, revealing her belly to let Louis clean her body. The elf dragon's body always had the fragrance of flowers and plants, just like the elves, but it could also get dirty. Nola is a rare dragon. You have to learn to be like her and not lazy like other dragons. You should learn from a human point of view and use your time to learn things and not just sleep without changing. Louis's words contained a bit of his headache. His daughter was undeniably a dragon. Dragons were a proud and lazy race who slept all day long. The other half of her bloodline was elven. Elves were also a long-lived race who did things leisurely. They had no concept of time. If Alexia remained the same as the general dragons and elves, then she was really not suitable to become a ruler. Dragons were powerful, but they did not have their own kingdom. This was mainly because they were not suitable for management. Because Louis still had a human way of thinking, he was able to manage Dragon City. Nola was also a rare one among dragons. Not just her. I don't like humans either. A broken bar. Alexia had a bit of resistance. She despised humans regardless of what perspective she looked at them from. In her view, humans were an inferior race and at most a food source. Still, after noticing Louis's deep, unfathomable pupils, Alexia lowered her head and reluctantly said, "A broken bar. I understand, Father God. I will try to learn from Nola and not let you down." "You can't look down on humans, Alexia. Broken bar, but you have to distinguish between humans who are your own people and other humans. As the future king, you have to give mercy and enforce the law to your own people. You also have to be ferocious and kill your enemies. It's okay to kill but don't eat people. I don't want my beautiful daughter to be tainted." Alexia squeezed into her father's arms and nodded her head and showed that she understood. Knowledge was just knowledge, but the parents' efforts were still needed to shape the three views of the child. For dragons, creatures like humans, beastmen, elves, dwarves, and other humanoid races were like food, just like how people ate pigs, cattle, and sheep. However, Louis was once human, so he could not fully accept him or his daughter eating humans. Even if he was infinitely close to being a dragon in thinking, he was not completely swallowed up by it. To counter the flaw in a dragon's thinking, he was using his human way of thinking. "Nola, I can only educate Alexia in terms of thinking afterward." Hearing Louis's words, the corner of Nola's mouth perked up. She felt that Louis's thinking was somewhat close to the golden and silver dragons, which were relatively milder. Generally red, black, and greedy dragons did not care about this, and the black dragon race, in particular, loved to eat rotten food. But looking at Louis's dark golden body, Nola thought that Louis might have once been a golden dragon. As for now, he was a god and could no longer be judged by appearance. Louis did not know that Nola was thinking so much and just admonished, "Alexia is still young. She should not be thrown into a jungle, swamp, or desert for survival exercises, so the education on combat will have to be left to you. She has enough knowledge, but her skills cannot yet be used instinctively. You have to teach her the physical combat techniques of a dragon and teach her to use spells. As a dragon who was once a legendary mage, I believe that there is no better teacher than you in this world. Why don't you teach her instead of letting me do it?" Nola first retorted, but she was immediately shaking and opened his mouth in surprise. "You are ready to ascend?" Once Louis became a god, he would have to leave the main continent. He would not have extra time to teach his daughter, but as Louis's daughter, Alexia was like a chosen one who was able to communicate with Louis at any time, so Louis could guide her thinking. Louis wanted to mold Alexia into the shape of a daughter that he liked and who was useful. Louis nodded his head and continued with a flat voice, "I am about to burn my divine fire and exalt my divine throne. Once that happens, I would not be able to come to the main continent for a long time. I leave you to complete the job of teaching her." As the first of these legendary dragon species, she only had a few opponents on the main continent. Even if she was in danger, Alexia still had a last resort to call her father and mother for help. As the child of the dragon god and the silver moon goddess, Alexia's body was the best vessel. Louis and Saloon could borrow her body at any time to descend onto the mortal realm. Alexia's biggest move was to call for help. "Congratulations, Your Highness Galakrond." Nola looked despondent. 1,000 years ago, she was only one step away from becoming a demigod, but in the end, it was a lost cause. If it was 1,000 years ago, she would have been able to become a demigod with her ability and wisdom. Perhaps she would have been in a good position to ascend in this era. She would have the possibility of becoming a god like the Mithril King and the Obsidian King. Louis saw through Nola's complicated thoughts and said, Don't worry Nola. A god's promise is your greatest wealth. Our contract is still in place. I will help you get your body back, let you have a physical body, and restore most of your power. The red dragon looked solemnly and sincerely bowed her head. Thank you for your generosity and commitment, Your Highness, the great dragon god Galakrond. She definitely knew where the lich that fooled Nola was. When the time came, he could get information from her. As long as he knew where the lich was, Louis had countless means to get Nola's body back. Although the lich would not die unless her core was destroyed, this was only a challenge for mortals. As a god, there were many ways to destroy the core through causal links. Time passed quickly after Alexia left the Silver Moon Kingdom and came to Dragon City. For the current Louis, the flow of time was already meaningless. He did bother to think about what hour of the day it was anymore or even what year it was. Let alone the immortality of gods, the long life of dragons already made him ignore the passage of tens to hundreds of years. Dragon City continued to develop according to the route he designed. The 50,000 beastmen brought from the Sublet Empire were selected to fill the Dragon City army. This also made the city reach around 470,000 permanent citizens, which was the limit of the city's capacity. The rice seeds Louis brought from Earth beckoned the first appearance of rice in this world. With the growth of the crop, rice and noodles became the two most important sources of food in Dragon City. With sufficient food and economic prosperity, it was easy to feed a population of 470,000 people. With sufficient food, the population would also grow explosively, causing the land of Dragon City to reach its limits. Nearly 500,000 people were crowded in this mountain city, so the average individual plots of land were very small, especially when Louis set up the entertainment area, military area, production area, magic area, and other specific areas in the city. This made the habitable area become very small. The land prices in the core area of the city were already astronomical. Dragon City as a mountain city had limits on expansion. Losing the protection of the city walls in a world where war could happen at any time was extremely dangerous. But the inhabitants of Dragon City had sufficient material resources. The new generations of people were still being born, especially the birth rate of humans and beastmen. When the newborns could not find property inside Dragon City, they would have no choice but to leave the city. As a result, Dragon City established 2 satellite cities, but these were ultimately not long-term solutions. Dragon City was located at the southern threshold of San Soliel mountain range. Other than this city, the vicinity was simply not suitable to construct new cities. In other words, there was no more land around Dragon City to become part of it. The total number of people would not be able to rise again. For a god, this was absolutely disagreeable, especially for a kingdom where the power of the king and the power of God was unified. This made every newborn a potential believer, so how could Louis limit the city's development to just this? The top management of Dragon City was also discussing the expansion of the territory. After long periods of training, Dragon City's military had sufficient skills and good weapons, but there was almost no use for them. The only way for soldiers to show their value was through war, and the world of San Soliel had frequent wars between various races. Every soldier in Dragon City was waiting for a chance to gain military achievements and earn a feudal title. In a world of swords and magic, war was a cruel thing, but everyone was used to it. It was definitely not something that the people of Earth who have lived in peace for years could understand. However, Louis temporarily suppressed the calls for war. Although the entire Dragon City wanted to start a war to gain more land, Louis was the supreme authority in the city. Since he suppressed the idea, no one could show their dissatisfaction. They believed that this was their lord's far-sightedness. As subjects, they only needed to be obedient. Although Louis suppressed the atmosphere of war and aggression, he had privately ordered the army to start mobilizing. Even the logistics department was also operating to ensure that the army could be dispatched to the battlefield whenever needed. The people who were aware of this thought that the Dragon Lord was secretly preparing for war mobilization, but Louis himself knew that the war mobilization this time was not a war of aggression, but a war against aggression. The Kingdom of Sula and Kingdom of Danbuzel were also preparing their forces, but they did so discreetly. Although the soldiers of these two countries knew that there would be war, Only a few people in the higher-ups knew that it was a war against Dragon City. Even the scouts sent by Dragon City to these two countries could not get any accurate information. It is indeed worthy of war against countries backed by two gods. There is no chance to probe at them at all. Louis secretly sighed. She was really useful. If not for her words, he would not have detected the movements of the two countries behind the scene. These two countries were probably trying to catch Louis by surprise, but he was also ready to give them a surprise. The reason why the Mother Earth Goddess and the Goddess of Magic had not yet struck was that they were the same as Louis, waiting for the day that they could become gods again. Only after they become gods could they let go. For Louis, everything in the main continent was important, but not as important as the path to becoming a god. The entire Sansolial main continent seemed to have become quiet. Even the most intense battlefield was dormant. All people, whether gods or mortals, were in the calm before the storm. One day, Louis, who was resting on top of his gold mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. His inverted pupils shrank and raised his dragon head. He let out a sigh that seemed to be joyful yet contained endless unspeakable feelings. The first year of the new era has come, a broken bar. At this moment, Louis felt that the rules of the world had become perfect once more. All the changes were over and all the wounds inflicted by the Terran civilization 30,000 years ago were restored to what they once were. At the same time, many powerful people had become frightened. As long as they had reached the legendary rank, the world's origin had given them a signal that the era of the gods was here. With the main continent as the center, the power of the origin of the world surged. After a loud boom, the realms that were distanced from the main continent all took their places and returned to where they should have been. If a supreme power were to look at this world, they would see that the dimensions had led themselves around the main continent. The main continent became wrapped by the Shadow Realm, which was also the intermediary for dimensional travel as well as isolating the main continent from other realms. Outside the Shadow Realm were the inner realms of earth, fire, water, air, positive energy, and negative energy. Outside the inner realms were the outer realms, which were divided into the upper planes and the lower planes, which was also a separation of the camps of gods. In the end, a multi-dimensional world was formed and all the rules returned to their original place, except for the unexplored astral realm which enveloped everything, becoming the last barrier of the crystal wall system. Many eyes looked at the starry skies in shock, excitement, calmness, silence, regret, and hatred. The laws roared and the origin shook. Everything was welcoming the return of the gods, the owner of Starsa Dash. The era of the gods began. In the back garden of the palace of Dragon City, two beautiful and elegant elves were strolling among the exotic flowers and plants. Their high-pitched squeals filled the air with joy and laughter. Cisna was wearing leather armor and carrying a long bow. Her long ears twitched from time to time as she swept up the child elf. Her older toughened and tenacious emerald eyes flashed with delight, but also with a trace of indescribable complexity. She looked at Alexia, who was as cool as the moon and had skin as clear as crystals. Alexia simply looked more transparent and more magnificent than the snow on this holy mountain. Occasionally the elf dragon, who always had a cold face, revealed a smile of elegance and joy. Although she was young and adolescent, she already possessed a dazzling and fatal beauty. So Cisna was also in a trance. This could not be blamed on Cisna, as she was also stunned to find out that her revered elf queen was actually the Silver Moon Goddess. Although she felt that things were quite incredible, Cisna did not have any other thoughts. Whether the one she revered was a queen or a goddess, Cisna was raised by her. For Cisna, the Silver Moon Goddess Saloon was her mother. After finding out the true identity of the elf queen, the legendary rank ranger had her own guesses. She had guessed that the reason the goddess raised her was not out of love and pity but some other ulterior motive. However, she pretended to not know. Sometimes, thinking too much would cause trouble. As an elf who had lived for 1,000 years, Cisna knew that sometimes ignorance was bliss. It's just that Cisna did not expect that His Highness Louis Galakrond, the Lord of Dragon City, would tie with the Silver Moon Goddess Saloon and beget a joint heir. As a result, Cisna was happy to have an extra sister beside her. She was already resolute and loyal to the goddess, and she did not have any greed to feel that an additional sister might steal anything from her. It was also because Louis knew of her character that he was relieved to leave Alexia to her. This Ranger General had been living in Dragon City for so many years and had a sufficient understanding of Dragon City. She herself also possessed prestige in both this city and the Silver Moon Kingdom. As long as she helped Alexia understand the situation, having Alexia become the next lord was not difficult. Even after that, she would still be a useful aid. Sister Cisna, how many available troops are there in Dragon City? Walking in the garden, Alexia asked Cisna intimately. The elven ranger glanced at her sister beside her. She felt a faint divine power that made her feel a little uncomfortable. Cisna did not mind Alexia's rather arrogant wording. As a child of a dragon and an elf, the elf dragon beside her was naturally overbearing and possessed a demigod's level of power. If she was not an elf and had some kinship with her, she might not even smile at her. After pondering for a while, Cisna answered, "At present, the entire Dragon City has 43,000 soldiers, of which 11,000 are beastmen, 8,000 are elves, and the rest are humans." A red dragon was captured before and Lady Nola used her special spell to make it give birth to dragon beasts. As a result, we are able to train 300 or so dragon beast knights. Marches has also trained 800 mages for His Highness. Although most of these are low-ranking mages and apprentices, they could form a battalion of 400 mages strong. Elves and humans, as well as a small number of druids, could also be used. His Highness has also provided a batch of high-quality metal. We have also captured a group of dwarves numbering 6,000 from the depths of the Sansolil mountain range. They are currently working every day and night to rush weapons for the army. His Highness has promised them that as long as they work for Dragon City to a certain extent, they can gain their freedom and even attain the status of civilians in Dragon City. They would be able to enjoy food and wine here as well as be able to buy items with the money they make from selling weapons. The dwarves have excellent craftsmanship. The metal materials provided by His Highness are of the highest quality, and the weapons they make are the best military weapons. Although there aren't many soldiers in Dragon City, they are all elites. As a soldier for the Silver Moon Kingdom, I can tell you that the battle power of the soldiers in Dragon City would not lose to the elves of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Moreover, their training is much more complete. Words of praise poured out ceaselessly from Cisna's mouth. As the Ranger General who once commanded the army of the Silver Moon Kingdom, she had ample experience in military mobilization. Lisfer also had a wealth of experience in commanding soldiers when she was the Beastman Chief's successor. It could be said that Dragon City's army was raised in the hands of elves and beastmen. The only flaw of Dragon City is the lack of population, making it difficult to recruit more troops. Dragon City still needed to develop. With its total population, there was about one full-time soldier for every 10 citizens. Although this figure could continue to increase, it would affect the economic development of the city. Dragon City's army was not like other countries where they were both knights during war and farmers during peace. In Dragon City, soldiery was a profession that was completely supported by the territory's finances. This meant that they could not create economic value and consumed significant finances. As a result, this number needed to be carefully restrained. The benefits of this were also obvious as it ensured the combat effectiveness and readiness of the army. Alexia nodded and bit her lips. She was still young and quite stubborn. She knew that she had to master these things, so she had been studying the practical application of various abilities in Dragon City. After some time, she had found that this was indeed not a job that could be easily done with just theoretical knowledge. Your Highness Alexia, you need not worry. His Highness will give you plenty of time to learn everything you need to become a lord, and I will help you as well. Find the original at Hosted Novel. Sensing the elf dragon's melancholy and anxiety, Cisna spoke with a warm voice. The elf ranger's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache. Alexia was just born not long ago but was now forced to adapt to many things. Although her body wouldn't get tired as a demigod, the same couldn't be said for her mental state. No, Sister Cisna, I must know everything about Dragon City as soon as possible, especially about the army. Soon, there will be a huge test for me, and I do not want to disappoint my father. A broken bar. Alexia's youthful and tender face flashed with stubbornness, but she quickly shut her mouth. Her inverted dark golden pupils showed panic as she seemed to have said something wrong. The kingdoms of Silla and Dan Buzel were secretly preparing for war. Louis had forwarded this information to Alexia and informed her that he would be gone once these countries invaded Dragon City. This made it impossible for him to lead the counterattack, and he could only leave it to his daughter. The gods returned to being gods, and mortals would stay as mortals. Louis's enemies were the goddess of magic and the goddess of earth. His job was to intercept these two gods and prevent them from exerting influence on the main continent. He could only leave the defeat of the forces of the two countries to Alexia. However, this information was important. In order to catch the two countries by surprise, Louis did not tell anyone of this information. With Alexia's momentary blunder, she had accidentally blurted out information. Even if the information was not detailed, Cisna was able to make a few guesses with her experience. Fearing that her own words would make her father's plans fail, Alexia lifted her pitiful face. Her eyes were lost in fear and anxiety, and she seemed to be about to cry as she looked at Cisna. Cisna smiled and thought she was really cute. The elf dragon seemed to be cold and looked condescending as if she did not care about anything, but Cisna did not expect that in the blink of an eye, she would show a pitiful look as if she was an abandoned puppy. In an instant, Cisna's motherly instincts gushed out. Towards that pitiful expression, she spoke in a soft voice, "I did not understand what you meant, Your Highness." The elven ranger smiled at Alexia, causing her to blush. Alexia anxiously grabbed the hem of her clothes, only to feel her heart beat faster. If her father chastised her, Alexia thought about it and found that there was no other way but to hug her father's thighs and beg for mercy. "I won't say anything to His Highness either." It was only after these comforting words came from Cisna that Alexia finally calmed down. She collected her emotions, calmed her beating heart, and said with a stern face, "This is an important secret." "General Cisna, I am telling you because I trust you." "Yes, Your Highness." Alexia, as a Ranger General, I know the importance of secrets. However, as your general, I also have the authority to remind you to be more careful in what you say next time. At the end of the day, Cisna's words were also stern. She did not care about Alexia's status and identity and educated her with the grandness of a sister. "I knew, Sister Cisna." Broken bar. Alexia lowered her head. Her two elven ears twitched as she sulked with her whole head facing down. In the end, she's still a child, yet she has to bear so much pressure. Cisna sighed lightly. Her elf ears moved like this, and she knew that Alexia was ashamed. Just then, Alexia and Cisna both changed their expressions. In a flash, they sensed that the world's rules have changed. They knew that the world was about to change drastically. Soon, the elven maids rushed in. "Your Highness Alexia, the Lord wants to see you." In the main hall of Dragon City, Louis was lying atop a mountain of gold and surrounded by more than 20 elves kneeling on the ground. Alexia was also among them. As the daughter of the dragon god and the silver moon goddess, Alexia was born noble, above everything else in the world. The only people who could make her kneel down and put down her pride in this world were her father and mother. Alexia's skirt, inlaid with gold and silver, covered the ground. Her tender white knees bent together as she respectfully kneeled on the ground and bowed her head. Her long ears trembled and her heart was filled with apprehension and panic, thinking that her father had heard what she had just said and was going to reprimand her. Although Alexia felt the world's change, she was just a little girl. With her thought process, compared to the world's changes, she was more afraid of her father's anger. Louis stared deeply at his daughter, causing Alexia to lower her head further. Her little elf dragon body began to slightly tremble with a look of terror. Even as a demigod, she did not dare resist or show disobedience to her own father and mother. No matter how much fear she had, she just bit her lips and held back her cry. Soon, Louis moved away his gaze. With divine authority over the territory of Dragon City, Louis knew everything that was happening in the city, especially his own palace. Alexia almost exposing important information did annoy him somewhat. The invasion of Silla and Dan Buzel was a good excuse for Louis to counterattack the two kingdoms and expand Dragon City's sphere of influence. That way, He could expand the population to gain more believers as well as lay the foundation for his own subordinates in the future. So how could Louis let his plans go wrong? If the return of the gods was not at hand, Louis would have wanted to complete this plan himself and lay a more solid foundation for the city, but now, he had no choice but to leave the task to his daughter. This novel is available on Hosted Novel. Luckily, Alexia had only spoken with Cisna and was not found out by others. Plus Alexia was indeed young, so it was normal to make mistakes. I hope that Alexia can grow wiser through experience and grow up to not make such mistakes. The Dyke of 1,000 Miles is destroyed by an anthill. A tiny mistake can bring about a huge domino effect. It's still a long way for Alexia to become a proper queen. Now is her chance and also a test for her. Louis thought so while looking at his daughter's fearful and trembling body and went against his conscience. Louis had made ample preparations to face the enemy country. In order to hide from the prying eyes of the goddess of magic and goddess of earth, Louis had been careful and even set up a huge legendary spell. If the ancient god, the Silver Moon Goddess, was here, she would have already reprimanded Alexia. The world of Sansoliel's warfare would change with the reappearance of the gods. Many schemes and tricks would become unusable, especially when it came to the churches of the major gods. It was difficult for military traps to succeed in this world where all kinds of magic existed. Even Zhu Kongming would not be able to do anything. The war of the world would become simpler. Absolute strength and commanding ability were the only basis for war. Ambushes, schemes, and tricks simply could not be hidden against the prying eyes of mages and gods. But they weren't completely useless. For example, Dragon City was a holy land where the Church of the Dragon God was located. With Louis's divine power guarding the palace, even the eyes of the gods could not see the specifics of the city. Enemy gods could not pry the secrets of the city and they could only rely on mortal spies. This gave Louis the chance to play with traps because no one knew the true strength of Dragon City. When I ascend to the throne of God, you will remain here and take care of Alexia. You are my devotees. When you die, my kingdom will leave a place for you. Louis looked around at the elven maids and spoke in a majestic and solemn voice. These elven maids had served him for many years and had long given up their faith in the Silver Moon and chose to believe in him, the Dragon God. When Louis ascended, he would leave the main continent and these maids could not be taken to his kingdom yet. Only Louis's believers who had died could go to his divine kingdom. It was impossible for Louis to bring these living elves unless he killed them and brought their souls with him. However, this did not really make any sense, because the status of the believers depended on the faith of the living. Even as a god, he would have to use divine power to elevate the status of his believers. This was the reward that gods would give their believers. Only special people could obtain this honor. For example, mortal relatives, as well as people of the church with great merits and extremely devout people could obtain special treatment from the gods. The more devout one was while alive, the closer they could be to a god's divine throne after they died. Yes, Your Highness Dragon God. We will spend the rest of our lives serving Lady Alexia. The elven maids called out loudly. They did not have any resistance to serving Alexia. They were even joyful. They now believed in the Dragon God, but they had believed in the Silver Moon Goddess in the past. With Alexia being the child of these two gods, how could they not be happy and excited to serve Alexia? For these elven noble girls, this was simply a great honor. This was the undisputed princess of the elven race, the future queen of the Silver Moon. Okay, you geese retreat first. I have something to say to Alexia. The elves bowed and retreated, moving away from the great hall. Now that there were only two people in the hall, Alexia lifted up her face, but her inverted pupils turned, not daring to look at Louis. Look at me, Alexia. Louis's tone was majestic and deep, causing Alexia to stiffen. She trembled as she looked at Louis and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Do you know your mistake, Father God? Alexia knows her mistake. Please punish me. The elf dragon did not dare avert her eyes, nor did she dare act cute in front of Louis, and just spoke meekly. From today onwards, I will hand over the entire Dragon City to you. As the Lord, as the future queen, you have to remember, Alexia, that your every move will have an impact on your people. Any decisions you make will cause changes to the city, so learn to think deeply before making a decision. before you speak your words. My daughter, I know that I am being unfair to you. You were born not long ago and have to bear such great pressure. As a father, I cannot give you a normal childhood and a normal parental love like mortals. I hope you do not blame me. Louis's voice was neither sad nor happy. Others might not be able to sense any emotion, but Alexia knew that her father's calm and bland words contained a sigh. Gods were not completely ruthless. They only developed their desires to the extreme, and Louis was not a cold-hearted person. How could he not have any emotions in the face of his daughter? It's just that the path of a god is ultimately different from that of a mortal. The way they expressed love was simply too different. How can I blame you, father? You and Mother Goddess have given Alexia life, power, and a position that mortals would envy. To you and Mother Goddess, Alexia has nothing but love and respect. I will shepherd the lambs on the world for you. May you be exalted on the divine throne and be immortalized in heaven. The little elf dragon with her reverent gaze and childish voice, shouted at Louis as if she was making a vow. Her inverted pupils were full of moistened feelings of repentance. Arise, Alexia. Everything in this mortal plane has lost its meaning to me. These are treasures that once belonged to me. I will leave them to you. At these words, Alexia stood up from the ground and her golden pupils expanded. Her face reddened with excitement as she gasped with a huff and a puff. She greedily stared at the mountain of treasure filled with gold, emeralds, rubies, and other colorful gems. This wealth was enough to make any dragon crazy. Dragon City was economically developed. It was a paradise that many people aspired to live in. Ordinary families were even able to save up, let alone Louis, who was the lord. In addition to the city using paper money, there was no central bank. As a result, exchanging metals and gems for paper money was done at Louis's palace. No one knew how much wealth this gold mine-like city had plundered from the continent. It would be strange if it wasn't desired by people. Alexia only felt dizzy and dry in the mouth. She did not expect that her father would not bring these treasures to his divine kingdom and leave them to her on the main continent. As a legendary dragon species, Alexia also had an unusual obsession with treasures. She used to look at Louis's treasures and drool, but Alexia knew that even as a dragon's child, she should not covet her parents' wealth. She only rolled around the mountain of treasures when she was in Louis's arms, so she was very happy. I remember that Nola also has treasures given by father there. Now, they all belong to me. How can a mere shadow dragon have the treasures of the dragon god? I can snatch them all. She can't beat me anyway. No, number. I can't. This is given to her by Father God. If I grab it, won't I be disobeying Father God's orders? For a while, Alexia was in a state of distress. She did not want to part with Nola's treasures but did not dare counter Louis's orders. She was in complete melancholy. Looking at his daughter's dumb look, Louis was a bit amused. She was indeed a dragon who lose even herself at the sight of these treasures. Well, Alexia, accompany me to stroll around the city that I built, and after that, come witness my ascension ceremony. This is a rare opportunity. At the same time, I need to borrow your power to hide from the eyes of other gods. Louis's eyes narrowed, and cold killing intent was hidden in his eyes.